The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. The weekend has rolled around. The cricket does not stop. Saturday action, day 6 from the Fancode European Cricket Series, Portugal. We're looking forward to seeing 5 more matches today. In fact, we'll even be here tomorrow. This 12-day series does not take a break. So we are starting with match number 26, and that's a clash between Team Tigers Portugal and Gorka 11. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. The news from the toss there is that Maduka Thapa from Gorka 11, he won the toss and he elected to field. Yeah, so it should be an interesting clash between two teams that could definitely use the points. Let's go back and have a look at what happened yesterday. We had 5 matches on day 5. It was Peacock Friday as well. Indian Royals had a bit of a struggle to start the day, managing 74, led by Navendish Sinha, but it wasn't enough as Friendship CC blew them away in 5.5 overs. Mohammad Nazrul Islam continued his good form in the ECS, 39 off 14 balls, removing all doubt. And a bit of a net run rate booster as well for Friendship. They are one of 5 teams with an identical record right now, 3 wins, 2 losses. Lisbon Capitals, they hit the park in match 22. They were only able to manage 82 again against Friendship. That wasn't enough. Mohammad Azadu Zaman was brilliant. A half century of 19 balls along with Rupu. Got them there without losing a wicket. And once again, the exact same margin of victory with 4.5 overs to spare. So that was Friendship. They were done. They were dusted. But the other teams fought on, including the Fighters, who did get a win in match 23. Vrinder Virk, brilliant. 53 not out and a successful chase. 83 was the target. They got there of 6.2 overs. Again, a 10-wicket win. Indian Royals were in struggle street, weren't they, despite the efforts of Zinkas, who made 29. He was their top scorer. Fighters then took on Lisbon Capitals in a low scorer in match 24. You see that Amir Dar led all scorers with 27, but even he couldn't quite find his rhythm, using up 28 balls as the Capitals could only manage 55 in response to the 80 from Fighters CC. Imran, well, same name said twice, and he had 3 wickets in match 24. He was absolutely brilliant. And then he'd feature again with a couple more as the Royals were held to 98 in match 25, the last game of the day. It's a bit of a topsy-turvy one, to be honest. For me, it was the closest one of the day. Lisbon Capitals, thanks to Dhaval Patel at the end, getting there with only 3 balls to spare. The boundary bringing it up, and it was a very entertaining day. So this is what the table looks like, and you can see here that is a bit of a logjam, isn't it, with all those teams on 3 wins, 2 losses. You've got the Capitals 1 game behind the peloton. You've got Fighters 1 game ahead of the peloton. You've got Team Tigers Portugal today. I mean, they could be 3-2 potentially with a couple of wins today. But what I will say is Gorka 11, they are hoping to make a move. Remember, only the top 4 teams do make it through to the semi-finals, which are just in 6 days' time. So players coming on to the field now for match number 26, and this is TTP taking on Gorka 11. Team Tigers, it's their first ever ECS, so obviously not quite as experienced. And watch out for some of their players. Asif Atur, the captain, likely to open up for them. And you see Team Tigers Portugal, they are 21-run underdogs according to the 6 supercomputers tied together that come up with these predictions. So yeah, Gorka 11 averaging 115 with the bat, and so I think that if Team Tigers Portugal can keep them to something like that, they'll be in the game. But yeah, the news from the toss, you saw it earlier, is that Gorka 11 electing to field. So I think they're trying to rock and roll Team Tigers Portugal as we get ready for the first ball. Well, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network here on a super sunny Saturday. Rico, he's off for the weekend, but I do have a special guest commentator and friend of ECN that will be helping me out in the box today. Big warm welcome to Awera skipper and Portugal national cricket team captain, Conrad Greenshields. Good morning, Conrad.
Good morning, Vinny. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, we have done some commentary together before, about a year ago, I think it was, during the ECS. And yeah, it's a beautiful morning for cricket, isn't it?
Amazing morning. It's been great weather, sun shining, blue skies. it's a day for cricket, and I think it's going to be an exciting one too.
Yeah, and the weather is beautiful. I mean, currently it's about 12 degrees, so I wouldn't say it's boiling, but there is plenty of sunshine, expecting a maximum temperature of 20 degrees. And there's a little bit of dew first up in the morning as we get ready for action. It's Hardeep Singh to get us off, and he starts with the ball that must have just snuck in. I think that maybe Naeem hasn't seen where that's gone because Hardeep's in the way, and I think as a result, oh no, maybe it just sneaks inside. Hey, I just want to say a quick hello, Conrad, to all of our viewers that are in the live chat as well. It is the weekend, so it's pretty busy in there. Hello to Kai. Hello to Andrew Hogan as well, watching from Tasmania, and Mrs. Hogan, of course, as always. Short and pulled and could be trouble, should be gone. And we didn't have to wait long for the first wicket of the day. Amsar Alam takes the catch. Kadir goes without scoring. It's none for one and a perfect start for Gawker 11.
Yeah, great start. Deep is a fantastic bowler. Always hits a back of a length, and looks like he rushed him a bit there. The Tigers, I mean, it's a great experience for them to be here, and I think they'll make the most of it. They enjoy every minute of it.
Yeah, I don't think Kadir will enjoy that particular minute, but I think for the most part, again, that's how you get better by playing more experience and I suppose better teams. The Team Tigers Portugal up against it here, but we know this format does throw up a few surprises. Just going back to the chat, I want to say hello to Bruno Cavalieri, a.k.a. Diesel, who's in the chat right now. Good morning to you, Bruno. Also want to say hello to Kroom and to Marnus and to everybody else. Drop us a line. Say hello. Let us know how your weekend is going. Andrew Hogan saying 12 degrees. It's hotter here in Tassie. I bet it is. And he says it's Saturday night and he's on fire in Australia. Well, yeah, Saturday night in some places. What better way to spend your Saturday night than tuning into a bit of ECS cricket, hey?
I love it, especially in Australia. That makes me happy to hear.
It's a good time zone. You've played some cricket in Australia, haven't you?
I did, yes, in Perth and Sydney. I love Australia. It's a second home. My family are all there, so
yeah,
it's a good place.
Well, this is going to be Ator. I mentioned him in the introduction that he's an important player. It wasn't opening, but he might as well have been. He comes out after just 2 balls, facing Hardeep. This one sinks down the leg side. It'll be a wide. It'll be the first run for the day. Some swing, some don't. I mean, you're a swing bowler by trade. You know that feeling, don't you?
Yeah, the ball can sometimes play with you. You can hoop one and the next ball just carries on straight. So it's a bit of a mind blow, but Deep trying to bring that one in there. It looked... I mean, he's a great bowler. His height, his outswing when he's got full rhythm is one of the best in the country.
Yeah, so these are the two I think that need to make most of the runs for TTP, with Mohamed Omar Farouk at the non-strikers then hasn't faced yet. This one doesn't really swing either. It's a nice little clip off the pads, and that's going to be 4.
Yeah, great shot, nice balance, and just flicked him. Anything that beats an inner ring here, it's difficult to stop, especially in the power play.
Yeah, definitely. I just am blown away. I never remembered this field being that fast. I mean, it is super fast. I don't think I've ever seen it faster. It's hard underneath. It's kind of like a clay underneath the grass, isn't it? And because the whole field, or the pitch is the highest bit of the field, everything else slopes down to all the boundaries. So it's like playing on an upside-down bowl, isn't it?
That's what we call it, the upside-down salad bowl.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Hardeep with the comeback ball. Little dab, nice shot with the third man's in place. No easy stops, but he is able to stop that one. So yeah, any questions you've got for Conrad? He'll be here all day. So I want to say hello to Sundori, hello to Steve as well, to Girish Singh as well, one of your teammates at Werash.
Yep, a.k.a. DJ.
Yeah, Involver.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm liking it. Anyway, getting into our work here, and I hope Rico enjoys his weekend off. He was talking about a couple of things that he was looking forward to getting up to, maybe catching up on a few things as well. I'm sure he'll be lurking from time to time. This one does a bit. And this is a newly laid pitch. Tell me a little bit about the surface here, because it's the first time we've seen ECS cricket on it.
Yeah, so this pitch was basically laid, 5 days before the tournament. We spent the whole day taking the old pitch off. What a nightmare. And then relaying this one. It's completely different to the old one. The old one was a lot harder, smoother, so the bounce was probably a bit truer.
Here's Hardeep. Last ball, the first over. On the stumps, but hacked away. Farouk's off the mark as we get to the end of the first over. The score is 7 for 1. But we'll come back to that in a second, but I do want to just quickly remind everyone that next weekend, in exactly 7 days' time, we'll have the ECI Portugal, which is a 3-way international series, a great way of capping off our time here And you can see there's quite a few good players. Talking about the Portugal squad, obviously you'll be leading that squad. Tell us about a couple of players in there.
Yeah, very happy. The squad is growing from where we were 2 years ago. So a lot of new faces there, some old faces. Suman has come in. Miguel Machado, I think everyone has seen, is really put his name up there. I think the depth that we have, Parveen Singh's making a debut too.
Yeah.
And then we're going with some the old stalwarts, Najam, Amir Zaib. There's Nipu. So quite a lot of experience.
Nipu being back is a handy one as well, isn't it? As we get to the second over, and this is going to be a big wide, but Gilbert Singh coming in for over number 2. Yeah, it's a great way to cap things off. It's a new innovation, I suppose, this year. At ECN, we're always trying to find new ways of giving opportunities to players at the international level as well. And I think it's a really fun way to also kind of blood someone like a Parveen Singh, for example. And we saw some of the squad selected in the ECIs earlier in the year, affording more international opportunities. Big swing and a miss for Mohamed Omar Farouk. Mrs. Hogan apparently backpacked around Portugal once. Well, that sounds pretty fun. I'm going to just go back to the pitch for a second. So what was there a reason that the old pitch, you decided that you didn't want to have the old pitch anymore?
Well, yeah, it was time for a change. We needed to upgrade the field. We're putting a lot of time and effort into it.
Edged, and it's pretty much off the fingertips, and that's going to be 4. Well, that shows you how fast the outfield is. And I would say at this time of the morning, I wouldn't say there's never an easy time to take a slips catch. And you can see it was almost the withdrawal method here, wasn't it? As it just burst goalkeeper style off the top of the fingers, and that's going to be a boundary.
Yeah, over the crossbar. Didn't look like he wanted that at all. He's standing quite deep too, so he had time to see it.
Couldn't have got a better look at it. I think he had so much time that he realised how much it could potentially hurt him. I think if he was closer, then maybe he would have just taken it a bit more instinctively. Here's Rahul. That puts it down. So a bit of luck for the Tigers. Next one, swung and missed that. Gets good bounce, doesn't he, Gurmaj? So I remember because I was trying to say to you, unfortunately you didn't make championship week in the ECL, but you did compete very well in Group F. You guys sticking around for championship week, and you said, no, look, we'd love to, but we got to get back to Portugal and work on the ground. And obviously it took a lot of hard work, I think, to get the ground and the pitch in the condition it is. Obviously the club rooms as well. This is hit really well down the ground. That'll take some stopping, and it will eventually be stopped by Hardeep. He'll get a single. Yeah, but it's been a real club effort, a real team effort, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. A lot of the boys from Oairish have pitched in. To relay a pitch, it took us probably about 11.5 hours, and it was, 28 degrees, which sounds, not so bad, but out here in the farmlands, you bake.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good-looking shot. Certainly getting a bit of bat on ball, especially when it's pitched up, and that's going to race away to the boundary. And so it's just a class shot. Attaur is something about him, isn't it? And it just shows you don't have to slog to get runs on this pitch, because we're seeing a lot of 4s. I just think there's no easy stops. And you can see it's a very, very limp-looking Maduka Thapa that went after that ball.
Yeah, the old boy's looking a little stiff there. The field, it's something that we talk about in Oairish too. It's probably one of the hardest fields to field on because of the how hard it is, and the bumps. And
the ball's just on you, isn't it? It's
quick.
On you really quick.
Very quick.
I always think cricket's funny because the higher level up you go, the easier the fields are to play on.
Yeah.
And I think it should be like golf, where you
make it harder.
I want to see Glenn Maxwell try and stop some of these. Yeah, cricketers can be a bit precious sometimes. As we get to the end of the second over, the score is 17 for 1. But the pitch I think is playing well. I like that it does a bit. I think that some artificial surfaces are a little bit benign for the bowlers, but I do like the occasional one will bounce a bit more, the occasional one will stay a bit low, and it's a bit more like a regular turf pitch. Looking at the table, a bit of a logjam, isn't there, with only 4 teams able to make the semi-finals, which are just a few days away. These kind of games are important for Gorka. Also, their net run rate among the worst of the teams on 3 and 2. So I think, as you know from the ECL as well, it's not just winning games; it's margins that matter in this format, isn't it?
Yep.
Here's Hardeep coming back in over number 3. Starts with a wide down the leg side. Speaking of the ECL, how was that experience for you? I know you've been to Carlton before leading the Portuguese national side, but first time Awarerush have made the Champions League?
Yeah, it was a great experience. The guys loved it. We were very proud to be there to represent Portugal. We fought hard during the year, and I think we showed what we have. I think we dropped the ball quite a few times, which cost us a few games, but overall very proud of the boys.
Big swing and a miss this time. And Farouk can't catch up with it. Yeah, I think you guys did great. I mean, it's a brutal competition. I think what I realised with this format is you had no time to really settle. You had to bring it straight away with only 4 matches. And then, of course, the finals. You're in this cutthroat 3 versus 4 against CIYMS. A lot of people were saying that who won that game would go a long way in the tournament. And obviously, CIYMS of Ireland won it. Ended up finishing 3rd. I don't know today if you'd won that game. Who knows how deep you could have run. And this is skied in the air. And the bowler is going to drop it eventually. Well, he had it for a long time there, Hardeep, but just couldn't keep it in the mitts.
Yeah, he sets very high standards for himself. I thought that was a given. His hands are like buckets. Probably just overran it a little bit.
Yeah, didn't get as close to the middle of the hands as I thought originally. But yeah, he's got giant hands. He looks like a golf ball coming down in his hands. But never easy to turn and run with the flight of the ball. So, a life for Mamadou Farouk. Again, the ball on that length. I really do like this pitch. I think that it kind of rears up on the batter, especially if you've got a bit of pace.
Yeah, it is a really good pitch. When we laid it, I was one of the first to say that I think there'll be a bit more in it for the bowlers this year. The previous pitch was, pretty much a road.
Pretty flat,
yeah. So you could just play through the line, whereas this one kicks off. It will, nip a bit off the seam if there's a cutter.
Oh, and there you see it right there. I always like the fact he just goes for a little run, just showing he's not hurt, but then the reality sets in and he is hurt. That one really squared him up.
Right,
cricketers are tough. I'm not saying I don't like football. It's a good game. We welcome everyone from Cow Corner that's tuning in as well. Great camera work by the guys at Swing Productions. Yeah, cricketers, they just shake it off, get on with it, don't they? Anyway, I want to say a quick hello to Durlav, who's saying good morning. Also, Kate is tuning in from the Netherlands. Enjoyed watching Taj Muhammad bowl yesterday. It was a phenomenal pacer. Yeah, thanks, Kate. Let us know where you're from in the Netherlands, maybe. Andrew Hogan says this ground reminds him of VFL Park, which is a ground they used to play World Series cricket on in the late 70s because they couldn't use the licensed cricket grounds, and it just drains from the middle. So it's for draining, it's really good. And Steve had another question about the pitch. So what's underneath the strip? Do you dig it out and lay a base, or maybe you can go into that a little bit more for us?
Yeah, so we take the old pitch off, then we go and get some shale, which is pretty much crushed up stones.
That's ball the 3rd over. Knocked away. They've got a single into the power play. It's 20 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, so we lay the shale, then we whacker it, so big machine, and compress it as flat as you can. There's a lot of leveling and all the jargon that goes with it, and then we put an absorber mat on it. So that's basically the mat that will create the bounce.
Yeah.
And then we stretch all 3 of those, and then we put this one on, and it's about winching it, stretching it, trying to get it as tight as possible, and then nailing it in.
Well, coming from Australia, I never realised how many different types of artificial surfaces there were. I always just assumed, because I saw a bunch of them around the capital city I lived in Perth, that it's just you just pour some concrete, stick it, nail a carpet over top, and that's it. But there can actually be a lot more to it. And I actually love some of those surfaces in Europe, the fact that some of them play differently to others. I've seen some real innovative surfaces as well. As we see the bench there. And we're going to get ready for Amsar Alam bowling for the first time in this match in over number 4. Swing and a miss. Yeah, so I know that there's a pitch in Milan. It's one of my favourites. It has this Calcestra, which actually gets harder as it gets wetter. That's an interesting one. It's kind of what children's playgrounds, the kind of rubber that you'd see sometimes to absorb the impact there. Yeah, I think it's super interesting. And I think obviously they're just a lot harder, require a lot less maintenance. So if you were to play, if you did have a natural turf pitch, the kind of expertise that's required, the expense that you incur, and even that you wouldn't be able to play an ECS on it because you just could not do you not have the hours in the day to prepare the pitch or other pitches, because we're playing 10 hours a day here. It wouldn't play very well at all. So I really like that artificial surfaces have been used for European cricket, because it's allowed us to play more cricket. Anyway, this is a little bit short. It's going to disappear. Going, and that is gone. Maximo Ataura gets things moving. And we're just going about run a ball pace before that, but that was a little bit of a Gundy ball, you'd have to say. It was dug in. He was able to get inside it and just turned it around the corner for 6.
Yeah, good shot from Asif. He's one of the most enthusiastic cricketers in the country. Loves the game, loves his team. Always tries to lead by example. As you can see, he wore one from Junaid 2 days ago in the chest, and another one from deep. So fights hard.
He's tough. I like it. Yeah, you got to be tough. And if you haven't played cricket before, you might be watching and probably wouldn't realise how hard that ball is. It is a rock that they play with. This one is a bit lucky, and how's this for some keeping? Just misses the leg stump by a whisker. And just one glove from Munjit behind the stumps. A few people talking about Australian football in the chat as well, because the season's just started there. And Andrew Hogan, watching from Tasmania, was talking about Hawthorn, which is a team based in Melbourne, near Melbourne. And by just chance, I was watching a video of the 10 best after the siren goals this morning before I came to work. So, yeah, Hawthorn featured in that. I've got a question for you in a second, Conrad, as this is a bit of a top edge. Again, it's going to carry the fielder. This time won't be 6, but it will be 4. So Ataura is just taking on that short ball. I like that's courageous. And he has come up with 10 runs in 2 balls.
Yeah, the bowling is a bit strange. I mean, if you're going to bowl short at the body, then maybe drop a fine leg. That's probably 2 catches if it's planned properly, but I don't think it's really that planned.
Yeah, not the cleanest team I've ever seen, to be honest. Team Tigers Portugal. It looks a bit like my bedroom when I was about 13 years of age, but I know where everything is. I must admit, I used to take up a fair bit of the dressing rooms back in my day with all my equipment. This one's fuller. There's a better length. And just squeezed out. They get 1. They think of a second. Now they're going to take it on. Good throw, might be trouble. But the throw draws the keeper wide. So I guess it's good running because they made it. And it's the end of the 4th over. It's 32 for 1. So, yeah, when you were in Australia, did you get into the Australian football, the rugby league? Because, yeah, you played partly in Perth, which is an AFL state. And you played partly in New South Wales, which is very rugby league centric. Did you have teams you ended up going for, or you just kind of gave the whole thing a miss because it wouldn't have been winter when you were there, I'm guessing, right?
No, it wouldn't have been winter. My brother played rugby in Perth, but yeah, I can't say I support any of the Australian teams. I have to stay loyal to the Boca, and but if I had to choose, it would be more union than
yeah,
AFL.
and that's on the west of Australia. Yeah, rugby union, because of the big South African population actually is actually becoming quite popular. Maduka Thapa is going to bowl now in over number 5. And Ataura had a nice little start here. He's compensating for Farouk that hasn't had much to speak of so far. And the first one's called wide. Yeah, Andrew Hogan's enjoying the cows. And yet, big thank you. If you have any more questions for Conrad, he'll be with me for the day. So drop them in the chat. Yeah, Kai Bay is liking the hook shots. And Steve's there. Really interesting stuff about the pitch. And yeah, a lot of hard work goes into it. This one sneaks in, I think. Clever bowling. This is something I had one piece of advice. Not that I should be giving out batting advice, I think. But to batters, it's just don't back away. I think that when you back away, you limit your options so much. And balls like that are very, very hard to reach.
Yeah, it's much better. I mean, what we've been talking about.
This time cuts away. Straight to the field, but they will get a single.
Yeah, what we've been talking about is possibly standing on off stump, even with this new pitch, maybe coming out the crease a little bit to negate that that bounce. But I mean, cricket shots through the offside, normal cricket shots still work.
Yeah,
it's
you get value here, don't you?
Correct.
You don't have to. It's fine to take risks, but you've got to look at the other side of the equation. What are you gaining from that risk? Everyone loves the millionaire Damien Martin shot to back away and just caress it over cover. Well, you could just stand there and do that. He's absolutely nailed that. And that's probably only gone about 6 or 7 metres from the outfielder, but he had no hope. Ataura is turning it on so far on a Saturday morning here at Santorini.
Beautiful shot. Just throws the hands at it. Perfect timing, pierces the gap. And like we said, as soon as it goes through that inner ring, it's gone. It's a bullet.
Yeah, I'd like to get the physicists on this field to judge the acceleration, because normally we say it seems like it picks up speed off the bounce. Physically, that's normally impossible, but I think with the downslope, it might actually be the case here. what's actually happening, rather than the ball speeding up on the bounce, what it is, it's faster than you would imagine it would be, and that's why it seems like it's speeding up. It's just a phenomenon which rushes fielders, and a lot of them will be late on the ball here. Yeah, Andrew's saying lots of Zimbabwe peeps in WA too. Yeah, of course. And of course, a lot of Zimbabwe people in European cricket, such as our very own Sir Rob Kemming, who's taking a well-earned break after the ECL. Tapper slips as he bowls it. Again, this will take some stopping. It's nicely done. Suman Gamire doesn't have the gloves today, so he's down at long off. And Suman's a part of the squad that we saw listed a second ago, so he'll be playing in the ECIs.
Yep, he's just recently qualified. He's been one of the best cricketers in the country. His energy in the field, his bowling is pretty good too, and with his batting, he can get you off to a fiery start.
This will be the end of the over, so Tapper just goes for 7 in the end, and halfway through this innings, fighting start from TTP. They're 40 for 1. Well, Rob Thompson has said, we play rugby union in New Zealand, Vinny. I am aware. There's a little team, I don't know if anyone's heard of them, called the All Blacks. You know, they're gaining in popularity now.
They know the Springboks well.
They do this cute little dance before the game. No, I've got to say, the haka is amazing. And even playing indoor cricket against New Zealand, they do the haka before the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine New Zealand test team doing the haka before the game. I will say, I can probably say this out loud. The New Zealand outdoor cricket team are known as gentlemen of the game, sportsmen, spirit of the game. I don't know if their indoor team are in the same place. I don't want to use the term cheap shots, but I suppose a lot more enclosed. The adrenaline creates a slightly different atmosphere in those games. I'd say we're no angels either, to be fair. But anyway, yeah, Rob, of course. It's rugby union. It's a game that's spreading all around the world. You look at rugby union as an Olympic sport. The fact they use rugby sevens as the vehicle to show the whole world, which includes a lot of non-rugby union playing countries or less kind of mainstream countries. That's why I think if cricket was to go to the Olympics, this has to be the format, not the T20. I think it just captures a lot more in a shorter period of time. Anyway, this is launched. It's high, and it's going to travel miles out of the ground. Mohamed Omar Farouk has been a bit quiet through the first half. He only put up single digits, but then he smokes the maximum out of the ground, just takes that off a length and gets most of it. Yeah,
great shots. Tigers doing really nicely here. I think this is probably one of their strongest starts they've had in the tournament so far. 8.9 and over. I think if they get close to 100, they'll be happy.
And the thing is, you just thought it might unravel for them with that early wicket, but it might have been a blessing in disguise. It's brought these two together, and they've handled it, and they didn't want to lose multiples. And I mentioned at the start, well, so we see a little bit of byplay between the batter and the bowler there. But yeah, they didn't want to lose multiples. It could have unravelled, but I said these two are the ones that have to do most of the work. And the bowler just wasn't the most accurate throw ever. I'm glad he didn't miss the other way. But, I think the batter always had it. Oh, it was interesting. When he tapped his bat down, it bounced before the line, then flashes a thumbs up. I don't know who the thumbs up was to. Now charges and drives, gets 1. Yeah, rugby union is a great sport, as Matthew Hodgson says. And he's an island man. I'm a big fan of GAA sports as well, hurling and Gaelic football. I mean, I like a few different sports. I think most people know that. And so, yeah, so as far as Olympics go, I think most cricket people, they tend to think in a very cricket introspective way about, how it is an opportunity to play a T20 cricket game. And cricket people think T20 is super fast, but most non-cricket people think it's still pretty slow. This is going down the leg side. So, yeah, T10 format artificial pitches, I think would allow you to do it in places that aren't really cricket nations. So, like LA, for example. Yeah. Without having to build additional infrastructure. Yeah. I mean, I know I'm kind of addicted to the format like a lot of our viewers are, but I do think, why do they use rugby sevens and why is that successful? Because it is a compressed version, giving you kind of all the highlights compressed. And I also think it's a bit of an evener and allows more countries to take part, which I think is important.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think T10 Olympic sport would be amazing. Entertainment value, it's the same length if you think about it as a football game, hour and a half.
Yeah, exactly. And football is the most watched sport in the world.
Most watched sport. Yeah. We're second, so a matter of time. I'm sure it will come, and like you said, it gives maybe the smaller countries a chance to show what they have.
Exactly. Because 1 or 2 players can change a game. It can make a team competitive. This is smashed, and well, this one really illustrates my point. I mean, it was like he just put a bullet in a gun and shot it at Absar. And they say to get your body behind it, well, if you do, you might have a slightly broken body. That was laced, and it brings up the 50 for TTP. It's 52 for 1 after 6. And now Farouk's up and going. So it's a very good partnership for Team Tigers Portugal.
Yeah, very impressed. Very happy for them. Very new to the league. Last year was their first year. I think it was a big learning curve for them. But good to see they're competing with one of the giants of Portuguese cricket.
Yeah, for sure. And cricket in Portugal, I know you've been involved for a few years now. You've qualified to play for the national team. You're currently leading the national team. But yeah, how has the landscape changed since you've been on the scene here in Portugal, as far as teams and things like that?
Yeah, I think, well, first off, I think the European Cricket Series has to take some credit for it, if not all of it, because exposing the game here in Portugal was, through ECS. It brought a lot more teams out. We started with 5, now we're 18. We've divvied them up, so there's Division 1, Division 2.
Yeah.
So it's growing, the structure is getting there, we're bringing more players in, there's more talent being found.
That's great to hear. Is Maduka Tapa, the captain, bring himself back? No infielder there, so it'll be a single.
Yeah, and working hard in the schools, so we've got Santarém, the local school here.
Oh,
Paulo.
hold on, interrupt this sentence because there we have an overthrow. In fact, we might have more than one overthrow. We might have a 3 here. Oh, they've chickened out of it. I would have thought that the second overthrow was easier than the first one. And that was the third one that they decided. No, that was the first overthrow. This one I think was the easier one. And then you can see there, I always love the byplay between the batters. Yeah, so 5 teams to 18 in a short period of time. That's a pretty dramatic percentage increase. Wow, this is Boldham. It's a slower ball. And I know he's trying to say this is high, but I got a feeling that because it's a slower ball, it's dipping. So let's just see it on the replay. Yeah, let's have a look. See, that's going down for me. Oh, it's been called. Okay, it's been called at square leg. So, yeah, I mean, look, when it goes past him, it's about belt high. So I think it's probably fair enough. We saw one of these yesterday that wasn't called. It probably, when we looked at it several times in slow motion, it probably was waist high. And I suppose that's the difference between the ECN regulations of waist height or above, or having to be above waist height. And it probably was waist height if you watched on the replay. And it's a tough one for the umpire because they umpire on instinct and they're told to call things that are about that high. Also, he's not the tallest batter. So I know it seems harsh on the bowler because it was super clever from Tapa. He's wondering how physically that's possible, but I think you can understand the call. And well, now what's even worse, he's going to have to deal with a free hit. And here it comes. He does hit it. They're looking for 2. I don't think it's on. Just the single. Yeah, so 5 teams to 18. And yeah, so is it a case of just more people that were already in the country just realising there's cricket and getting involved?
Yeah, I think that and the combination with the 5 teams, I mean, each team probably had about 24 players in it. And, on a weekend to get 11 players out of 24, very difficult.
Leaves a lot of people out.
Correct.
This is going to be a tough stop, but Gamiro is the man to do it. I've got a question here from Maths. Hello to you. Hopefully you will. Asking how many born and bred Portuguese are playing cricket in Portugal. I know there's a couple of examples we've run into. Maybe you could tell us about some of their stories.
Yeah, so Anthony Chambers is born and bred. The name doesn't say it, but he's purely Portuguese. Which Tapa here.
This one's hit. Again, won't be more than a single, I imagine.
Yeah, so there's, like I said, Anthony Chambers. We have our very own Diogo Martins. Yeah,
Diogo is an absolute legend.
Yeah.
Chance we'll see him tomorrow because it's a Sunday game.
Unfortunately not. We're the squad's been announced. We're trying to get our combinations right.
Chance we'll see him off the field tomorrow.
I hope so.
Yeah.
bit of support from old
Diogo was
Diogo.
great last year. Remember that Faf Stoneman, who's a brilliant fielder, dropped an absolute sitter.
Twice.
Of him. Yeah. I think you eventually took a catch, right?
Yeah.
So he did get the wicket. I think people don't necessarily realise how, I suppose, difficult it is to sell the game to locals if it's not in the mainstream. How's this? I tell you what, it's one thing when the bowler hits you. Can't say ever as a keeper necessarily went for this tactic. But he cops it from behind. Anyway, it does take us to the end of the over. So that is 7 overs down. And at the moment, it's a pretty interesting contest. Now, we've got 2 weeks here. Of course, we've been talking about the ECIs a little bit, the 8th and 9th of April. And then we go to Cyprus for 2 weeks. I'll be having a little bit of a break, but I'll be back for the end of that. Milan for 2 weeks. Also, I know that we have that T20 International Series we'll be covering Gibraltar, and Portugal will have a team there, and assume that you'll be involved in that. So another great opportunity for you to play some cricket. And I don't know if you've been to the Europa Point Stadium in Gibraltar, but it is a wonderful facility.
Yeah, I haven't been there. Looking forward to it. Quite a lot of cricket for us this year, but happy.
This one's up in the air, gets over the fielder. That's going to be 4. Yeah, I'm liking that. And so, Farouk breaking out. That looks like an uncomfortable fielding attempt. It's going to result in 4 runs.
Timed his jump a bit early there. Tupper loves a good old dive there.
Yeah.
Always throws his body on the line.
Yeah, exactly. He does the right thing. Just couldn't quite get the timing right. So, I mean, there's a few examples of born and bred European players. But I suppose I use the example of football in Australia. And by football, I mean association football or soccer, as they call it some places. As we see, Amandeep Gumran in the attack. Big swing and a miss. Again, not the most accurate throwback from the keeper. It might be a bye. Well, it's a remarkable piece of cricket, really. And now we might have another one. The stump's going down. And so, again, this is just time for the Benny Hill music here, although it does finish with a nice direct hit from Suman. Even he can't save the play, though. I hate buys. I'd never be giving the ball away.
No, you can't be doing that. I learned my lesson on Monday.
So, not just what I was saying is that it was initially migrants that were playing soccer in Australia. If you look at it wasn't seen as an Australian game, and over time that changes. This is on a length and is absolutely pounded over mid-wicket. Well, what a shot that is. Maximo! Atura continues this good partnership. They came together with just 4 runs, or just no runs actually on the board, and they've built and built and built, and they're building a fairly competitive total.
Very good shot from Asif. Like I said, he puts a lot of time and effort. He prides himself on his batting. He's got good chirp on the field too when you're in the middle there with him.
That's useful.
Yeah.
Now misses out. Just a few bounced a bit too much for these two at times. Yeah, so over time it does become a mainstream sport. So I think you have to be realistic where we're at in Europe. I mean, obviously you saw when we were in Spain for the ECL, I think 1,500 kids to 2,000 kids now have gone through learning about cricket. And yeah, cricket's a very difficult game to just pick up as an adult and play competitively. Just because the nature of it, you're not in the game as much if you're not batting or bowling. This is up, it's in the air. It's going to be a tough stop. Does the right thing, puts the kneecap on it, but that's not going to be enough. Poor Absar's been under attack out there. That's going to be another boundary to Atur.
Yeah, something we noticed on Monday is that especially in the morning games, you got a bit of juice, so that ball does pick up a little bit more pace, especially on the outfield.
It's like level 14 difficulty fielding is the way I'd call it. Occasionally when I was training, when I was wicket keeping, I'd put myself up to the stumps at 7 o'clock at night to some international bowler that's bowling 90, maybe not 90, maybe 80 to 90 miles an hour, and I'd say this is like in a computer game. Yeah. This would be the last level, and I feel like this is the fielding version. This one gets past Guman, it'll be the end of the over, and a pretty useful one for TTP. They get 15 off it, and at the end of 8, the score is 75 for 1. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a generational thing. So I think that we have some great examples, but they are the exception at the moment to find native-born players that don't have a cricket background in their family, for example, that pick up the game. But there are some great stories. I mean, we've had one of the players from Yet Corfu, the Greek ECL team last year. He just taught himself to bowl during the pandemic, and he was a really handy left-arm spinner. and some other ones. A lot of kids in Romania, because of where the cricket ground is, they train, they play, they're into it, and we've already seen examples of them playing for the national team. But yeah, it's a long-term vision to grow cricket in the region, isn't it?
It is. I mean, schools are important, so that's, one thing to target. But, Europe is a football giant, so the sport of cricket,
and it
will
takes
take
over
time.
like the whole year. Like
Yeah.
in Australia, we've got the football season. It's about 6 or 7 months.
Yeah.
Here, football
Never
Europe,
stops.
It's 10 months to 11 months a year.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So there's really no time to sneak in. But obviously making a few inroads. So Mungamiro gets the bowl here in over number 9 with his off spin. This is going to be another one.
Oh,
It's going to be well. I tell you what, that is not the zone of field at the moment. And poor Absar, well, it was Disney on ice brought to Portugal as he slid past it. And it's going to be 4 runs to TTP.
Very tough to field down that side. I've done it a few times. I've even broken a few ribs in that corner. Maybe a little bit of a swap. Give him a break. The ball seems to following him.
I don't think anyone's volunteering to replace him out there, put it that way. His partnership now worth 79.
Impressive.
Yeah, and again, good shot. Just goes with the line of the ball, not trying to hack across it. This is a beautiful shot straight down the ground. Fielder comes around though, drops it. Again, it's a tough one. Couldn't quite organise to get off his feet there, Guman. And so, Gorka, after a very strong start to the morning, they've let this partnership get out of control. Now it's up to 80.
Yeah, like I said, I think if Tigers got to around 100, 110, they'd be very happy. You never know, the game of cricket.
You said it. Gorka again, still be favourites here. This is a really good pick up and throw, but he can't hit the target. There's some interest for an overthrow, but he's having to make his case. And he didn't make it to Atahur. I was just looking, does Mohamed Omar Farouk have Suman Gamire's shirt on? I was just wondering. Maybe it's another Suman. Just thought it's a funny little moment. Gamire with the ball now. Steps across. It's good footwork, but he's put it straight to the man in the circle. So finally, the partnership is broken. And well, it's a good one. And Gamire again, probably a bit lucky this didn't get smacked away, but yeah, nice catch about shin high. So finally, we have a second wicket as Farouk goes for 26 and the score is 82 for 2.
Yeah, good idea. Just lacked a little bit of elevation. I mean, the shot was there. The ball was short enough. Really impressed by that opening partnership. That's got to be one of the highest, no?
Yeah. It was Rahul Kumar that takes the catch. But a bit more warmed up now, I think, Rahul. But yeah, I think it was a clever decision, but it just poorly executed. It doesn't get in the middle of the bat because he's kind of going with the spin. If you beat that man anywhere, sideways or over, or even under, you've probably got a boundary, but it didn't work out. But yeah, that second wicket partnership is worth 82 in the end. Tushar Shah comes to the crease at number 4. And this one's wide. Well taken behind the stumps. Manjit doing the duties. More questions coming in the chat and a few comments. Andrew Hogan saying European cricket is the future. Well, it certainly is different. But I think it's good different. Another one that Gamire just pushes a little bit too wide. Question from Matt. Is there going to be a series in Landskrona in Sweden this year? Last year, that was the first one that he saw. He saw it and was just like, what the bleep is this? A lot of people have that reaction. A lot of people get hooked as well.
Yeah.
Because it's frenetic pace, isn't it? And we kind of get used to it from doing it all the time. But I think if you come... I notice it when I watch a bit more mainstream cricket these days that it seems to take an age. Even a 20-over game where some of the... Yeah, even the slower pace of the game, it's more than twice as long. This one's on length. It's hit pretty well. Oh, the field has made a meal of this. Lost his footing. That's Ahmadullah, who... They say get down. He did, but he was down and out. And that's going to be 4 bonus runs. There have been a couple of these times the field have lost their footing, and it's cost them.
He looked a bit shaky there with that one. I mean, that might have taken bounced right, and then another sharp right.
I think you might be right. 89 for 2 after 9. Will they get to the 100? So, yeah, Matt's talking about Landskrona in Sweden. And yeah, that's the place where we have the blue pitch. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It was just because they asked the government, the local government, for a carpet to finish their pitch. They sent them a blue one, and they said, well, why is it blue? And then the government said, well, you didn't say what colour. This is what we've got. And actually the blue pitch, because they play white ball cricket on it, it's amazing.
I like it.
You can see the ball so well in that blue pitch. A bit like the Australian Open in the tennis went to a blue court. And the visuals are great. The thing is, we just have one series in Sweden this year. It'll be in Stockholm. It's possible, though, Matt, that if we continue just having one series in Sweden every year, that I imagine Landskrona might get it next year because of just how cricket's organised in that country. This is, I suppose, it's a good problem to have, that we have so many countries that we're trying to squeeze into the calendar one way or another, whether it's through a daytime European cricket series, whether it's through night cricket or internationals, or involving them in internationals. But it's tough because even with a 46.5-week season this year, there's places that I'm like, oh, it's a shame we can't go there. This is up and it's into the gap. It's going to be 4. Good batting. Meanwhile, Ataur has reached his 50. But now it's Shah that gets cracking with 4 through the offside. Good shot.
Very good shot. Again, normal cricket shot. You get rewarded for it. Again, like we said, I mean, that extra cover area is something that we try to target quite a lot. Because anything past, a meter to the left, right, over his head, it's runs.
It's a safe shot technically, safer shot technically as well, to a ball outside the off stump. So Gurbaj would have enjoyed that. Now beats him for pace. And Shah's annoyed. But yeah, well batted by Ataur. He's got 52 off 31 with 7 boundaries and 2 sixes. And I think that he's seen the 4 rate pretty high. The 4s per 10 overs. If I had to look at it, probably the start of this game, we're getting about 1-4 and over, 9.3 4s per 10 overs. And that's pretty high.
Yep.
I think typically it's about 6. And I just think it's because there's more balls that would be 1s often, and they are 4s because of this field. So we hopefully we'll get back to Landskrona. I'm not sure if it'll be this year. But yeah, there's also places we want to go, like France, like Greece. Switzerland we will get back to this year, but we're starting to have to plan kind of 2 or 3 years ahead because of the demand. And that's a very good thing.
It's a great thing.
We want to get to Luxembourg. Obviously, if we include more locations, some miss out, and it's difficult for those that have to miss out in a year. But we always try and make sure we get back there. So yeah, Matt's asking, is there anywhere new we're going this year? Well, it's not brand new, but we haven't been back for 3 years. We're going to St. Gallen in Switzerland. That's probably the one that sticks out. This is hit, and it's hit down to long on. Yeah, it's the last ball, so they're going to go for it. Nice pick up by Manjit. So Ataur will be run out in the end for 53, but he gets his team to a serviceable total. They're going to finish 95 for 3. And, well, I think after losing a wicket without a run on the board, they'll be reasonably happy with that. Whether it's enough or not, I'm not sure. But, I mean, a lot of these new teams, and you'd probably agree, Conrad, they're a bit more comfortable with the ball in the field. Maybe a bit more than with the bat. This is something where they can share the load and probably make the odd mistake and still hang in the game. As we look back at the highlights of the first innings of the day, and it started with a wicket. Hamza taking the catch. He was about to have an interesting 10 overs in the field, but then it was this partnership between Muhammad Omar Farooq and Azim Ataur that set up what is a competitive score of 95.
Yeah, they got off to a good start, lost an early wicket, and then rebuilt the innings. And I think they would be happy. I think that's their highest score, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I could look that up. But yeah, I mean, this partnership continued to grow, didn't it? And yeah, I like the way their shot selection. It seemed pretty good for the most part. Just kind of playing the line of the ball. Well, they scored 97 in their first game, so they haven't quite eclipsed that. But apart from that, they scored 65 and 64, and that 97 was in 6.5 overs. That was against the Lisbon Supergiants. So I think this is probably their best innings batting when you consider the level of the opposition. I mean, Gorka 11, a very experienced side with some good bowling options. But yeah, it was attacking the attacker, really, wasn't it? And Absar Alam was under fire out the deep cover point boundary, and yeah, they just had a way of ticking it along, and there weren't too many overs that were horrendous. I think Hardeep bowled a good one in the third, only went for 3, but all the others, kind of getting up there, double figures. There weren't any outstanding overs either, so it's fairly even across the board. Gubesh in the end He only went for 6 in the last over. Gamire was able to break that partnership. I think that just held him back a little bit towards the end. That one helped as Amadullah couldn't deal with it. But yeah, I think it looked like they were going 100 plus. They haven't quite got there. But there are runs on the board, and we know in this form of the game, if you can remove those dangerous players at the top, you've always got a fighting chance.
Yeah, if you get through the top 3-4 here, you're within a shout, and I'm sure they'll come out fighting.
Let's have a look at the scorecard. And it was that partnership which just got them to a position where they had an acceptable score on the board. 82 put on in 53 balls for the second wicket. 53, Azevato continues his good series, the captain. 53 off 32. 26 for Omar Farooq. Took a little bit of time to get going, but once he did, he played some nice strokes as well. We saw 7 bowlers used by Gawker 11. And I've got to say, Hardeep continues to impress me with his natural attributes and his control. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. The other wicket went to Suman Gamire, who was out from behind the stumps, and he took 1 wicket with his off spin. Shout out also to Maduka Tapa, who kept things pretty quiet in the middle, just going for 14 off his spell. And Gurubej as well, just 16 off his spell. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the chase. Should be an interesting one. Gawker 11, well, they want to break from the pack, don't they? They're 3-2. They've got company. They want a 4th win. To do that, they'll need 96 runs off their 10 overs. Join us then for more cricket just around the corner. Match 26 to conclude. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Conrad Greenshields. See you after the break for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal, affectionately known as the SCG, and we are getting ready for the second half of the first game of 5 today. Match 26 is the start of day 6 of this 12-day series. We'll have 2 weeks in total in Portugal because we have the 2-day ECI International T10 to finish our time here. So heading for the halfway point of this tournament at the end of the day, Gawker 11 taking on Team Tigers Portugal in match 26, halfway through this one. Gawker 11, they won the toss at the start of the day and they sent in Team Tigers Portugal, who've put 95 runs on the board. So Gawker 11, openers going out there now, requiring 96 for victory. Looks like Absar Alam is going to take the first ball, and Suman Gamirate, very experienced campaigner, at the other end. So it's a good challenge for TTP to see if they can hold Gawker 11, remove some of these dangerous top order players, because if they don't, can't see this 95 holding up, but a real opportunity for them. And look, Team Tigers Portugal, they certainly started with a strong performance in their first game, but they were playing against Lisbon Super Giants, who are also new to the competition. So this is a chance to get a result against an established force in ECS cricket. Gawker 11 made plenty of finals. There's some of the Irish guys. It looks like it's Stoneman, which isn't some second-rate construction firm. That is in the middle order for Irish, the ECL representatives from Portugal. Speaking of them, welcoming back my guest commentator today, and maybe over the next few days you'll hear a bit more of him in the box. Comrade Greenshields, also the Portuguese national team skipper, and well, we'll get cracking. And Amin Ulash starts off, and he starts off with a swing and a miss. And yeah, what a good opportunity for Team Tigers Portugal to show what they can do in the field.
Yeah, I think they'll be up for the fight. They're going to come hard at Gawker, and I think it'll be entertaining. I see there's a change in the order, if I'm correct. Wasn't it Rahul opening?
Yeah, so they've gone for Absar Alam at the top, and Gamirate. Gamirate is a natural choice, you'd imagine. Strike 2 for Alam. So yeah, reasonable start this for TTP.
Yeah, get on top early, a few dot balls, put some pressure on, and make the game exciting.
Amin Ulash just bowling it, that corridor. And yeah, you feel like they need to get some wickets in the power play just to put Gawker on the back foot. This is full up, and the good start continues. 3 dots.
Well bowled. Yeah, a couple of early wickets, and you put Gawker under pressure. They've lost one, which was against Capitals, which is a bit of a surprise too. So they're not unbeatable, and Tigers will believe in that.
Yeah, and I think it did help the Tigers that they had that win, albeit against fellow newcomers, LSG, in their first game. This time, it does hit it, hits it really well, blasted through the gap at extra cover. Cuatro cadenas. What a good shot that is by Absar Alam.
Beautiful shot through the extra cover area, and 4 runs. So run a ball and game on. Yeah,
and I think the difference here is the length, right? So it's not quite the block hole. It's not a kind of length delivery that gets the batter jumping on the back foot. That's more or less a half volley. And I think it's a good shot selection, well executed by Absar. And they went down to the Capitals. Gawker put on 116. The Capitals chased it down with 6 balls to spare. That was back in match 9. They find themselves with a 3-2 record. And this is a little bit short, and it's top-edged. Hanging in the air and taken at the second attempt. So they get Alam 4 and out. That's a good trade-off. It was a bit of a nervous moment, heart in the mouth stuff from Faisal Mushtaq, but he had the gloves. He took it. Second time around, it's 4 for 1.
Yeah, in the book it's caught, so well done to the Tigers. Good start and early breakthrough, and pressure's on.
Yeah, you can see there. And for all the technique in the world, when the ball pops out of your hands, you do tend to go into panic mode. But he did well to grasp it second time around. You do have to kind of keep your cool. And yeah, for me, if the ball ever did kind of rebound off my body, say if I was keeping it on the stumps or if it popped out of my gloves, I just keep thinking stay low, stay close to the ground. It gives you the most opportunity to kind of find it and catch it on the next opportunity. So yeah, well done to Alamin. He takes a wicket, and so yeah, Gawker 11 do lose the first one. A bit like Team Tigers Portugal did in the first over. And so, chance for Waleed Imran at number 3 for Gorka. Again, I like the lines he's bowling at the moment. I mean, it's something we have seen some teams struggling with, some bowlers struggling with in this series. At the end of a very good first over, it's 4 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, great start. Good lines, like you said. The length was good too. He varied it very nicely too, and pressure on Gorka.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge for the other bowlers will be to keep that standard up, I think. 53 matches since a Golden Ball. Now, top of my head, I don't think you've ever played in a Golden Ball match, am I right?
I have not, no. I had the opportunity on day 1 with Marlow. Unfortunately missed the straight one. But yeah, not had the opportunity, but I wouldn't bet against it not happening here.
Yeah, I mean, Indian Royals and Brothers 11 Portugal gave us one last year during the European Cricket Series in 2022. I'm trying to think of other Portuguese Golden Ball. Of course, you guys broke the streak and the night series last year.
That's right.
In late July. 405 matches, the longest streak we've ever had. Hopefully we don't have to wait that long. But yeah, 53 matches. And of course, it was only last week we had a Golden Ball. It's Hornchurch versus Bevan. Not sure if you caught that one. That was in Championship Week. 139, 139. Here's Mujibur Rahman bowling over number 2. Just a little bit of a dab. Gamire gets off the mark. So, hello to Chris Smith. He's had a long night at work, so glad you can join us. Oh, hello to Diesel as well, and anyone in the chat that would like to ask us any questions or throw some comments in. We love the interaction. It is Saturday. What would you normally be doing on a Saturday if you weren't playing or at the cricket? Conrad, that's my random question. You can tell me after this ball from Mujibur Rahman. Oh, surprises, Waleed.
Good bumper there.
Yeah. I don't know if it's pace or lack of pace that kind of does Waleed here. He seemed to be through the shot. And yeah, just kind of got up on the wrists, maybe on the way down. You know what? Tell us a bit about Conrad outside of the cricket. What would you be getting up to, if you can share it?
Oh, Conrad's very relaxed outside cricket. I'm a fan of my own space. I enjoy being home. Got the dog, the cat.
Oh, goes upstairs again. Well, this one could be a no ball. It is, because, yeah, the first one I think was above the shoulder. This one definitely is above the shoulder. So, yeah, just getting a bit carried away with the short stuff from Rahman. And that could be costly because the free hit's coming up for Imran.
Yeah, good call from the umpy. Not too sure on the 2 bounces in a row. Now we know this has to be fuller.
You'd imagine so. It's wider. Oh, no, it's going to be the infamous Minimo, which is not what you want, especially with another free hit coming up. He tries to get the ball away. Look at that seam. That's some of that movement you were talking about in this pitch. There's definitely a bit in it off the surface. But, yeah, after that good first over, you feel like the pressure's been taken off here in the second.
Yeah, that's a bit of a Gundy ball. Is that correct?
It's a Gundy ball.
Gundy ball.
Yeah.
And still free hit, so could go from bad to worse.
Hello to Charlie Hunt as well, saying, is that a young Conrad on comms? Yes, it is. It is
Charlie.
Conrad Greenshields. Hello to you, Charlie. Another free hit, goes for it. Doesn't really get it. Doesn't really matter if he catches it, but just needs to make sure it doesn't get away from him and go over the boundary. So yeah, nice fielding. Good catching practice.
Yeah, good take. He'll be confident if another one comes to him there.
I'm going to say hello to Priya Sabu, who's watching from Austria. Priya played in the ECIW just 1 week ago. It was awesome. We had some questions actually about this in the first innings. This is up and it's out, but it's straight down the throat of the deep cover. Big moment, and he catches it. Well, 3 catches offered, 3 taken, 2 count. And Abdul Qadir takes that one. That's not an easy catch, and he gets lifted off his feet. I mean, Gamire's a big scalp. He's gone for 1. And Gorka, I mean, most of the runs have been due to extras so far. They're 12 for 2.
Yeah, great catch. Pressure. Suman's a big wicket, and he took it very nicely, to be fair.
Good technique. Pinkies together, little fingers together. A little bit of luck as well, I think, that he judges it right. You can see he's relieved. And so, yeah, Gamire, the next man to go. So, yeah, very, very impressive performance so far from Team Tigers Portugal. Big underdogs, of course, their first series against the Gorka side, which they have been right up there in the domestic scene for a while. So this is what we were talking about, wasn't it? The fact that this competition allows sometimes teams to play out of their division as well, so playing teams they wouldn't normally play. And you can see that they're mixing it up with Gorka right now.
Yeah, it can only benefit the game of cricket in Portugal. I mean, the more these teams play against each other, the better they'll get, you know. Their skills will improve, and like I said, I mean, these guys love the game, so, you know, they'll do anything for it.
Yeah, and you can see it there. Maduka Tapa comes out at number 4. Responsibility on the captain. He goes straight away, and he goes large. Maximo! Again, this is the length which, I suppose it's drivable, but you can't take anything away from the shot. Tapa goes big, and a steadier for Gawker 11.
No, it was there to be hit, still had to be hit, so a good start from Tapa. I think if memory serves me correctly, last year, every first ball he hit for a boundary. So
yeah,
he is capable of it. Let's see if he can continue.
this is just worked away. Will be 1.5. I don't think they'll get the 2, so just a single. Yeah, Priya is a member of the Austrian women's team that we saw last week. They won the ECIW in Spain, 19 for 2 here after 2. She had a nice time in the series, 93 runs, including a best of 29 not out against Spain. Striking better than run a ball. So I want to say hello to you, Priya, and nice to see you tuning in. The community just keeps on growing, and ECIW cricket has been a great innovation this year. A demand has been there for it. Let's have a quick look at the table. Gawker trying to break out of that 6-point glut. And there's a few teams on that. They're hoping to make a run for the top 4, no doubt. So, yeah, the development of women's cricket, women's international T10 cricket this year, for me, it's been the highlight of the year. Edged and gone. So it is 3 now. Maduka Tapa has to go. And Alamin gets a reward again. Remember, he bowled that really tight first over. So that's 3 wickets in the power play. Team Tigers Portugal laying down the challenge.
Yeah, it looks like Gawker playing with the batting lineup a little bit. It's always dangerous. You should never, you know, underestimate a team. And before you know it, you're 3 down, 7 left, and pressure on the batters coming in.
I will say, though, I mean, the run rate is pretty much where it needs to be. It's just those 3 wickets. And looks like this is Rahul Kumar coming to the crease at number 5. Yeah, Steve's saying he's loved the ECIWs this year. I know that there are plans as well, whether it's this year or not. But we'd even love to have an ECCW, so the European Cricket Championship, or the Euros of cricket, of course. We have the men's that we've done on 2 occasions, with England 11 winning in 21 and Netherlands 11 winning in 22. It'll be held this year again in September, October, but we would love to do a women's version. But you know, watch this space. That'd be a great opportunity. It's just, again, it's inspiring to so many young girls that are playing the game. Like I know when we were at Costa del Sol last week, yeah, the girls were so excited to see women playing cricket and playing at a good level as well. So, yeah, stay tuned for more. And yeah, it's a community. Like I said, it's so nice to see Priya tuning in after yeah, she was part of the ECN, whatever you want to call it, extravaganza. I will say the scheduling was a bit tough this time last week with the ECL final the night before.
Yeah.
And we went to day games as well. So I did have to knock on Corey's door at 7:30 in the morning the next morning. But it did make us a lot, what's that word? A bit more circumspect in our celebrations at the end of the tournament compared to
what it usually
a couple of occasions before where we stay out a bit late. And Priya's saying, thanks, Vinny, enjoyed it a lot. He also pretty handy bowler. And yeah, I think it's also interesting to see the women playing under similar conditions to ECN cricket with the men, where slightly different dynamics to the longer form. This is just whipped away, and it's whipped away reasonably well. Gets over the infield and almost gets over the rope. I think that's going to be 4 runs. No, Waleed Imran. Again, he's been shaken up a couple of times. There's Shub directing traffic. And for the first time, really, Alamin gets taken down. Nice little whip-away shot over mid-wicket.
Yep, beautiful shot. No risk. No one out there. I see they're dropping him back now at Cal.
I don't know. I think I'd encourage that shot because Alamin's been mostly outside the off-stump, right?
Yeah.
So it's more risky. And this time, it's not quite off the middle of the bats, hanging up in the air. But, yeah, they couldn't pull off the catch. Now, having to scramble for a second, was sliding into home plate, was Waleed. Almost takes out the wicket-keeper's legs. And he will scramble back for 2. Good contest here.
Great contest. It's a pity that guy just got moved back. The ball's landed in the exact spot he was standing
Yeah.
prior.
That's what I mean. I think I like, that's a great dive, by the way. I like encouraging batters to take risks.
Yeah.
Imran still, though, he's only run a ball pace. Now, drags this just over the field, and that's going to be 4 more. Well, it's a game of inches, isn't it? And Alamin Ulash bowls a really good spell. In the end, he takes 2 for 15. He's got his team in the contest, but he'll have to step aside as we get to the end of the power play. It is 30 for 3.
Yeah, good start. The 3 wickets will still play on Gorka's mind. Tigers must believe they're still in it. 1 more, 2 more chances, and game on.
I got a great question here from Kroom. He's saying, can we find out Conrad's favourite and least favourite game you've played in? And I assume this is on ECN. Do you have a favourite, and do you have a least favourite, and do you want to share them? Take your time to think if you like as well.
Favourite and least favourite. Okay. Is that including ECCs?
Yeah, anything on ECN. I will probably take this time to remind you, which you probably don't need reminding. I don't think Awarishev won a trophy on ECN. Is that true?
Thank you, Vinny.
Can I go out on a limb and say maybe the final against Marlow last year here in the ECS?
Yeah, I would say least favourite was the final last year.
Yeah.
It was a bitter pill to swallow, especially after the start we had. So least favourite. Favourite, it will sound weird. My favourite game was actually against Spain in the ECC when Cameron ripped through us and we were 15 for 4. But then we showed a lot of fight, which I was very proud of. Old Miggy Stoneman stepped up to the plate.
Yep.
I think everyone had written us off and thought we were going to be rolled for nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
And then we got, within 20 of them.
Yeah.
So it was that's one of my favorites. It's not always a win that turns out to be a favorite. It's a performance.
That's interesting that you say that. I mean, for me, I would have thought maybe you'd go for the time that you beat Spain by 5 runs. So you probably say that's a good choice as well.
That's more personal towards Corey, though. So.
Corey's grumpy face and the fact that he had a camera on him at the very end where he had a clipboard. Don't know if the clipboard went. He went for the kind of, to his credit, shaking hands, but he was grumpy, wasn't he?
Yeah,
and
his handshake was a bit
he was
rough.
meant to commentate the next game.
Oh, well, typical Corey went and hid in a corner, right?
Let's just say he didn't. I often think, and obviously some of our crew, not coming from a cricket background, our camera crew, the camera in your face when you get out.
Yeah.
I think that would have been annoying. This is nicely worked away with the angle from Walid Imran. Bakor just getting a bit too straight. This one goes to the boundary. He's just got to watch out with that back foot because he's pretty wide there. But in the end, the batter didn't need any help. He whacks away for 4. Yeah, so I think that what's that like when you get out, especially when you're disappointed and you have the camera in your face? I always wonder how people handle that. You just don't think about it?
I just don't think about it. I think
yeah.
I'm more into what's happened, to cause me going there. So
in your own mind. Goes around the wicket. Just chip down the ground. Bit of work for the outfielder, but just keep it to 1. I think it'd be great to see, when you're out in cricket, I guess it's not as big a deal in T10. Admittedly, I haven't played a lot of T10. But obviously, when it's a Saturday game, you get 1 innings for the day, and you've really geared up for it. You might get a bad decision, or you might play a bad shot. I think you should be able to go into a panic room where everything's padded.
That'd be amazing.
You can throw, and you get 10 minutes in the panic room, and I think because people deal with it in different ways.
Put a hammer, an axe, some breakables, and
just like a big punching bag.
Yeah,
everything
exactly.
padded up. You can throw stuff around. There's nothing breakable. Oh, this is a false shot. Hang in the air. Just try to turn that away to leg. It's a bit of a leading edge. Does result in a single. Yeah, because some of the injuries that you see, I think Devon Conway missed a World Cup final punching his bat.
Yeah.
That was pretty soft way to break a finger, to be honest. But I've heard of Mitch Marsh missed a whole season, injuring his hand after returning to the dressing rooms. The thing is, these people aren't angry people, but it's an emotional sport. It's hard to deal with.
Yeah, you tend to get quite hard on yourself. One thing I do think is a good thing, if we were mic'd up, it would be a totally different story.
Yeah.
That's where the emotion comes out through words more than
yeah.
expressions but it's like a game of golf. You go, you can hit a perfect shot, and then the next one.
You can change quickly.
Yeah, and you can get really frustrated with yourself, and it's always good to. I'm a fan of. Well, I believe in being able to express yourself. Just like you said, panic room might be a good way.
Panic room. Imagine how many injuries you could save. I just like to have, maybe a camera in the panic room. If we, then we could probably.
Big Brother.
Yeah, you'd be able to sell the rights to that footage. Abu just pushes it wide. He just struggled for control here. This was always the question, wasn't it? I mean, they had Alamin really dealing up front. 2 for 15 he took, but can the rest of the bowling unit keep it below this rate and continue to take wickets and take chances? But yeah, I just think it's really exciting what's happened with ECN, and even if you look at the coverage now compared to 2-3 years ago, obviously it's always improving. This one's a little bit straight, and it's going to be 4 rolling down the hill. So Imran, after getting shaken up, he's dealing it out now, isn't he? He moves to 20 in pretty quick time. That also takes us to the end of the over. Bakor goes for 13, and after 4 overs, it's 43 for 3.
Yeah, I think with his bowling action, it's going to be angling in towards your hip, your thighs, your legs. So
yeah,
he's just batting smart and using the pace, and they haven't really set the field to that kind of angle.
We haven't seen any kind of pace off yet either. Having a look at the red line, they're a bit ahead of where they needed to be. After a fairly slow start, see, both teams lost early wickets, didn't they? And in the case of Gawker 11, they've lost 3 fairly early wickets, but with Imran there, batting well. All you need is really one guy to go large here, and then maybe 1 or 2 little support rolls. You probably get there. This is going to be Yusuf Mir, who's going to bowl over number 5. So continuing with the medium pace. It's a little bit short. Pulled away. Long chase for Alamin. They might go for 2 on the fumble, and they will. That's good running. Yeah, so also want to say hello to Arain Badshah, who's saying Wandia. Conrad and Thunder saying God bless ECN, watching from Bangladesh. Hello, Thunder, and to everyone else who's tuning in. We appreciate the interaction. How do you like commentating so far? You haven't done it for a while.
Yeah, it's I enjoy it. It's sometimes nervous. I get told I'm monotone, but I'll fix that. But
wow, well, there's something need fixing now, because Kumar has just played all around this. He left the gate open and Yusuf drove straight through, so the partnership is broken. And what a delivery. It's 45 for 4. I think that might just come in a little bit. I mean, whether it's natural angle or a little bit of seam movement. But yeah, hits the top of middle and off. And just the breakthrough that the Tigers were looking for.
Yeah, good nut. Perfect ball. It does seem to nip in a touch. Big gap in between bat and pad there. And that's a big wicket. I think this partnership was the one to break. If they had to get Waleed now, Tigers were within a sniff here.
Yeah, and so also breaks the right-hand, left-hand combination. We know that can I suppose cause bowlers to have some problems with their control, making the adjustments. Yeah, I don't think you're monotone. I think you're a bit of a natural. Obviously, got a lot of good cricket knowledge, and in fact, we've actually played in the same competition. I don't think at the same time, but back in Australia.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a real
good cricket.
First grade cricket is real grounding for
a lot of people.
Yeah, you get all types of characters there. You see a lot of things. You also get some of the top international stars playing from time to time. This one is worked away. This looks like Manjit Singh, who's coming out, the keeper, at number 6. So yeah, while Conrad's here, he'll be here today, and I'm having a little bit of time off from Monday. Rico will be back. I think we'll get to spend some time with Rico as well in the commentary box.
Look forward to that. Last time I was in the commentary box with Rico was in Miranda 2 years ago.
Ah, right. This is low full toss. Yeah, grabs his hair for some reason. Again, it was always probably going to be 2 there. That's good running. So, Waleed Imran is trying to just steady the ship here. But the run rate required has never really moved too much, from about 9s the whole time.
Yeah, they're keeping it tight. I mean, there hasn't been an explosive over that's gone for 20 plus, so keeping their heads in it.
Goes after this leg side, he lifts it up, again finds a pocket of space, and well, Majid was looking for a 2, it wasn't there, and he has to scramble back. I think he's just looking for the 2 to give the strike back to Waleed. He overcommitted. I wonder if this ball had hit, he would have been gone.
Gone.
Yeah, so
bit of nerves. creeping in there from Manjit.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, strategic, I can see what he's thinking, but it just wasn't there. Now, pretty intelligently, just keeping it ticking, as he will retain the strike as we get to the halfway point. The 50's up as well for Gawker 11, 50 for 4 after 5. Yeah, so I love that we've had so much cricket in Portugal. Obviously, you guys are wonderful hosts. We've had, I think this is now our 4th European Cricket Series at this venue, the Santarém Cricket Ground.
Yeah.
And also we've had, I'm going to say, 2 night series. We had one in Miranda de Corvo in early 2021, and we had one last year, kind of about halfway through the year, right? So 6 series in Portugal. I mean, yeah, you guys are right up there in places we visited. There must be a reason, hey?
Yeah, I think we get on well with everyone here. We always try and make it the best experience for you guys too, and for the cricket itself.
We appreciate it. Here's Mohamed Omar Farouk, ties up the batter. First up. There's a weird one, because I don't know if he then decides he's going to protect his stumps with a ball that's already stopped here by kicking it away. I suppose that's fine, because it was kind of rolling slowly back towards the
Nutmegged
stumps.
himself.
Yeah, it did, didn't he? Anyway, got to keep it tight. These are important overs. Trying to stay in the contest, Tigers. And you can see, Manjit, there's no real urgency to hit boundaries. I think he's happy just to get out the way at the moment, hand the strike back to Imran. Yeah, I've got to say, you guys always look after us so well. We are very thankful for that. I mean, we also love that every time we come, there's some improvement to the ground. This time, obviously, it's the patio and the kind of the off-field areas look pretty good as well. This is hanging in the air. It's probably going to go all the way, and it does. Great catch. Only one problem, and he's gone well outside the rope. So Imran gets a ball which is just short, turned around the corner. Well, there's no better catching practice than this, but the result is maximal, 6 runs to Gawker.
Yeah, I don't think he had a single clue on where that boundary line was.
Yeah.
Good catch, though.
Good practice. And now it's a wicket. He's chopped on. Well, it's going to be a 6 and out for Walid Imran, who goes and tries to fetch that from well outside the off stump, and is Mohamed Omar Farouk with a breakthrough. That's the one they wanted, Conrad. It's 57 for 5.
Yeah, I think that's a game changer. Now the pressure coming in on the batter coming in. Like I said, Walid is a big wicket, and I think if I'm correct, yeah, they're a bit short of batters now. Where do you think this is going?
Yeah, I think it could be going to the wire, but I just have a feeling that if somebody can still click for Gawker and go bang, 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 but there's risk associated with that as well, so that can backfire. I don't see the game drifting. I see probably Hardeep coming out playing shots, and if he gets away with it, they could still finish this ahead of time. But yeah, what a good contest! Just the contest we wanted to see. I mean, a few people thinking this could be one-sided. It hasn't proved to be the case so far.
No, I have to admit, I thought this would be one-sided. But the first of all, I think the changing of the batting order is what's caused this. It's fine to play with the order, but always try and keep your main players in the same places. Big wicket, Hardeep here. So, if someone can get it in, Umar Farouk.
Yeah, a bit of luck as well. I mean, that could have gone anywhere off the inside edge. Could have gone away for 4. But his number was up, wasn't it? And so Walid goes for a well put together 29, but over half the runs so far in this innings are off his bat. And here's Hardeep Singh to face Mohamed Omar Farouk. Oh, that one keeps down. I might have bowled him. It's just nicked the off stump. Well, have a look at this, and it's going to be 2 in 2. As this one, yeah, definitely had Hardeep jamming down at the last minute. Check it out. Oh, it comes in a lot. And yeah, just flicks that off stump. Yeah. And yeah, I thought for a second it might have hit the pad and it might have been a shout for LBW. But yeah, just nicked it. And so just like that, the game changes again. Hardeep goes without scoring. It was a defensive stroke, but he couldn't catch up with it. It's 57 for 6. And just like that, Farouk's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, that shot looked a little bit tired. And it looked like the ball kept a little bit low, but I mean, if he's a big man, big stride.
Yeah, and I reckon it came in a little bit again, getting in a dangerous area, wasn't he? And one thing we haven't had for a while is a hat trick. In fact, we haven't had a hat trick in ECS cricket all year. The only hat tricks we've had have been in either internationals or the ECL, and so we're still waiting. And it's 2 weeks today since we had our last hat-trick, and that's a long time in ECN cricket, and it's going to be Fakrul Hussain who's going to face the hat-trick ball. Right, they've got to be ahead in the game now, Team Tigers Portugal.
Yeah, for me, they're ahead here.
Pretty much bang on the red line as far as the run rate required. So here's Mohamed Omar Farouk on a hat-trick. And it won't be a hat-trick. It will be a single. It will take us to the end of the over.
Well bowled.
Game on at the SCG. It is 58 for 6. The beauty of this format, isn't it, Conrad, that anything can happen any time. And yeah, I think Gorka, heavy favourites, and probably thinking about things perhaps like net run rate and these kind of things of pulling ahead. Right now, they're right on the ropes. No one's hit double digits except for Walid Imran, and he was dismissed a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Net run rate, we've been saying it all week with our Irish boys. It's going to come down to run rate. And, you know, again, mixing the batting order up, especially with that in mind, is a bit dangerous, a bit risky. And we see they found themselves in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. Well, I will say this, though. They do bat all the way down. So they've got genuine batters still to come. You talked about the fact they've kind of mixed it up a bit. So it's only 9.5 over they need. It's just, will they run out of wickets? Well, maybe, maybe not. This is a slight miss hit. Fielder comes in, can't quite turn into a catch. And they're going to take the opportunity to come back for 2. And that looked like Mohamed Omar Farouk that came in. He got fingertips to it, I think, but couldn't get off his feet. Often we talk about, you know, fielding. I know you field down the ground a fair bit. You always have to plan your dive 3 or 4 steps out so that you can kind of launch yourself. That time he kind of lurched forward. It's pretty difficult to catch those when you're on the run, when they're so low.
Yeah, good effort, tough catch. One thing here, the sky with the grey clouds, and it's quite difficult to pick the ball up at times.
Yeah, Moya. As the next one is just going to be a single at the moment. Singles are fine for Team Tigers Portugal. That's good cover from I think it's Tushar Shah. Grabs the stumps because the keeper was otherwise occupied. Yeah, a bit of tension in this game now.
Yeah, the batters having a go at each other, they're never a good thing. Always good to be on the same page.
This is such a good game. Right on the rate, but 6 down. Now, bit of a dodgy one. The fielder doesn't pick it up. They're going to go for 2. Good throw might nail him down. And he's going to be gone. And would you believe it? They'll go upstairs, but I have a feeling there's no way that Manjit's made it back here. So it's the old accidental fox, I think. And well, we'll see it here. Yeah, I think you can see. For me, there's no doubt that he's out.
Yeah, I think he's well short here, Vin.
Yeah, and so I think it's been given already. But yeah, I mean, you can actually see it before the bat even kind of makes the run. So score is going to be 1 and run out there. So that's 7 wickets down now, Conrad. Or Gorka really being tested here at 62 for 7.
Yeah, tough one, tight one. Tigers have been brilliant today. I must say, when we played them on 2 days ago,
yeah,
they were a little bit. They've always got energy, like I said. Asif's always got a few chirps on the field, and that they love the game, and it's good to see this. You know, it's good for the cricket here. It shows that a Div 2 team can compete with a Div 1, and great for cricket all around.
Yeah, now how dangerous can you be? This is Ahmadullah. He did throw the bat literally the other day. Threw himself off his feet a couple of times. Does like to get after the bowling. But right now there's a sense of confidence about the Team Tigers that has been building over the past 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, panic setting in the middle there with the 2 batters too. Looking to rotate the strike. I think you can still play your shots. A couple more boundaries and put you ahead of the game.
Yeah, pretty good shot. And this is going to take some topping. It'll be into the gap. It'll be 4. So Ahmadullah, he's a guy that can change the game quickly. I still think they're going to attack. And again, this run rate required isn't out of control just yet. That's a beautiful shot straight down the ground. Yeah,
touch too full. I think his back of a length ball where he's been the previous 3 balls is the way to go. Yeah, boundary in that over. So sets him up nicely. Last ball, if they get one here, they'd feel happy with that they're ahead.
Yeah, now smart enough just to get the 1. That keeps the rate under control. It'll be 29 required off last 3 overs. What a match. It's 67 for 7 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the second match of the day. You can see the Gorka 11, they'll be back on the rack again against Friendship CC. Look, depending on how this goes, they could be tied on 6 points. at the start of that, or Gawker 11 might have a game ahead. Regardless, it'll be a pretty good contest, I'm sure. News from the toss, Friendship winning the toss, electing to bat. So Gawker will have to chase again. With the Cows, they'll be tuning in. Hopefully you can tune in as well. We're about half an hour away from a start in match number 27.
Some good-looking cows over there. Some big boys.
Yeah, I got a pretty good close-up driving to the ground this morning.
Junaid would be a fan of that. He loves a good
into
cow.
the livestock, is he?
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't surprise me. Pretty well-rounded. All right, Muhammad Omar Farouk comes back in. This is up. It's in the air, and it's gone. That's 8 down now. So Ahmed Ullah's going to go. Hit one boundary, but he won't hit any more. It was a nice catch taken by Yusuf Mia, who's been good in this 10 overs. And Gawker really down to the bottom now. It is 67 for 8.
Yeah, huge pressure now. Huge pressure. Still a bit shocked on what Gawker's plan was here. You know, it's a smart team. They've got some good cricketers there. And to come out and mess around, I call it mess around, I call it how it is going to probably cost them a chance in the knockouts.
Well, potentially. I mean, that's the thing. You've got to find the balance between what you think's your best combination, but also, I mean, I can also understand the temptation to want to give people opportunities in different spots over the 10 games, and they felt this was an opportunity to do that. But yeah, right now, I mean, having said that, you talk about the order. They still had Suman Gamire at the top. There is a fair bit of the normal, I suppose, about the order as well. But yeah, right now, in a lot of trouble. It's Guman. He's go. I have seen up the top of the order, so I mean, he's no number 10 really. Going to think about 2 on the double fumble. But yeah, it's like you're now tightrope walking without a net, because normally if these guys were batting up the top, you'd go, yeah, okay, they're very capable of doing this. Look at the rate, it's not that much. But that 2 wickets in the game's over now. So Omar Farouk's been brilliant to go with his innings. He's
amazing.
In the first half, he's been 3 for 9. Time. It's a really good stop, and they're the stops that matter. That saves 3 runs. Outstanding work.
Great fielding. Skipper.
The skipper, Azib Atoura. So, yeah, both the batters that were the protagonists in the first innings combining. Omar Farouk with the ball, and Azib Atoura with a very good stop. Edge, and this is going to be 4. Well, there's the luck factor as Muhammad Omar Farouk crouches in disbelief. Guman gets a boundary.
Good ball. Nothing you can do about that. He's won the battle, but in the scorebook it's 4. It's highly frustrating when that happens.
Yeah.
Nothing worse.
Well, we talk about the small boundaries. That's one thing in ECN cricket, but I think also it creates a lot more wickets and wicket-taking opportunities as well. It's something people maybe don't realise because batters are encouraged to go for everything. So 23 or 14. We got a cliffhanger here. There goes leg side, gets a fair piece, and fielder is going to make the stop again.
Great
When you're 8 down, you also can't afford to take some of these dodgy 2s that you might normally risk a run out on, because you are playing pretty close to the sun as far as getting bowled out. Sorry. Muhammad Omar Farouk's been brilliant. 3 for 15. He's got his last ball coming up now. And it is smacked, and it's smacked for 6. Maximo! Hussain goes large and changes the narrative. Despite being 8 out, this is game on. It's 80 for 8 after 8.
Golden ball tingle here?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
It's the kind of game, I said this before, if someone throws the bat and gets away with it, they probably get up. Let's have a look at this innings. There's been wickets falling all the way through, but they've been hanging around that red line, and whenever that's the case, you're always that is the golden ball line. So if you end up on that red line at the end of 10 overs, then you've tied the match, and we'll go to a golden ball. As it is, this is the biggest over of the match. I think you've got to bowl your best bowler. What do you think your best bowler is here? They've still got Mujibur Rahman to bowl. They've got Mohammad Bakura to bowl. So, I mean, they have bowled out Alamin Ulash early. They've bowled out Muhammad Omar Farouk. He was brilliant, 3 for 21. You'd love that one back, though, I'm sure. Just, it was a hittable length, wasn't it? Still a very good shot. Anyway, we go to the 9th, and it is Mujibur Rahman. Yeah, good start. And all these are magnified now. They'll get through for a single, so 15 off 11.
I've got that tingle. That's a good start to the over. If he can keep it there, Farouk is the danger man here. He's hit one of the biggest 6s I've ever seen on this ground. nearly hit the clubhouse. So the man can hit. If it's in his arc, it's going.
Got to dodge a boundary here. Mujib. Swing and a miss. Gets away from the keeper. And they're going to take on the bite. They get away with it. Yeah, I mean, okay, one's not a disaster, but I always feel like I'd rather have the guy facing up that's just swung and missed. He might do something silly. You might be able to get him out. Remember, if you're Team Tigers Portugal here, you're just 2 balls away from winning this cricket match.
Correct. I think every fielder is going to be on it here. This ball is, it's going.
Guman swings, hits it straight down to long off,
Got
and it's
him.
caught. Well, that's a great catch by Alamin Ulash. He's been brilliant throughout this 10 overs, and that's 9 out now. Could this be a boil over to start the weekend? Again, it's that kind of challenge length. If he gets that in the middle, it probably disappears out of the ground, but it was low on the bat. Alamin does the rest, and just like that, it's 9 wickets down now. It is 82 for 9.
Brilliant from the Tigers. Love it. I love to see it. Love a good upset.
It was
no?
not an easy catch.
It's not over yet, though.
It was not an easy catch. It's far from over.
Yeah.
Here's Gurbaj Singh coming out at number 11. He will be facing up, don't forget. You know, there's sometimes a bit of a push in 10-over cricket. Like maybe there should only be 6 wickets in hand or something like that, just to give the fielding team a bit more of a chance and to force people to be a bit more careful. But this is the exact reason that I love having 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Because if you get a 10th wicket thriller, and yeah, it's quite the sight. So 14 still to win, and Gurbaj looks pretty comfortable.
Get down. Get down.
I don't think they take on the 2 anyway. As Makhrul Hussain is probably thinking, okay, I can actually tie the game with 2 swings here. But also, you feel that forces him to be a little bit more selective with what he goes after now, with a wicket losing the game now for Gorka. Umpire clothesline attempted by Naeem.
I think he's just swinging, Vinny.
You think so?
I reckon he's just going for it.
13 off 8. So imagine if a ball goes up here, it's going to be all kinds of pressure. What a game to start our Super Saturday. He does swing, and he gets it, but how much? It's going into the gap. It's going to be 4. Well, he didn't quite get the middle on it, but he did get it into the middle of the gap. So this thriller continues. That takes it down to single digit required, 9 off 7.
Strange field. There's a deep square, no cow, long on. I would have that cow back because that's Farouk's
Surely
go-to.
Surely you're looking 1 here. I mean, at boundary, you wouldn't turn it down, but you don't have to take a crazy risk. So he swings for the fences, and he gets this one. Even better, Maximo gets him into the nervous 90s, and it is nervous because that's 93 for 9. But what it does do, it puts the number 11 on strike to start the 10th over.
Great hitting there from Hussain. Lots of pressure and look cool as a cucumber. Number 11 on strike here. What do? First ball, just go and run?
I think that you're bringing the field in here.
you
I
have
think
to.
that you don't want to sit on your hands and think you had a chance. So I'm definitely bringing in more infielders. I'm trying. Well, you got to put yourself in the number 11's shoes. Gurbaj Singh, he's just trying to get out the way.
Yeah.
I can't see him playing an expansive shot, and that's what they're doing. It's actually quite clever cricket. I think that Asif Atur is a pretty good captain. So have a look at all those infielders. They don't want to let him off strike. They know if they can pull off a run out here, they win the game.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Mohamed Bakor. He struggled a bit with his control issues as well earlier on. Doesn't want to give away an extra. Here we go, 3 to win off the last over. And he starts with a wide.
Oh, no.
Oh, well. Remember, if we do get a tie, we'll go to a golden ball. We've had 6 of them this year already. We haven't had one for just over 2 weeks, but that's over 50 games in the ECN universe. Again, perfect ball here. That's what I'm thinking if I'm the bowler. Bowl him out and win the game. You can be a hero, Bakor. Swing and a miss.
Oh,
It's
no.
missed by the keeper. They're going to go. The bowler's end. Oh, he gets home. That's criminal that you can get a run there. I mean, how has that happened? That'll tie the cricket match. How can you get a run here? It's just regulation. The keeper doesn't watch it in, maybe swings on him a bit. The bowler doesn't get back to the stumps. And now we are all tied up at 90. I think that makes it 95-95. Oh, wow. Again, if he gets out, it's a golden ball.
Top of off.
Any score wins it for Gorka. They go. They
Run him out, run him out.
Run. What are you throwing for? Now they're going to think about taking it on. This is proper pressure right now. Interesting that he just went the hit and run. I mean, he doesn't have to score off this ball. He's got plenty more. How many more? Four more chances to win the game. So he could even block one or two. And when they brought the field right in here. Don't have any outfielders.
Is he swinging?
Surely they can't mess this up, Gorka. Any run wins it.
Oh,
It's going to be a wide and it's game over. Well, what a cricket match. Oh, and you got to feel for Team Tigers Portugal. In the end, they got so close, but Bakor couldn't find the radar. Again, they'll have to get the grief counsellor in, but Gorka have a scare, but they do take the 2 points away from match 26. And, well, that one was very ECN, Conrad.
Good game. Love it. That's why we love T10 cricket. Yeah, got off to a good start. Good shot through the covers over extra there. But then the wickets started coming.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant start, really. But that was a real blink and you'll miss it moment, wasn't it? And you start to look at you start overanalyzing a bit of the innings as well when it comes down to just a couple of runs like that. But I will say there are a lot of positives to take out of this for Team Tigers, even though they didn't take the points.
Yeah, I think they can be very proud of their performance. I don't think many people gave them a hope to compete with Gorka, and look, they took it down to the final over.
Yeah,
Lots of pressure.
They did. They just kind of pieced together the chase, didn't they? I mean, Walid Imran was important, 29 off 16, and he was throwing himself around as well, wasn't he? Watch him sliding in. And yeah, they had to work really hard for their runs. That's something that was pretty obvious to me. They did get the danger man at the top, like Suman Gamira, for example, that went for just a single. But so yeah, really good bowling as well. I mean, that one completely did Rahul Kumar neck and crop. He went for just 5. I wouldn't say panic set in, but certainly the tide turned, didn't it? And when Walid Imran chopped on, they needed someone else to stand up, and the wickets kept falling. They needed someone in the lower order to pull him out of the mess. In the end, it would be Fakrul Hussain with 2 Maximos and a 4 in his 21 off 9. If it wasn't for him, I don't think they get there.
Yeah, game changer from Fakrul. Did really well. I think he kept his cool and finished it off for them. Gorka have a lot to thank him for.
Yeah, and the thing is, what I really love about this cricket match, even though Team Tigers Portugal don't win it, is they're put under the kind of pressure and you see how you withstand it. And I think a lot of the decisions made were pretty good. And I like the captaincy of Asif Atur towards the end. I think he did everything right. I think he made pretty clear-minded decisions under that pressure. But then the other thing is, I think some of the other players will probably be better for that moment, even if they weren't quite able to execute. But I think it'll make them a better cricket team. This is towards the end where we saw the 4 and then the 6, which made it just 3 off the last over. And there was all kinds of craziness. I don't know how you get a run there. I mean, again, if you can force a run out there, then you win the game.
Yeah.
But they took the calculated gamble, Gorka, to take it on. And Fakrul would ultimately watch the winning run pass him as a wide broke the tie. Brilliant way to start the day. The Team Tigers Portugal, we'll see them a little bit later, but Gorka we'll see them straight away in match 27, starting in about 15 minutes' time. And the news from the toss, Friendship winning the toss, elected to bat. So Gorka will have to chase again, see what they do with their batting lineup. Azam Johnny comes into the side for Gorka. Friendship, CC, I've got to say that Ashraful Rupu and Muhammad Asaduzaman have been brilliant at the top of the order of late. 29 for Walid Imran. It was important after he had to deal with some short stuff early. 21 late in the piece, though. Fakrul Hussain, he was the ultimate hero for Gorka 11 as they do steal the points back. And yeah, 12 extras didn't help. Team Tigers Portugal, look, a lot of bowlers that contributed. Alamin Ulash was brilliant early, 2 for him. Mujibur Rahman, 2 wickets as well. 3 for Omar Farouk was brilliant. But yeah, ultimately, they just weren't able to hold on. Entertaining cricket match, Conrad, but Gorka 11, they do take the 2 points in the end.
Yeah, great game. Loved it. I think Gorka 11, lucky to scrape through. Like I said, the Tigers should feel very proud of their performance. And again, like I said, the net run rate's going to play a part, so it didn't help them that much there.
They scraped over the line. Well, we didn't get our golden ball, Conrad, but we still got 4 more chances today. Join us in around about 15 minutes, take you into the second of 5 matches today. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Conrad Greenshields. Back after the break with more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the SCG here at Santarém in Portugal. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. You are tuned in to this Fan Code European Cricket Series, the domestic T10 series, the biggest series in world cricket because it goes all around Europe pretty much all year long. We are getting ready for the second match of the day after a bit of a corker from Gorka in the first game of the day. So match 27 is next. It's Gorka 11 versus Friendship CC. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee, had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
It's runner's call.
Tails.
Tails the call. Tails it is.
I'm gonna bet first.
Jez Rana winning the toss for Friendship CC. Some pretty fancy footwork as well. Was that Fred Astaire or was that Tyrone Peters out there? Nutmegs himself with the coin, but it falls the way of Friendship CC, so they will bat first. And so, yeah, I think it's a good toss to win. I think Gorka were a little bit suspect on the chase in the last game, weren't they? Although they snuck in the end. I also think Friendship CC has some very good openers. Ashraful Rupu and Mohammad Asadu Zaman. Got the captain, Imtiaz Rana at 3. And Jayad Alam will be a weapon with the ball as well as the bat. Solid keeper in Rakibul Hassan as well. For Gorka 11, though, let's see how they rejig their order. They were pretty thankful, I think, for Fakrul Hussein's contribution in the last game. And according to the bat versus ball wall, 8-1 favourites over Friendship CC. But Friendship CC, they've taken some big scalps here in Portugal. One man that knows that all too well is the Awera skipper and Portuguese national skipper, Conrad Greenshields. Conrad, welcome back. And yeah, this should be a really good game.
Yeah, Friendship CC, very good team. They were in the final of the league last year against us. Put us under the pump, and it was a good game. And yeah, they're a team that's just come out of nowhere and started competing straight off the bat. Yeah,
they've got some dynamic players, don't they? And I think it starts with their openers. Mohamed Saman cracked a half century yesterday. I think Rupu also. I like the way these two complement each other when they're out there. They've got a mix of technique and aggression. I think they've got the mix pretty much right. Having said that, I think Gorka, they had the scare in the first game, pushed the very last over in the last wicket in the chase against Team Tigers Portugal, but they did get the points, and so they'll feel this is an opportunity to kind of go 2 games clear of that middle pack. Friendship also with 3 wins so far in the series, so yeah, I think it's all to play for. And Hardip's a very difficult bowler to play earlier on. I think he's getting the most out of this track as well. He bowls with good bounce and good movement.
Yeah, he bowls a very good length, very hard to get under, so you know, it changes the game in that point of view. I think timing of him is crucial. It's just wait for the ball and punch it.
We'll see the table in a few moments' time once the game gets underway. But essentially, Friendship are 3 and 2, and Gorka are 4 and 2. So if Friendship can win this, they go to the same record as Gorka. Gorka's net run rate isn't particularly good. In fact, I think that they have the 5th best net run rate in the competition, despite being 3rd on the table. As we get ready to make a start. And Asadu Zaman pushes the first one down too long off for 1. Yeah, so all these games, especially between what I'd call these kind of semi-final contenders, genuine contenders, these are the results essentially. I think they'll determine what that top 4 looks like in a few days' time.
Yeah, a big game this. You know, I think Friendship will be backing themselves. They've just watched Gorka scrape through against Tigers, which, you know, is known as one of the weaker teams. So, you know, Friendship will take some of that confidence and no doubt let them know about it in the middle too.
Yeah, well, a bit of that good-natured stuff. I don't mind it. Paolo Bucciamazza on the field for the first time umpiring.
Been impressed?
Yeah, he was telling me how much he enjoys umpiring as well. And obviously Paolo, and yourself actually, done a bit of umpiring. That's part of the community, I suppose, of being in a developing cricket country, is you have to be a bit of a Swiss Army knife and Swiss Army knife and have a few different roles. How did you enjoy umpiring? I know you did a fair bit of it in the night series last year.
I actually enjoy it. I prefer it. You know, I like being out in the middle.
Get a great view of stuff close up, don't you? This is an up and under job, and it's not going to get over Gamire. He's going to take the catch with room to spare, so it's a big wicket first up. Rupu goes without scoring, and it's 1 for 1.
Yeah, huge wicket that, so they'll be super chuffed with that. Good catch from Suman, backtracking.
Yeah. He's a backing track. Yeah, well, I don't know what his karaoke skills are like, but I know that his catching skills are spot on, whether he's got the gloves on or whether he doesn't. So, yeah, Rupu, not a bad shot to try on, but it's difficult, I think, a bowler like Hardeep who's just on you. And so he didn't quite time that. See him just repeating the shot. It's disappointment for Ashraful, but he's going to have to go at 1 for 1. I want to say a quick good morning to a few people that are in the chat right now. John Gray's joined us. James Stewart watching from Estonia. He's dropping in with a cuppa. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. He missed a pretty good one in the last couple of overs of the last game. Maybe rewind it when you get a chance, James. Also want to say hello to Ivan. He said he's just back from a very wet 5K that he's been running in the UK. He's totally soaked. Well, I can tell you, you can get your sunshine here in Portugal today, Ivan. Hello to Shrug as well. He's watching from Jersey. And I want to ask Shrug, what did you think of Jersey's run in Championship Week? Tell me, did you catch any of it? They really did themselves proud. A bit unlucky not to make the top 4 in the end. And yeah, they showed a good mix of I guess, homegrown talent and also a couple of good wildcards they used. Anyway, it's Mohammad Nazrul Islam, big hitter, coming out at 3. And I suppose we saw this in the first innings of the day. I mean, you can absorb that first wicket. It'll bring another recognised batter to the crease quickly. And if they survive this period, they can still bat more or less the 10 overs and get you to a healthy score.
Yeah, Nazrul is he hits the ball a long way. Against us, he turned it on. The boy can bat, so this is a good partnership Friendship will still feel confident here. We were saying average, it's got to be around 120.
Not a bad ball from Hardeep.
Beautiful shape.
Yeah, he's asking the right questions, isn't he? And you can see how he'd be a bit of a handful in the longer form as well, with the bounce he gets with that movement. Mixture of swing and seam as well. So yeah, I can imagine you're packing the slips cordon and 3 slips in a gully and off you go. It'd be a bit of a challenge, I'm sure, for the openers.
Brilliant for 2-day cricket.
Oh, this is very, very close to an outstanding catch. I mean, this is one that batter doesn't really try and keep it down. Mohammad Nazrul Islam. Let's see if we got this on the replay. Yeah, he definitely gets a piece of it. Pretty good fielding on the boundary as well to stop that from going all the way. Anyway, takes us to the end of the first over, and it's 2 for 1. And we talked about the ECI squad. We went through the Portugal squad with you earlier. I want to talk about the Netherlands squad and get your thoughts as well, because you've played a lot of top-level cricket in the Netherlands as well. I see the Zulfiqar triplets are in there, a fair few ECC winners. What's your thoughts on the Netherlands squad?
Yeah, I'm excited by it. So they've sent a very strong team. That's pretty much the ECC winning team.
Yeah.
Led by Seb, who's a very good leader, a great guy off the field too.
Yeah.
In fact, all the boys in that squad are good guys. There's a few new guys that we are not too sure of, but yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think it'll be great. And also, I kind of like that it renews the rivalry. Let's not forget that you guys beat the Netherlands back in ECC 21. That was back when you were, well, essentially, no one gave you hope, including you guys. I remember went out for a beer with you the night before and you said, look, we've come and I guess that's it. It'd have to be a miracle to get us through. We'd have to beat the previously undefeated Netherlands and win the other game by heaps. You did both of those things.
Yeah.
And then you blew away, who was it you played in the Eliminator? Hungary, that's right. Yeah. An 8-over match for easy stuff. This is Gubesh bowling over number 2. Loses it down the leg side. And he's taken down there by Walid Imran, who's got the gloves in this game. So, yeah, not the greatest bit of control, but will only cost them the 1. Yeah, that was a memorable game. And yeah, I'm really excited to see Sean Gomsh as well back on ECN. He was a real difference maker. Turned your week around back in ECC 21.
Good player.
And then, yeah, you took a big fish as well with your win over Spain last year. That would end up Spain would win that group and go all the way to the last 3 in Europe. And it must be exciting to have that, I suppose, next level up in this format, because you do play a fair bit of it now with ECN cricket. And yeah, T20 International, obviously, it's the format that'll take countries forward ultimately on the kind of ICC stage.
Oh.
Goes upstairs, and big swat and a miss from Nazrul Islam.
Yeah, I think, with ECN cricket and the amount of games we're playing, we're just getting stronger. We're quite confident, silently confident that we can, take the sword to the Dutch, Gibraltar too. You know, it will be a fun, exciting series. It will be interesting to see the Dutch fielding on here. I know they can sometimes be a bit soft.
We'll make sure we clip that bit out. Oh, this one, there's another one lost down the leg side. Well, Shug just was replying, saying that it's a shame that Farmers didn't have their international players, but with the wildcards, they might have had a chance to win. Yeah, they were certainly very competitive. Great achievement from the team from Jersey to make finals week. Yeah, for sure. I think that they were a great bunch of guys as well. I really enjoyed the experience. Here's Gurubesh. Wow, he just throws the wrist at this, and this is going to race to the outfielder. It's well cut off by Lalit Mohan down there. But, yeah, one thing I would love to see, and I think we may see it, we still haven't finalised groups, and it depends on availabilities and rankings, a few other things. I think the day is coming where we'll see Jersey and Guernsey in the same group for something, whether it's an ECL or an ECC.
Okay.
And that's quite the rivalry, I think.
Is there?
It's up in the air, and it will be taken. Well, it was good fielding the ball before from Mohan to keep it to 1. Then he steps up, and he runs up, and he takes the catch, and that's Azadu Zaman that's going to have to go. So both openers removed without doing any damage on the scoreboard, and a very strong start from Gawker 11. It's 5 for 2.
Great captaincy too. So the previous ball to Najrul, they've had him down at cow, they've brought him in, and he's, you know, chipped it straight to him. And I think actually the first wicket they had a long off and brought him in and got caught off mid-off.
Sometimes it's like, I mean, yeah, now you're doing a bit of captaining, you'd know the feeling of sometimes you feel like a genius, and other times you feel like you don't have any of the answers.
Yeah.
So this is the keeper, Mohammed Rakibul Hassan, who's coming in at number 4. Yeah, Shrug was saying the way things went for Jersey and Namibia, they might have been better playing for Farmers. But what I will say is congratulations to the Jersey national team, because they played their first ever one-day international. So that's a big achievement for cricket there.
It's great. How did they go?
They didn't quite get the win on the board, but they were pretty competitive, just from what I saw.
Good team, Jersey. I think, you know, the Farmers team has always been competitive. I played against them last year in the ECL. Good, fiery cricket team.
Yeah, they are. I always enjoy watching them. This has just worked away from Rakibul Hassan. Yeah, so one thing I liked about that Jersey came out in what was their first game, and they had to take on Namibia, which isn't easy. Namibia a little bit more experience at that level as we get to the end of the second over. It's 5 for 2. Just quickly, let's go back to the table right here, and you can see why this is an important game. Because Gawker 11 pull away from those teams on 6 points, and one of those teams is Friendship CC. And ultimately, you know, the Lisbon Capitals, 1 game behind that. They're a chance, I suppose, if they put something together. But for me, you've got 6 real clear front runners for those 4 positions. And so, yeah, matches between those 6 teams I think will be pretty important. Yeah, Jersey in their first ever one-day international were tested. This is in the air, and it's going to come our way. It's going to be 4, and yeah, just inside the boundary. Yeah, I like this about Mohamed Nazrul Islam, because he's got this kind of free swing of the bat. He doesn't always go leg side. He kind of just elevates straight and gets the boundary.
No, he's a good batsman. He's got a solid base. He's one of the batters that watches the ball all the way onto the bat and then selects the shot. So, dangerous man.
He sure is. But, yeah, they took on Canada, I think, in the first game, Jersey. And he made over 200, but couldn't quite chase down the target of 239. They went down to Namibia. And then, actually, they're playing right now against Papua New Guinea. Okay. And they're 146 for 2 with about a third of the innings to go. So, I mean, they'll feel that that's a winnable game. They also get to play United States. They get to play UAE. So, it's all great experience.
Amazing.
Here's Hardy back for a second over. Now swinger. It's up and... Oh, great effort from Gamire. He went goalkeeper style. It was off the top of the fingers. I don't even understand how, even if he caught it, I'm not sure he could have stayed in the field of play, but it's also a very good shot. It's down the bottom of the bat, but has enough power. Just check this out. I think he probably would have tried to throw it back in. It's a 7.5 from the Lithuanian judges, but the result is 6 runs.
Yeah, good effort, good shot, good cricket all round. I think someone was looking for the tap back there, just maybe needs a extra sole or two, get a bit taller. Not the tallest of men.
I also want to mention that Kroom has said in the chat that Farmers are sorting a friendly with Hornchurch in the UK this season after they met in the finals. And yeah, that's one thing I really like, the fact we're bringing people together. As this is a little bit short, puts them on the back foot, doesn't really time it, but gets a single. Yes, I actually heard this as a bit of a running theme, that connections were being made between teams that would never have played each other before. Yeah. And we're not talking international cricket, we're talking at a club level. So Hornchurch are wanting to essentially set up a rematch with Dreux. They want to have.
really?
They want to either go to France or they want Dreux to come over to England. I just think that'd be great. And they even made some talk about signing Nabi. They said we want him playing for our team because he was quite incredible, wasn't he?
He was phenomenal. It was. I don't think I've ever seen hitting like that.
It was crazy.
It was mental.
And we just kept saying. I mean, I must admit, Group D, I never do this, but I wrote Forfeiture in. I said, these guys, of any group, they are a lock.
Yeah.
They are a lock to make it through. After a day and a half, I hadn't changed my mind. This one just comes back towards the pad. Don't know if there's any bat in it or not. Has been given a run. So that is the end of the third over. It's 17 for 2 off 3 and a pretty quiet power play for Friendship CC. Yeah, so one thing that was then quite funny was I got so many messages from some of the Forfeiture players, the Scottish club, after the final saying, see, Vinny, I told you these guys were the real deal. I had so many messages from the guys saying, see, it wasn't a fluke what they did in Group D. And I would have thought, yeah, Dreux are a side we have seen 3 times in the ECL. You always think they've got that one mercurial performance in there, maybe 1 or 2 over the format, like they did at Tunbridge Wells last year, the English club, where they got a world record, our record power playing 82 off 3 overs. But for them to do it so consistently, to have that confidence and to back it up with the ball in the field, I just think it was phenomenal.
Brilliant for European cricket to keep it on the continent, right?
Yeah, true. You don't want the trophy swimming if you're a player from the continent.
No
But
seas.
you know, it's a really exciting one for next year. And you know, there is some talk. We can put the scoop in now. Some of our loyal viewers that are tuning in on a Saturday morning, none of this is confirmed, but there is a chance, because there are still some nations that aren't able to compete in ECL because, okay, we've gone from 8 to 15 to 21 to 30 to 31, but there are now just a minority of nations that are in the European zone, if you like, that don't participate. And obviously, they want to.
Yeah.
So we want to find a way to get them in. Now, we're hitting logistical difficulties, but I think we may see next year not 6 groups of 5, but we might see 7 groups of 5.
Oh, wow.
In ECL 24. As this is a pull shot that he gets plenty of. Up and away. Maximal. Mohammad Nazrul Islam doing what he does best. Hitting big. That was a little bit short from Mohan. He went and fetched it from the outside the off stump and got it out of the ground.
Yeah, he's a big boy and he can hit a long, long ball. That's, what, probably about 90 meters, that shot?
Yeah, it sprung off the bat, didn't it? Now he's drawn forward, but this isn't out of the middle. It's hanging for a long time. Hardik takes the catch and he flings it away. So 6 and out for Mohammad Nazrul Islam. And Mohan gets sweet revenge as Friendship lose a 3rd batter. And that's the top 3 back in the dressing room. The score is 25 for 3.
Yeah, good catch. When it goes to deep, you might as well start walking. He doesn't drop many. Those hands are huge. Confident.
Yeah.
Good cricketer.
He's the package, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
The ball in the field. So Friendship struggling after winning the toss and electing to bat with the top 3. They would have wanted plenty more production out of them. Still, there's time to turn things around. Nazrul Islam goes for 19. This is Alamin that comes to the crease now at number 5, Mohammad Alamin. So, yeah, there is some discussion about trying to include other nations that want to be part of it, because obviously we're trying to develop cricket across the board. There are some countries, obviously, if you're not federated with the ICC, you know, we can't really include those nations at the moment. So there are some countries that aren't quite at that level yet, but everyone that is kind of has accreditation, we want to give them the opportunity to be involved not only in the ECL in 2024, but also the ECC, the international. So there's talk that maybe we could include countries like Serbia, Slovenia, Serbian club Belgrade. We've seen them before. They've competed in the Croatian ECS, which is it's kind of a super ECS. It includes typically, well, in the last 2 years, it's had 3 Croatian clubs plus a Serbian club plus a Slovenian club.
Okay.
So that's a great way they've been on the network. But then a lot of those guys, we want to get them out there for the Serbian national team. As we see this one pulled away, doesn't really leave the infield by too much. Just a single. Mohamed Alamin's off the mark. It's the end of the 4th over. It's 26 for 3. Yeah, so that would mean potentially a 7 group with no automatic qualifier. I think the 7-team championship week worked really well.
I did too.
Even though it meant that we had a 6-game day, which was a pretty long day, but I think it was worth it to see all those champion teams playing each other and then the final 4. So you can't really sneak into the finals. You earn your way into the top 4 in the championship week. And then depending on the numbers and which teams are available, there is some talk. This is an interesting one. Obviously, England, their cricket board, the ECB, is actually the England and Wales cricket board. So they send a team that covers that whole region. But just in the spirit of, you have England, you have Scotland, you have Ireland. Next year, maybe we could invite a Wales team.
Oh, wow. That would be great.
Don't you think that would be great?
Yeah. Big fan of that.
A bit like the rugby. You won't believe where this idea came from. It's a good stop down the leg side. But it's actually one of Corey's ideas.
Oh, no.
And it's actually, I said to him at the time, I said, you come up with some absolute trash. But this is actually one that I'll give you is a very clever idea. And I think that it's something that you can't really do in cricket to represent Wales.
Yeah.
So I think they'd enjoy it. And obviously we know that the British Isles teams, they normally bring out the supporters. This one surprises Alamin. And Tapa has brought himself on. Suddenly he's show back to softening up Mohamed Alamin.
Bent the back a bit there. Oh, that's a great idea, even if it is Corey's. But yeah, I like the idea of that.
So that's the only negative about the idea. That's where it came from. Hello to Corey. I know he's been tuning in as well. Enjoying a little bit of time off. This is really wide. I'm not sure if it's off the end of the bat. Or maybe the keeper. But squeeze away for a single. Yeah, so wouldn't that be cool? And then potentially even the ECC, then you'd have Wales and yeah, think about the rugby and the rivalry. And I think
so you have the 6 nations there, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
Slightly slower one from Tapa. Won't go off the back foot for a single. So anyway, let us know. That's the scoop. I don't mind doing this only because it's Saturday. I'm giving the scoop to our viewers. There's nothing official about this yet. These are just ideas. It would mean the tournament would be around about, well, it'd be 3 days longer. So it'd be 4.5 weeks instead of 4 weeks. But I also think most teams, if you gave them the option, champion teams, as we see a ball horned in the air, hanging a long time. He's got to find it, and he will. So nice bit of keeping. And nice execution with the celebration from Waleed as well. As Alamin goes to the skies, but it doesn't leave the centre of the Santarém cricket ground. He'll be the 4th wicket to fall. Tapa with the breakthrough. It's 29 for 4.
Yeah, good catch from Waleed. Like I said earlier today, this sky, it's really difficult to pick the ball up sometimes. So he's done really well to track that down and get under it.
Yeah, and they're a lot more difficult than they look.
Yeah.
I think the ones that go straight up as a keeper. At least when you're in the outfield, you have a sense of perspective. You can kind of track the natural arc of the ball and where you need to be. I think that when you keep, especially if you're up to the stumps under the lid, I think when the ball goes up, you might not track where it is straight away. So you can easily find yourself in the wrong spot. But that was a nice bit of keeping by Waleed Imran. This will bring the big left-arm bowler, Jayed Alam, to the crease at number 6. Yeah, so Helix saying, what? Corey comes up with some trash? Never. Yeah, it's surprising. Hello to Sundori as well. I just think it would be cool. So then the question is, what do you do with that other half a week if you have a 4.5 week ECL? Because I think the 3-day group worked really well.
Yeah.
I think turns teams over, players over.
What about an All-Stars game?
Well, I had a little bit of an idea that I think might work well, because the tough thing with an All-Stars game, I suppose, logistically, you're pulling people in from all different places and it gets out of hand. but I had a bit of an idea. I don't know if we could set this up, but one thing for sure, Hornchurch, they were super keen to come back, and their supporters were super keen to come back.
Yeah.
I think you've got teams like Forfarshire as well. They may qualify anyway, but obviously their supporters were great. We've got Tunbridge Wells from last year. Oh, he likes this. Oh, no. If there's any...
Thinks he's got him,
yeah, the body language is saying that he likes it. Whether he gets him first time or second time, let's have a look. Oh, I think he's gone. Yeah.
Gone.
Well, is that ball in the hand? Yeah, the ball's in the hand.
Still
Yep,
contact.
and he's going to be gone. Wow, this is a very smart bit of keeping from Waleed. And yeah, he's got his marching orders. That is really, really sharp keeping from Waleed Imran. And there's the shot. There's the shot that just shows that he couldn't keep the toe down. So brilliant wicket keeping. I appreciate that one. He didn't quite have it that clean in his hand, but he did hold it long enough. And the replay told the story. And that's going to be a stumping off the bowling of Maduka Tapa. You don't see that all the time. It's 29 for 5.
Yeah, good work from Waleed there. Keeping's not the easiest, speaking from experience. Yeah, nice and sharp. And Tapa's got his second.
Yeah, they certainly brought their A game here in the second match of the day, even if they almost let the first one get away, Gorka. Yeah, so my idea would be maybe we have an invitational, and depending on if Forfarshire qualify or not, maybe if they don't qualify through Scotland, you could have Hornchurch, Forfarshire, and Dreux, because they've all got history.
Yeah.
You know, and I
put them to...
and you have a three-way series over 2 days. Potentially Forfarshire do qualify, then perhaps you go Tunbridge Wells again. They've got history with Dreux, because Dreux pounded them for 88 in 3.1 overs last year. So it's just, again, these are ideas we're throwing around. It's a year away, but I think, yeah, imagine the atmosphere there. We'd have to probably put some fences up to separate the crowds as well if we had the...
Watch the bottle throwing.
English and the Scottish, yeah. No, I think it'd be good-natured, and I think it'd be an interesting idea at least to pursue. 29 for 5 after 5.
Yeah, it's quite good to, I mean, watching it on TV and actually experiencing it with the Jersey supporters last year, you know, having that atmosphere around the ground really just, it kind of inspires you to compete at a better level. And
you were at the ECC final last year, correct?
I was.
You guys were owning that part of the ground.
Yeah, we let the English have a few.
So, well, let's wait for the 6th over here, which gets underway. It's going to be Lalit Mohan bowling. I mean, I think we had a very noisy crowd there last week, but I think given the time of the year and the amount of locals we had out last year in October, that's probably the biggest crowd we've had for a match so far, that ECC final between the Netherlands 11 and the England 11. It was a really good game as well.
Amazing
right
match.
Down to the end of the second innings. I think 5 balls to spare. Netherlands hit the winning runs. Yeah, the atmosphere was electric, wasn't it, that night?
Yeah, it was great. We obviously drove back down to go and support the Dutch boys.
And was that on just a bit of a whim that you decided to drive?
No, we've done it 2 years running
Yeah.
when the Dutch are there. So
I think the first time was more or less an impulse. The second one was a bit more planned.
yeah,
This one is probably 2 because one fielder knocks it away from another. I'll get there in the end. Yeah, so how far is the drive? About 6 or 7 hours from here to Kartma?
6.5 hours. So the Stomans, Butchie, and myself.
Yeah. A little bit short. That's a very good pull shot. That's going to be 4. It was only a little bit short, wasn't it? They need someone to stand up here for friendship. And that is a brilliant shot by Rakibul Hassan.
Yeah, very nice shot. Waited on it nicely. Rocked back and just put it away.
Didn't have time to really get his feet in a perfect position, but that's just hand-eye coordination. Swatted that. Nice batting. Yeah, Kroom saying Cockney Corner looked rowdy at times. Yeah, you could say that. This is big swing and a miss following up. Rakibul Hassan follows up with a bit of an air swing. Now, just gets across the touch and tries to dab it.
Fielded.
Pass. Manjeet doesn't have the gloves this game, but makes a good stop. Yeah, so, yeah, I just love what's been created. And these marquee tournaments are very special, but also really important in between that we get around and keep promoting cricket locally as we get to the end of the 6th over. Score is 38 for 5. where the run's going to come from here. I mean, Imtiaz Rana, he's no mug with the bat. He's still to bat.
Yeah, a bit strange that he's so far down. Maybe carrying an injury or maybe but giving some guys a shot.
Only 4 extras as well in the first 6 overs. And I think, yeah, across the board in Portugal, sometimes we've seen extras getting out of hand. Good teams don't give away too many for free, though. This Tapa coming back for over number 7. And it's going to be 4. Well, there you go. They needed something to go their way. That last bounce just doing Hardeep, who's normally a very good fielder, but yeah, that's the unpredictability of the surface. He gets tortugued, and that one finds its way to the rope.
Yeah, you've got to keep your eyes on the ball constantly on this field. Every bounce until it's in the hands, quite tricky.
Yeah, so they'll take the bonus runs. Rakibul Hassan's been a bit of a difference maker so far. He's moved to 15, gets a full toss. This is where the crowd would be giving Hardeep heaps. They get a big cheer if after misfielding one. Although you can't really blame the fielder too much. He did his best to get down and read the bounce. Yeah, so Cartermore Oval, every time we go, it's been improved. I know that we're looking forward to hosting the ECC there again. I mean, that'll be the same format this year with 31 countries. Nice keeping again from Waleed. What I was going to say earlier is I think if you gave the option to teams that are champion teams, they would rather play in the group stage as well.
Yeah.
I think even though it's a pro and a con, obviously you guarantee that you're there, but then you're having to run into teams that have already hit form, found their combinations. It's normally just determined by how many teams are participating. So 31's a prime number. You can't split it into even groups. So that's why we've had automatic qualification for this year, and last year England were the 21st team, so that didn't go into a group of 5. So if we did go to 35 countries or clubs, for example, I think you would see the champions competing in the group stage, which I'd like to see Drew playing in the group stage.
I think it's good for all the teams.
He's keeping as well. I like his fundamentals here, Waleed Imran. It's not an easy stop to make against a medium pacer.
No, he's done really well. He's, first time keeping, as far as I know.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he's done a great job.
Well, obviously, they've got Kimira in their side, and he's the one normally takes the gloves, but, I mean, he's also been pretty effective as a spin bowler, hasn't he? So, gives it some opportunities to some other players to show what they can do with that position. A little bit short, and this one is going to run away to the boundary. Well, waiting for the signal here. I think this is... It's been given leg byes. Thought maybe it was off the gloves. Yeah, well, maybe off the shoulder. But ultimately, that's the negative, I suppose, being up to the stump, especially against a short ball. You can't really react to a slight deflection. And like I said, Friendship, they can use the runs at the moment.
Also, brave man standing up to the stumps with no helmet. It's always a bit scary that you never know when a top edge might come through.
I think that's probably not wise. This is pitched up. Yeah, right, we'll have some work to do. Just the single. Yeah, I've got to say, little deflections, even off spinners, they can do you a lot of damage, so you've got to be careful. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a discussion about the marquee tournaments. I'll tell you another one that we're looking into. I think we talked about this off air a little bit. We get to the end of the 7th over after this ball, which is pulled away, and it's caught. Well, that's a brilliant catch, isn't it? Rahul Kumar, he went low, he went to his right. Rakibul Hassan had been fighting his way to 16, but he doesn't get this away from the fielder. Rahul was prowling, takes a very good catch. So Tapa will finish with a wicket, and the score after 7 is 49 for 6.
Yeah, well bowled by Tapa, 3 for 10 after 2. He always has this knack of picking up wickets.
He's reliable, isn't he? He's a competitor. This is what's coming up on the ECN over the next few weeks. We have 2 weeks here in Portugal, finishing with the ECIs. We have Cyprus for a couple of weeks. I know that Rico will be there. Putting a big stint, Rico, at the moment. He certainly has earned his weekend. We'll have Nish from Cyprus, who is a brilliant commentator, we'll have back after he's been busy doing his Masters. So he'll be doing Cyprus for the most part. I'll be there for the end. Then we'll have a couple of weeks in Milan, where Rico will finally take a break for a couple of weeks. I'll be joined by Danny Hudacek for that series. Then we go to Austria, Bulgaria, and plenty more locations. Don't forget that T20 series in Gibraltar, featuring Portugal as well. Gamire, we just mentioned him as a very handy keeper, but he's being used as a spin bowler here in match 27. He comes on to bowl the 8th. This one loses it down the leg side for a wide +1. That'll be 2 to the total and re-bowled. Yeah, so obviously with this expanded format means we can still keep the intensity, I think. It's more teams but still compressed.
Yep.
I think the 3-day format was super important.
Like you said, you had to hit the ground running, you know. You had no time to settle.
And sometimes we see teams that are from, let's say, more established cricket nations, like England, for example, taking a couple of days to get into it,
Yeah.
and then hitting their straps and then coming good on the finals day on the Friday, on the 5th day. But, yeah, well, we saw Hornchurch. They had to do it the hard way this time. They came from 4th in their group. They had to come from 4th again, end up getting to the final. This has worked away, and this is going to be 4. It's a bit of a Gundy ball from Gamire. Puts the pace on and digs it in a little bit too much. And Akbari cashes in 4 runs.
Yeah, a bit too straight, a bit too short, and with fine leg up, that's money for jam.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, so another thing we're looking into is what started as an idea a while ago. And like a few things, we start to look into logistics. And one thing is the ECN T10 marathon, which would be something that's never been done before.
Oh, okay.
It's basically 24 matches in a row. Goes through the night, through the day. Non-stop cricket. This one is another Gundy ball, and he hits with the spin, and he hits it a long way. Maximo! Akbari doubles his score with one swing in the bat. Gamire just hasn't quite got it right here. Needs to find that offside channel. Again, I think he's trying to bowl a bit too fast here. I think he's not really at least trying to lure the batter into coming forward. And that's smart batting from Akbari.
Yeah, it's way too short, and that he's got to be looking at trying to hit top of off here. He's coming around the wicket now. Never a fan of this with the right-hander, unless he's just going to push it across him.
He's going to try and push it towards the tram line. I think that'd be the plan. Around there, not too bad. Just goes for a single. Yeah, so it might have a bit of a charity aspect as well. We're looking at maybe doing it. I won't give it away too much, but we're looking to do it on quite a special occasion where you wouldn't really have other cricket going on in the world.
Okay.
And yeah, having 5 teams play like a 24 match series. Well, this one does come back, and it comes back a long way. Gamire gets this one to rag. Rana couldn't deal with it. Knocks back a return catch. Almost wraps his bat around this one. Look how much this spins left to right. Comes back a long way. And Gamire, he finally gets it right, doesn't he? And actually tries to spin the ball. Shocker. It works. And that's the 7th wicket down now. 63 for 7.
That ball has turned a mile, Vinny, for an off-spinner on this pitch. I haven't seen a ball turn like that.
I think that's a mixture of spin, and I think that where it hits on the seam,
it's just
think
gripped.
it's actually seamed as well as
just
spinning.
helped it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gone a while. So good bowling, good comeback.
And all those quicker balls he pushed through in the beginning, they got whacked away. I mean, spinner's actually spinning the ball. That's really what it's all about. And you could see, I mean, Rana did well to adjust as well as he did. But it certainly wasn't the middle of the bat as he popped the catch back to Gamire, who's got a good set of hands. Well, Shrug saying no snow in Bulgaria this year, hopefully. And we did have a match, some matches delayed due to snow in the ECS last year. And we're talking proper snow. We're not talking sprinkling.
That was straight after this, wasn't it?
It was chucking down. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was straight after Portugal last year. Gamire to Abdul Motin, a new batter coming in at 9. Pushes this one through. Just sneaking down the leg side, I think. Yeah, so I think that'd be a super interesting concept. Pretty close, you know. Yeah, Paolo felt it was going down the leg side. Fair enough. At the end of the 8th over, 63 for 7. So yeah, we're always trying to push the boundaries of what we're doing. I think the 48-hour T10 marathon probably goes, say, Friday night, finishes Sunday night. It's a weekend. You know, people have sleeping bags. You probably get a room. Depends where we could hold it. But your team gets a room for the whole weekend. That's it. You get fed. Maybe have a bit of a DJ, dance, a little bit of a party vibe to it.
Got to have a bit of a vibe going.
But imagine just padding up in the 3 o'clock in the morning game and whatnot.
It'd be something different. I mean, I'd love to be a part of it in some way.
The lights, So just exactly what the format or how we'll source the players.
Fitness would have to be...
I mean, when you're resting a player, you're literally resting them because they're resting. They're probably asleep. I wouldn't want to be the 12th man for these games either. For like the 5 in the morning game.
Can you imagine?
You'd be
sitting on the side there.
You're not running out gloves, are you? You'd be just having a snooze. Also, it'd be interesting to see how many games we could commentate before we drop Obviously, you probably
There's a challenge.
have 3 commentators and rotate it a little bit. I think there might be some sleeping in the back of the cube.
Catch.
Oh, well, catch it or be hurt, basically. I think it was the latter. Gurubej does make the block, no run.
Yeah. Always hard, those caught balls, and he's actually just creamed that straight back at him. So, good stop in the end.
Yeah.
Dot ball.
I don't think you can call that a realistic chance. Could have done much more. Well, Gurubej loves a bouncer, doesn't he?
Yeah, he likes back of a length, so, you know, always something that I'm talking, but I'm also watching. So we've got Gorka coming up, so paying close attention to their strategies.
It's always a good contest to watch. Mohamed Abdul-Motin yet to get off the mark. Let's see if he goes full and out. Still on the length, but he gets a fair piece of it. This is going, and gone. Maximo. Good effort from Shub. You have to be good to take one-handed catches, though. And well, the catch goes down off the field. Handy runs for Friendship. Maximo time as they head up to 70 for the loss of 7. What a shot.
Yeah, great shot. Shub, you know, he doesn't want the limelight. He's dropped that on purpose. It's a back Shub. Yeah, I think Friendship find themselves, they're going to be at least 40 runs short here, especially with Gorka.
You think so, but remember what TTP did to them last time.
Yeah.
Batting's a confidence game. Well, cricket's a confidence game, really.
Momentum.
Yeah. Momentum's one of those intangibles, isn't it? Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Well, Conrad's here. Feel free to throw a few questions and comments in, maybe about cricket in Portugal, anything about Conrad and what brought him to this journey, or brought his journey to this point anyway. Now, captaining Portugal must be really great to play international cricket, having now fulfilled the criteria.
Yeah, very proud. It's something that I worked hard on, worked towards.
There's the last ball the over. Yeah, gets a piece of this too. I mean, that's going to fly out of the ground. Well, a couple of big ones from Mohamed Abdul-Motin. Well, Shub's right hand isn't broken, so that's good news. As we get to the end of the 9th over, bang, bang stuff. It is 76 for 7.
Yeah, good over. Wooten just laying it to the bowler there. Connected twice and 2 Maximos.
Yeah. So the criteria is based on residency, right?
Yep.
So it can be that you're a citizen of a country, hold a passport, or it can be based on residency, which is, I think, 3 consecutive years where you spend at least 10 of the 12 months in the year in the country.
Yeah, you can't be out of the country for more than 60 days.
Yep.
COVID played a big part of that for the first 2 years.
Yeah.
That was what got me stuck here, and met up with Paolo. You know, my daughter lives here in the country, and it just made sense and made the push to build some cricket.
10th overtime, Gamire pushes it across, tries to turn it back. We'll concede the single here pretty happily. So what's your Portuguese like now? Better than mine.
Well, I would hope so.
Yeah.
It's not as good as it should be, but I'm working on it.
Yeah. Gamire has just lost it down the leg side a few times. I still think he's trying to bowl a bit too fast.
Yeah.
That one will be a wide +1, so 2 bonus runs for Friendship CC.
Yeah, I think if he gives it a little bit of loop and, you know, tempts the batsman, especially with the bounce he can get, maybe a top edge. But yeah, I think he is trying to bowl a bit too quick, and it's too short too. One thing we've noticed about this pitch, if it's you know, a little bit too short, it just sits up and waits to be hit. So
Yeah. And
if you haven't got the pace to back it up, it's gone.
Dimensions are pretty unforgiving.
Yeah.
Rackbury dispenses with the helmet. And we'll be hoping that he can come up with a big finish. Maybe they can get up in the 90s here. They finish with a flourish. Tosses this up. It's going to be a full toss. That's brilliant fielding. That's not an easy one at all. And now they're going to take on a 2. It's not there, but that's why you take it on. And they will get the 2 in the end. That was Rahul Kumar. We did well initially, but then he airmailed it over the keeper, Walid Imran. The result's 2 runs.
Yeah, good cricketer, Rahul. The throw a little bit wayward. But yeah, he's a great cricketer. He's actually in Netherlands playing there now with VRA. So he's spending the season there with them.
Again, short and quicker and dispensed with from Akbury, who goes large. Maximal goes to the ghost chair and takes him up to 87 against Suman. He's just feeding that length and feeding the pace. The batters are enjoying it at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's got to slow it up a lot more. Again, it's quick, it's short, and you can see it in the action. So you can see the body fall over, and the bat's set ready, and it's gone.
Tails wagging, says John Gray. Seems that way. That's a little bit slower. This time he launches again, and that's a brilliant bit of fielding. Oh, what a catch. That saves 6. Akbury, I think they probably checked this one, but for me, I never saw him touch the rope. And so I think he's going to go for 23. That's fine. Yep, no problem. Keep rolling that forward. That's fine as well, I think. Wow, wonderful catch. And so Rahul, gave away an overthrow, but more than makes up for it as he saves 6 runs for his team right there. 87 for 8. What a catch.
Yeah, very good catch. Calm, cool, collected. Like I said, he's a very complete, all-rounded cricketer. Bowls some handy left arm spin, which is strange. We haven't seen that yet. Maybe next over. But not next over, sorry. But next game.
Next over when they play.
Next over they play. He is a great bowler, so funny that they're not using him. But
got a few options, I suppose, don't they, Gorka? Yeah. Hey, I've got a question from Helix just before we finish this innings, asking what do you do for a job? I mean, what do you do outside cricket? I mean, I know you've been working pretty hard at the ground here, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I work with the Federation. I'm part of the team for, building the game, within the schools and juniors and women's cricket. So, development officer. And then also I represent my brand, my cricket brand, Bonsai, and work for them, and just trying to push the brand itself and the game around Portugal.
Well, this is going to be a first baller. So Gamire, he's cleaning up now, isn't he? We've got a hat-trick opportunity with the ball to go. So it's going to be 9 down last ball. He's got a hat-trick on a platter here, doesn't he, for the taking, Gamire. And this is one time, he bowls quick, but he gets the length right. Yeah. I think that's the difference that time, as Riyasat Surav plays all around it. So it'll be 87 for 9 with the ball remaining. Yeah, well, obviously, that's important work you're doing. You're trying to spread the game here in Portugal. I know it's work you take very seriously. I know your hands are full, I'm sure, with a lot of the national stuff at the moment, as well as captaining Oerash. But yeah, big shout out as well to the Lisbon Lynxes. I know that they're the women's team that, who knows, we're hoping that one day we could get ECS women's cricket going as well. I suppose at club level it's not quite there yet. Yeah. But anyway, this is the Hat-Trick Hall of Fame. You can see there were 3 of them during the ECL. One of them is a women's hat-trick, Regina Sidazay, who took 4 for 1 in our first ever ECIW match.
She bowled beautifully.
Yeah, very, very clever spinner.
Yeah.
And also batted very well. Anyway, here we go. Hat-trick ball for Suman Gamire. Is this hat-trick number 7 of the season? Maybe. It's up, it's in the air, and nobody wants to make a play on it. And it's the last ball, so you might as well go for it. And it should be run out. It will be. But that doesn't go to the bowler. So it is 3 wickets in 3 balls to finish things off. Friendship are going to finish bowled out off the 10 for 88.
Yeah, I mean, they had to go for the 2, no doubt. I would have been a little bit more, committed to the catch to give the hat-trick, but...
yeah, I suppose he wasn't going to make it. It did seem like it hung for a long time, didn't it? It's, again, nice throw, good delivery for Waleed. They had a pretty good 10 overs there with the gloves. So look, 88, it's a few less than Gorka struggled to chase last time, though they did get there at the end. I think that Friendship probably have a bit more of a well-rounded attack than Team Tigers Portugal did in the first game. So hey, it'll be challenging. I do think, though, it's advantage Gorka 11 halfway through this. And it was all about the start, wasn't it? As they got the dangerous openers early and just had Friendship on the back foot.
Yeah, good catch from Suman there. And then, we spoke about this earlier. They had the guy deep long on and then brought him in and claimed him inside the ring. Then Nazrul came out, started to, extend the arms. Good effort there from Suman. Just unlucky, not tall enough. Yeah, so a few more bombs being hit, and then, the wickets kept tumbling. There was a good catch here. I think this is the one that swung the momentum back into Gorka's favour.
Yeah, it seemed that way, didn't it? They didn't seem to be able to get away. Every time they'd have someone get to the teens, they'd find a way to get out. Nazrul Islam fell for 19. Rakibul Hassan, 16. That was a great bit of work, wasn't it, by Waleed Imran. to stump Giant Alarm. Very first ball, just the toe just crept up off the surface, and Wally Nimrand was quick as a flash. Sada Macbury, though, he came to the party with 23 off 13, and he just went about the business of trying to get this innings back on track. That was one that snuck away to the boundary. And I do think, that the catching was pretty good for the most part throughout the 10 overs. Rahul Kumar fielded very well. But Macbury, his 23 was important. He topped scores, and he wasn't even batting in the top 6. Yeah. So Gamire, again, he got a significant turn. I think he was surprised about how much that went, but I think that was more than just turn. I think it just must have hit on a funny bit of the ball as well. Shub had a chance to be a hero, but he couldn't quite be the one-handed bandit that he wanted to be. Got another chance down here. You can all catch them after they bounce. Gamire, again, he did kind of take the wickets, but 25 of his too. I think he'll be a bit disappointed that he was so expensive. Couldn't quite get the line right a lot of the time. That was a brilliant catch, though, by Rahul. I had a question about when was the last time we had a hat-trick of the last 3 balls of the game. Probably Umar Tariq from Austria. He actually took 2 hat-tricks in the 1 innings earlier in the year.
Saw that.
Including his 6th wicket off the last ball of the innings to complete a 2nd hat-trick. It was a wicket last ball of the innings here, but it was run out. So team hat-trick, I suppose, as they get to a serviceable, I was going to say 88, unless it might have been 1 short. Let's have a look. It was no run off the last ball because it was a short run. Oh, that's criminal, isn't it? So it's not 88, it's 87, as the information just filtered through to us. Hakri with 23 before he was out late in the piece. Apart from that, Nazrul Islam with 19, Rakibul Hassan 16. They got starts. Abdul Motim with a couple of big bombs. Those 12 runs came off 2 balls. The other 4 were not scored off. 3 for Maduka Thapa. I think Maduka Thapa probably the best of the bowlers for his 3 for 10. 3 for Gamiro, but like I said, he's a little bit off at times. The other bowlers did a good job, didn't they, of just holding things to a reasonable run rate. Singles for Hardeep, Gurbej and Lalit Mohan. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 6 minutes. Take you into the second half of this game. It'll be 88 the target. Just confirming the last ball was no run, as it was a run short, and they didn't complete the second run. Mini Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Conrad Greenshield. See you after the break for more fan code ECS Portugal.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. We're at the SCG in Portugal. And we are halfway through the second match of the day. It's match 27 in this Fancode European Cricket Series. And we're seeing Gorka 11 pitted against Friendship Cricket Club. A pretty interesting start to this one. Gorka 11 coming off a narrow win in the first game of the day against Team Tigers Portugal. In this one, Friendship CC won the toss. They batted. They ended up getting bowled out for 87 off the very last ball of their 10 overs, so using all their resources. And 87 seems a bit thin, but I think if they can bowl well, remove the dangerous players towards the top of the order, then certainly we could have game on. We saw Gorka 11 on a stagger towards a target of 96 in the previous game. They ended up getting there with 4 balls to spare. But yeah, I think early wickets are the key. Looks to me like Jade Alam is going to open up for Friendship Cricket Club. Welcome back to all of our viewers watching on Fangode in the Indian subcontinent, and also all of you watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Just looking out at the openers, I think we've got Rahul Kumar opening up with Waleed Imran. Shake, rattle, and let's roll. As Jade Alam right on target from ball 1. Doesn't concede a run there. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a Super Saturday. Rico's off today. He's off for the weekend. Joining me as a special guest commentators, Conrad Greenshields. And Conrad, yeah, game on. Gorka, you'd fancy themselves to get this, but still, you saw the chase go away last time. It's a bit of a loose shot from Kumar. What do you think about this one at halftime?
Yeah, it'll be a close game. I mean, Friendship have a good bowling lineup. Mr. Alam here has, I mean, probably one of the best shapes for a left armer in Portugal. Not a bad bowler, and then they've got Naeem in their firing lineup too. So
yeah, again, right on target. They take it on. And I think you see the difference there, the lack of hesitation. I mean, you've played a lot of this cricket now, a lot of high-level cricket. How important is communication, and what are some of the things that batters can do to make sure they're running between the wickets better?
Oh, I mean, running in between the wickets is crucial, and we always try and run the first as hard as possible. It's about trusting your partner. If they say yes and go, they know your ability, so they're, you're not going to throw your mate under the bridge. So just trust and go.
Yeah. You're obviously playing a lot of indoor cricket, or action cricket as they call it in some parts of the world. I did. I think there's a bit of bat in this. I think that's the only thing that saves him. Yeah, it just seemed like a squeeze of bat and pad together. Otherwise, it was pretty close.
Good call.
Paolo Pichamatsa, again, talking about earlier how much he enjoys umpiring, and again, gets it exactly right there. Yeah, so action cricket or indoor cricket, they're running between the wicket skills are heightened under that pressure. And so that's something that I think comes in outdoor cricket. You don't see as much focus on that, but I remember as a junior, we'd have whole training sessions on running between the wickets. In Australia, there was a huge focus on it. So, and as I've grown up as well, you add some other tools, such as the importance of eye contact. If you talk to people that have played in big stadiums and at high levels, often you can't hear calling. So watching your partner, watching what they're doing is really important. And as you said, that trust is crucial. I think he hits his own pad here. I actually don't think that hits anything, but he probably doesn't get the wide call. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Might have just flicked the pad or the strap on the way through. So we'll take us to the end of the first over. Pretty tight one from Jade Alam. 3 without loss after 1. 54 matches since the golden ball. That's only just over 2 weeks. That's how quick the cricket keeps on coming. And yeah, I remember we had 1 golden ball here in Portugal at this ground. Obviously we had the golden ball that broke the long streak last year without a golden ball of 405 matches. I'm going to see. I think there has. I remember Nippo in a game. I think it was in 2020. There was a golden ball as well. He bowled the batter. I'm going to go back and have a look. Yeah, match 10. That was Rossio versus Oerash. And Nippo was the successful bowler on that occasion. So I think they are the 3 golden balls that we've had in Portugal. Who knows, you might get a 4th. Yeah, but running between the wickets, and also hesitation kills, doesn't it? I think we've seen now that if both batters go straight away, look, there might be a perfect piece of fielding that can run you out, but you don't see that perfect pickup throw and hitting one stump that often.
No.
And you probably won't get it more than one time in innings if it does come up. Here's Imtiaz Rana, the captain. He's coming on to bowl over number 2.
I mean, if it is a great pickup and throw, you know, it is cricket. It's well played. You know, you've got to put the fielders under pressure, and you know, that's one thing that we've put an emphasis on. If it's out in the outfield and we know there's potential fumbles on board, we've got to be ready for that second.
And good teams are doing that. You know, they run the first one hard with the understanding on a fumble that both are going to go.
Yeah.
And the occasional run out is just the price of doing business. I think you don't want to leave runs out there. It's a little bit short from Imtiaz, pulled away.
Without risk, no reward.
Yeah, that's it. Very well said. And so, yeah, even when we see new teams to the competition, quite often we see them go one way or another. They go too aggressive and they start just trying to hit every single ball for 6 and they implode. Or sometimes they are a bit careful. It's probably something I saw in the ECIW last week, because they hadn't played as much really short form cricket, is a bit too much emphasis on preserving wickets and not taking calculated risks with the running. This is pick up and throw. They go the long way, but they will get through for a single. Yeah, so this is one thing I was saying to a lot of the teams that have been playing in the ECIW this year. Is, look, there's 11 of you out there, especially if the batting abilities are quite similar amongst 7 to 8 of the players. Of course, you've got probably a couple at the top, 2 or 3 that are standout batters.
Yeah.
But amongst the others, you have to be a little bit unselfish and risk your wicket, especially because in the women's game it was just a bit more difficult to pick up those infield singles. But it's important, I think, still go for them. Otherwise, you're just heaping pressure with dot balls upon dot balls if you're not hitting boundaries. But again, that's something that I'm sure will improve as they pick apart and analyse the video of those games. This is well bowled and did a really good start, just 3 and 3 off the first 2 overs, and it's game on. And already that run rate required has crept out past 10. 6 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, Gorka again changing the lineup. Maybe looking for the right combinations, but putting themselves under a bit of pressure here after 2 overs. 10 and over now. Now you start, you know, wanting 2 boundaries. Got to still keep running.
Well, it's like adding 15 to your total.
Yeah.
That's basically what that 2 overs have done. So having a look at this, whereas you're sitting just behind Gorka now, though they have played an extra game, and we'll play another one here. But yeah, how are you feeling about your semi-final prospects? And how do you feel about your 5 matches so far? Bit of a mixed bag?
Yeah, 5 matches. I mean, the Marlow game was very close.
Well, this is not a bad shot. He just launches at this. And Kumar goes bang. Maximo. It might have been a bit of a slow start. And they double their score in one swing of the bat from Kumar.
Yeah, good shot. Nice timing. Head down and cleared the boundary easily.
Yeah, so talk me through your ECS so far. I mean, the thing is, it actually goes pretty quickly because if you had 2 match days, you've already played half your games.
Yeah, before you know it, it's gone.
Pitch is up. This one's a bit fuller. Can't get under it.
Yeah, the start, I mean, we came back from the ECL. We had a week together again just before this, just relaxing.
Bit of hard labour in there as well.
Bit of hard labour in there, so the bodies were tired, but that's not an excuse. And we had Marlow, Gamblers, and Friendship straight off the bat. Those were the top 3 behind us in the league. And yeah, I think we played okay.
This one's a little bit shorter, and what a shot this is. He just whips it away. A couple of bounces across the rope for 4. Walid Imran. Yeah, brilliant bit of batting. He didn't have that much to work with there, but just really good hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, waited on it nicely and yeah, just flicked it over, no risk. So good shot, got the reward. Yeah, so with Marlow, it was close. I think the power play was what killed us. You know, chasing 133 and after power play having 13 was a little bit squeamish. But you know, to get within, I think we needed 12 of the last 2, and we lost by 6. So
Jared Lum, metronomic the way he bowls, isn't he? He's pretty consistent. I suppose they can turn against him a little bit if the batter's timing him up. Yeah, let's have a look at your run then, because we will see you tomorrow. You've got the first 2 matches on a Sunday morning. You've got, again, Punjab CC Amadora. That's a pretty difficult game. And then you've got a game against Lisbon Super Giants tomorrow. As this is up, it's in the air, it's a slight miss hit, and it's gone. Well, that's the one they needed to turn the tide, as the Gorka openers were getting away, but Kumar just kind of skews this off the outside half of the bat. Nicely taken by Muhammad Nazrul Islam. So that's the first wicket down. Gorka 11, 18 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling. Rahul coming down the wicket here. I think he's lost his shape a little bit. Tidy catch by Ratul. He's safe as houses too. And yeah, Friendship making a game of it.
Yeah, for sure. Got to keep moving the line. Because if anyone's in there for a decent length of time, you'd imagine that they get more comfortable, and suddenly this target of 88 doesn't look as imposing. Yeah, so Punjab CC Amadora tomorrow, and Lisbon Super Giants. And then what have you got from there? You've got 2 matches on Tuesday against the Lisbon Capitals and Gorka 11.
Yep.
Which has been cracker. And you finish with a single match on Thursday against the Indian Royals. So, yeah, all to play for. If you play well, you'd fancy yourselves to be in the semi-final. And I suppose the position doesn't matter as much in this format with no double chance. It's just a matter of being in that top 4, hey?
Yeah, that's it. It's just getting into the top 4. Obviously, you know, up at the top where Marlow are now gives you maybe possibly a easier run into the final. But, you know, all the teams are so close. So knockout cricket changes everything.
Yeah, that's right. And so, yeah, just think that if you have that double chance first and second, it's a
bit of breathing room.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of breathing room that you don't think any teams will have come finals day on Friday. It's the full toss, which is just knocked to the infield. That will take us to the end of the power play. And yeah, Farooq Ahmed coming out at 3. He'll retain the strike as we get to the end of the 3rd over. The score is 19 for 1.
Yeah, so ticking along nicely there. I don't think they'll be too worried at this stage. You know, 1 big over can just change it for them. They do still have Naeem in their back pocket. So, you know, maybe holding him back for the later overs there in case he gets close.
Yeah, that's true. But now looks like we're going to get Imtiaz Rana bowling himself out. He only conceded 3 in his first over. So yeah, the over scores so far in this innings, we've had 3, 3 and 13. So let's see if that big over was a blip or a trend as we start the 4th. Lost down the leg side.
I've not seen Ahmed before. Is he an import?
Yeah, well, Farooq is the guy. Obviously, they're giving him a chance in the top 3. But yeah, we've seen him playing in Sweden before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is up and it's lifted very well. I think they're checking this as 4 or 6. My instinct was it was 4. But we'll check it out in the replay. Yeah, Farooq. He's a pretty compact left-hander. This one just landed inside, yeah. So it will be 4 runs. Yeah, he's played his cricket for the Stockholm Tigers in Sweden. And yeah, he's made some good contributions over there, averaging 40 in 10 matches back in 2022. So a nice opportunity for him. I'm not quite sure what his connection is with Gorka 11, but I always quite like it when, again, friendships are being made. Farooq Ahmed is another guy who's played some cricket for Sweden. So
is he international for Sweden too?
Yeah, has played for Sweden in the past. Now, he plays and misses at 1. There's a big appeal. Imtiaz is appealing to anyone who'll listen, but it's not given.
Not sure where the square leg's going to give that out. It's appealing to the wrong umpire, yeah.
It's one of my favourite things when I see this, because yeah, Farooq has actually played at the ECC for Sweden as well. But yeah, it's almost a bit like when your mum says no, ask your dad.
Yeah.
There's a bit of that about it.
This is a good one, though.
Because this is smacked away through the point region, but it'll just be a single. Yeah, so yeah, I have actually seen back in the early days, I mean, ECN cricket back in 2020, it was the Wild West. I have seen an appeal for caught behind from the keeper standing back. The bowlers and umpire said no, so he turned to the square leg umpire, who then gave it out. No. And the most amazing thing was the batter just tucked his bat under his arm and
said
walked.
Nothing. Good man.
Those are the days. I mean, we've come a long way in a fairly short period of time. Runner. Swing and a miss. Okay, it's just inside the tram line.
Bowling nicely, Runner. It's a good line.
He's been consistent. He's a real leader, isn't he?
Good guy. Loves the game of cricket. Promotes it a lot in his community. You know, has led this team really well, and like I said, took them to the league final.
Yeah.
So
Comes in again with 2 to come. Still be 2 to come after that. A few clouds coming over. Don't think we'll get any rain, but just gives us a little bit of relief from the sun at the moment, and sometimes getting the players' eyes.
been pretty warm the last few days
Yeah.
too.
And we've been blessed with good weather so far. No full toss, and almost carries to the fielder. Does well, like the effort there. Gets up and off his feet. Can't turn it into a chance. It goes down as a single.
Yeah, good effort from Saddam. Lovely guy. Good cricketer, loves the game too. Very friendly. You know, it's something that makes you really happy is when you come on a Sunday and you playing against the guys, but you still got that camaraderie off the field.
Bonded by the love for the game, no doubt about that. This is a good finish, and runner only goes for 10 in the end. Good spell from him. And Gorka at the end of 4. They're 26 for 1. I was going to say we've been blessed with good weather ever since the start of the ECL. And actually, the last week in Malta was pretty good, although we had a few flash flooding issues there in the middle of our first ECS of the year. Just having a look, it's an interesting one. You can see how Friendship did accelerate after a pretty lousy start. And again, pretty slow start to this innings as well. So they still fancy themselves to be able to do this. But yeah, that run rate required has crept over the 10 and over, 10.33 and over required off the last 6. Yeah, so we lost a few days to weather in Malta, but since the start of the ECL, we haven't lost any games. We had 1 no result. We still had some cricket played in that match.
Amazing.
And yeah, I remember last year we were here around about the same time, maybe 1 or 2 weeks earlier, but yeah, we had some issues with
Freezing.
rain. Yeah,
Rain.
but it's been lovely.
Yeah.
Then we head to Cyprus next, and the weather's normally pretty good there.
So it's just like a long year of summer for you.
And I think we're 3
Jealous.
days away from our anniversary of being able to put up on the screen that match 5 has been delayed due to snow. And I remember that pitch in Bulgaria, when the covers came off, they had to chip the ice off the wicket in the morning.
Should have left it on a length, made it quicker.
And then also, we had wild horses running across the field at one point.
Oh, that's always
Just
special.
just a regular day on ECN. Have you ever been to Bulgaria?
No, not yet.
Check it out.
I will. Oh, there's a few
It's got
places.
a different vibe about it,
Really?
but it's amazing. You start to... There are things you kind of take for granted in today's global connected society, like, you know, being able to use your card and whatnot. Not always. Okay, so this is Mohammad Azaduzaman. Comes on, gets knocked away for 1.
Got any tips on where to go there from your experiences?
In the cities, a pretty good night. Try some Bulgarian food. I had the tarator, which is this kind of like cucumber and yogurt cold soup.
Oh, okay.
Recommend that.
Healthy?
Yeah, guess so. Really, anywhere's good. The cost of living there is not particularly high, which makes your money go a bit further. This is a good effort again. It's going to be 4. Well, I like the effort. And the third person does pick it up. Unfortunately, that's our official Shub that does the fielding. But again, yeah, I don't mind this. The ball gets through, but the fielders are prepared to throw their body at it.
Yeah, once you see guys diving on this field, you know they're fully committed because it's like jumping on concrete, and with a few bumps there, you know, you lose some skin.
Bit of a pressure reliever. Farouk now gets something on the hip. He turns, and this time he just gets a single. And that 1 boundary and over just kind of keeps him on track at this 10 and over required rate.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too stressed at this stage. I mean, 1 more 2 wickets might set the panic, but we watched them, you know, keep their cool and keep their calm, and ended the game with the Tigers last game, so they should be confident.
Pitched up, pretty well bowled. Saduzaman. His accuracy is a bit of a hallmark of his bowling. I like the way that Akbari goes to throw as they look to run, and he stops saying, "What, you really going to run on this?" And they decide not to.
Is that some mock fielding though?
Yeah. No, just more of a, what's the word?
Don't you get
He
warm
gave
for
him
that now?
He gave him the stink eye.
Hey,
I hate that fake fielding rule anyway.
oh, it's silly.
It's fixing a problem
Get rid of it.
that doesn't exist. This one's worked away. Down to fine leg for 1. Yeah, it's
Part of the gamesmanship, right?
Yeah. Anyone stupid enough to fall for fake fielding.
Yeah, you
deserves-
should be out
you
anyway.
should be out.
Yeah, on your bike.
Yeah. I get the. Yeah. There's sometimes I suppose the keeper. There's been some examples I think you could use, but they're so isolated. It's silly.
Oh,
Pretty close,
Dead.
and he's gone. Yeah, gets the breakthrough. The only question was the height. The line I think was middle stump, but that's going to be gone. And Imran goes for 10. 34 for 2 after 5. Yeah, for me, just like he hits across the straight one, and he was thinking it was going to bounce a bit more. Well, let's have a look at it. As, for me, I don't think that was going over. I think the line was pretty good. Yes, watch the ball come in here, and yeah, Waleed. This will give you a bit more of a look. You can see he's bowling quick, but yeah, I don't see that going over, Conrad. I think it's a pretty good decision.
no, good decision. I think that's clipping top of middle, and you know, it's always tough to miss a straight one. I know all about that.
Yeah, can happen.
Yeah.
So I mean, end of a pretty good half for Friendship, who've put themselves right back into contention. 34 for 2 at the halfway point. Farouk seems fairly composed. Suman Gamire, though, he's been lurking in the shadows. He's going to come out at number 4.
Yeah, interesting spot for Suman. I think he's got a point to prove. He's recently been selected for the national side, so you know he'll be eagerly watched, and yeah, back him to finish it. Got to back your own players, right?
Yeah, you can imagine he's got the CV for the role, doesn't he? He's not facing first up. This one's in the air. Almost carries to Muhammad Nazrul Islam. It does make the block, keeps it to 1. One's a fine now. One's a win for Friendship. If they can just starve the boundaries and push that rate up towards 2 a ball, they'll feel that even with established batters there, they still might be able to defend this target.
Yeah, especially with the new batter here. Friendship could look to try and keep him on strike a little bit more, create a bit more pressure for him, a release shot, and then maybe give them his wicket.
Gamire's a big fish to get as well. I think if Friendship can get him early, they'll have a lot of confidence heading into the last few overs.
Big over.
James from Estonia saying he remembers the horses in Bulgaria. Yeah, those were the days. Yeah, good start. Right up in the block hole. I think, yeah, length is even more important than line, I think. That's what I've realised. I mean, if you bowl that length, you can bowl that length on the stumps, you can bowl it wide of the off stump. But I think you have a bit more wiggle room in ECN cricket for within line rather than length.
Yeah.
This time he just misses his length seat, and it's going to get pounded away, and that's going to go all the way. Maximal, probably half a metre difference in the length, but it just gives Gamire something to work with. He gets off the mark in style.
Yeah, led his hands through the line of the ball there, got underneath nicely, and I mean he's hardly tried to hit that, and it's gone 60, 70 metres.
And that is the difference between it's a ball that bounces on the popping crease that you have to jam the toe of the bat down on versus one you can get under. Hello to Rahel, who is watching from Sweden. What do you think about Farouk Ahmed here in the middle, Rahel? Of course, Rahel, he's captain Sweden in the ECC, or the ECL for Albi Zami, I should say. He also has featured for Sweden in the ECC. Same with the comeback ball. Maybe a slight slower ball, rolled his fingers slightly, but Gamire takes the 1. So yeah, that rate not really going anywhere, still in the 10s.
Yeah, I think he'll be comfortable. If it doesn't go close to 12, you know, they'll back themselves to get over the line. I think these two are smart cricketers. They'll be talking about it in the middle and 2 boundaries and rotate the strike and over, and you're there.
Sabir Hussain. Not the worst over. 8 off 4. You start looking at individual overs. And the over-under is 10, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he can keep this to 2 singles, we'll be happy enough. And he gets out of jail.
Farouk standing way outside his crease there too.
Yeah, works around the corner. He likes to do that. He's very good off his hip, like a lot of left-handers are. But yeah, you can see what Conrad's saying here. He's a good half a metre out of the crease with that back foot. So obviously, when you're not too troubled by the pace and you're confident you can get a good look at the ball, you probably taking the LBW a little bit more out of the equation. You're just basically trying to get more balls that are drivable.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just trying to get closer to the pitch of the ball there.
Yeah.
And especially with the pace, if you see a batter that far out, I mean, it's a little bit of a sign that he's not rating the pace that much.
That's true. 43 for 2 after 6. So this could be another one that goes down to the wire with 45 required off the last 4 overs.
Yeah, close game. Golden ball tingle again. I mean, 2 in a row.
Yeah, it could be.
A bit too early, but
You just feel like there'll be one over where in the next 3 overs where one team gets the ascendancy. Either a big over that goes for multiple boundaries, maybe a 15 to 20 run over, versus an over where perhaps Friendship can grab a couple of wickets and keep it down to 6 or less. This is why I think it's important. Yeah, your bowling options, I think I'm more thinking to bowl guys I know can keep it tight now and maybe gamble down the stretch. You've got to keep the game alive and try and get ahead as far as you can. This is going to be Mohammad Asaduzzaman. I think he's a pretty good choice to come on in the 7th. And Farouk Ahmed, it's cruised to 14. He'll be facing up.
yeah, I think you've got to pick a batter now. It's 6th over. Both of these two could go. You've got the batters in the hut. There we go.
Ray loses his shape here, but he's going to get away with it. This is going to run down the hill.
6.
And that gone all the way well. Talk about your luck factor. Maximal Farouk does not get this at all. He's not in control. One hand comes off the bat. It's about 180 degrees from where he was aiming, but it's effective. 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot in the end. 6 in the book. So, you know, if you didn't have the replays, you'd be proud of that.
Yeah.
He's just lost his shape completely. His head's up in the sky.
That's a potential derailer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it takes the rate required back down to around the 10, where I think Orca are pretty comfortable. Now, this goes more or less where he wants it. Just a single. Anyways, yeah, talk about the over-under being, say, 10 or 11 for the bowls at this stage. Well, that's 7 off 2, so Asaduzzaman's walking the tightrope for the rest of the over.
Yeah, he'll do well to keep them under 10 here. This has got to be, you know, you'll be happy to walk away out of this over with 11, 12.
Yeah, and keep her up to the stumps. Kind of forces the batter. It doesn't force him, but it's probably advisable to then stay back in your crease. So, yeah, just kind of makes for a bit of a claustrophobic effect for the batter. Gamire gets his opportunity. He just pushes. Happy to take the 1. Yeah, so yeah, keeper being up to the stumps, obviously something that I employed a lot. I just noticed because you're then putting the batter back in their crease, number 1, they didn't really like it. They were always kind of a bit worried about overcommitting forward and maybe getting stumped. And that also meant you get a few more LBWs because just balls on the pads. There was less distance to the stumps. This time he goes up and he might go to the fielder. What a catch! Brilliant catching from Jayed Alam. He threw himself to the left. And Farouk, who batted well for 21, took on the field and lost. Jayed Alam with potentially match-turning catch. The 50 came up during the over, but at a cost now of a 3rd wicket. Brilliant fielding from Friendship CC, 51 for 3.
Yeah, crucial catch. Well done. I mean, pressure catch too. Farouk was ticking along nicely there. So, you know, wickets always slow the rate too. You've got Deep, who's walking in now. Last game, I think, if memory serves me correctly, was the first bauler, so he's on a pair.
Look at this. I love this, and you'll appreciate how he protects the ball.
Yeah.
You see how he uses his the hand that isn't holding the ball to cushion his fall, and that means that ball stays safe. So he doesn't have the ball banging into the ground. That's a very, very good catch technically by Jayed Alam, and that was travelling. You've got to kind of have soft hands when you're fielding, but I think in this form of the game, considering how close you are in the outfield, you also have to be strong enough in your hands to make sure that ball doesn't burst through. And that was very, very well done. Asaduzzaman with the breakthrough. And here's Hardeep. Yeah, you're right.
Is this where you're a keeper and you're letting him know he's on a pair?
Yeah, I'd probably, if I'd been paying enough attention the first game, he was bowled by Mohammad Omar Farouk for a golden. I would...
Just a little whisper in the ear there?
Yeah, I would just be in his ear going, you know,
Mommy's watching.
Coming off a golden duck. Well, he's pretty non-fussed by that because he just whips it away. And well, he might do this. Oh, this is, well,
That's
it may be a boundary stop, it may not be. Because he grabs it. I just have a feeling his last step might have been on the rope or outside before he touches it.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I actually think that it's okay. And the reason is, I think that he re-establishes himself in the field of play. So if this foot is okay, then that's okay. So I actually think there he's in. And then what happens next? Does he throw it away in time? Yeah, he's still in.
Okay.
He's thrown it away. So I actually think this is fine. I know he goes outside the field initially, but as long as he then gets back in, then it's fine. And now it's been given as not a boundary. This one won't be so lucky because this is blasted down the ground for 4.
Cricket's a cruel game. That was phenomenal fielding.
Well,
Great stop.
I think it's been given 6.
Oh,
That surprises me because I know he goes outside the field, but you're allowed to as long as that you are back in, unless I'm missing something. So
isn't it off the, if you've taken the catch and then run out, you can jump back in, but you can't come from out of field.
Yes, your first point of contact, you need to come from the field or be in the field.
Yeah.
I thought he did. So 61 for 3 after 7. Maybe some of the rule buffs can look up the exact rule there. But yeah, bit of a turner because it's 4-run difference. This is what's coming up in the third match of the day. Teen Tigers of Portugal, pretty impressive in the first game against Gorka without getting the result, taking on Punjab CC Amadora, that we'll see for the first time today. News from the toss is that Team Tigers Portugal, they won the toss. They're bowling first. A bit surprised by that, considering that they almost defended against Gorka, but now they decide to put in Punjab CC, who have some pretty powerful batters, Imran and Ranasawa, top of the order. And Parveen, you mentioned he's a guy that will make his international debut pretty shortly. Yeah, interesting one, that 6 or non-6. That game's coming up in about half an hour.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to, like you said, maybe the guys in the chat there can get back to us on that.
The other thing is, I mean, it's hard to tell. Maybe the officials felt that he was touching the rope at some point when he was holding the ball. But
Benefit to the fielder?
The benefit goes to the fielder on those. Yeah. Anyway, let's get on to over number 8. Yeah, it starts with Sarav bowling and Gamir 8, working a 4. Now, you feel like Gorka can control this chase. Still, there could be another twist left in this one.
Yeah, smart batting. Like we said, it's the salad bowl, so it runs down. So any kind of bat in between the gaps. If it goes through the inner ring, you're guaranteed 4 pretty much.
That's right. Now
making a late charge here. Bringing it down to almost a runner ball, so, you know, they'll back themselves to finish this.
Goes after it, slices, gets away with it. This is the luck factor. That could easily go to a fielder. Instead, it's just a single.
Yeah, a little bit risky. They've got what now? 5 off the 2 balls here. You know, Deep can hit a long ball here, so he could try and finish this over, pretty much.
He goes for it, goes up, and this is dropped over the boundary by Rupu Maximo. That hurts. That's been the twilight zone for Friendship in the last few minutes. This one, again, even if he pulled it back, I feel like it keeps the game a bit more alive, but he wasn't really balanced. He was still on the move, and he taps it over for 6.
Yeah, unlucky. Maybe his mind's still on that previous catch, but it's beaten him in the air there, a little bit slower.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just in the chat, some people think he might have touched the rope. Yeah, but might is probably not enough to make the call.
The angle doesn't really show you anything.
That's why if there's doubt, the fielder's meant to get the benefit. As this is hit, and it's hit well down the ground and out of here. Maximo Gorka, they've certainly lived dangerously today. I wouldn't say they've played perfect cricket, but they might have a perfect record through the first 2 games.
Yeah, that's the backbreaker. Deep was always going to take them on, especially the offie with his long levers. He's a big man.
So if I had a little word to Hardeep, this is normally how it works out. I think batters were averaging about 20 points more when I'd said something to them versus if they hadn't.
Yeah.
You almost guarantee the next ball goes for 6. Now he stops his shot. They've got it down below a runner ball, and imagine they cruise to victory now.
Yeah, unless something, you know, drastically changes here, I think this game's in the bag. Suman will just keep ticking it and give the strike to Hardeep, and he'll just, end of the over, say he's on strike. Yeah, what's it needed now? We're on 8.
Yeah,
9 needed.
9
so
for the win off 2 overs. Need to have an outstanding over now, don't you? It's going to be tough.
Maiden.
They've pulled ahead of the rate and they're pretty much bang on it. But that over, or in fact, last 2 overs, 18 and 18. And there's 36 of the runs right there. You look at the other 6 overs,
Yeah.
and they've only gone for 43.
I think Friendship had their top line up at the top to try and, you know, get stuck into the middle order.
Oh, wow! He just
How's
popped
that
this
shot?
up, and he almost turns into a ridiculous catch. In the end, it's going to be 4. And that just kind of sums it up at the moment. Friendship, not too friendly with the fielding at the moment. I mean, I like the effort there. It probably feels like it's worth going for this. And again, can't quite make the stop either. Akpreet's given everything, but the result will be 4 runs, and they're almost there.
It was almost like a French cricket shot. No, feet not moving and just flicking it with the wrist around the corner. Easy game for some people.
I'm going into the laws to try and find out. Now, is this a little helicopter shot? And it's away from the fielder. In fact, that will tie the scores. He had a play on that, but he couldn't quite pull it back. And so, Gawker 11, they're going to do this with some time to spare.
Yeah, helicopter shot there. Timed nicely. Put into the gap. And again, you know, that bounce might have sidestepped the fielder there, but pretty much game over here now.
Now, this one will do it. So they're going to do it with an over and a half to spare. And yeah, Gawker 11, they went a bit off script in both of their chases, didn't they? But they got it done. And these are important wins because remember, these 2 teams, they started the day with identical records. But now Gawker, they've pulled ahead. Friendship, we will get to see them a little bit later in the day as well. They will take on Punjab CC Amadora in the 4th match of the day. Also, we'll see them take on Team Tigers Portugal in the 5th match of the day. But right now, it's a win for Gawker 11. And like I said, it wasn't according to plan, but it was effective. They take the points in match number 27.
Yeah, all in all, good day for Gawker, 2 from 2. They started off nicely, nice confident shot over long on from Rahul there. Waleed came back up and he continued from where he left off in the first game and just kept that momentum going. Yeah, we have a little Sky, Ratul getting back and comfortable catch. And the skipper Rana coming into ball, and Farouk also had a nice little innings there.
Yeah, you know, he did. And yeah, Farouk just kind of kept them ticking along. The rate never got completely out of control. I think at most it was about 11. That was a ball that didn't bounce as much as the batter thought. Waleed Imran had to go. And yeah, it was just a case where they could have put probably 10 more runs on the board. He felt like they could have built a bit more pressure. But they had that get out of jail shot, didn't they? Farouk edging a 6. And then this one was disappearing. That was until Jayad Alam popped up. So they just hung in there. This is the controversial one. He's out, but then he's in.
Yep.
And I felt that he did really well. Again, I think that technically, I think those 4 runs would have been handy anyway. We'll query that one. I mean, maybe they did feel that he steps on the rope and one of those steps when he was in contact with the ball, but probably doesn't come back to bite them at all because despite their best efforts, they end up going down with an over and a half to spare, which I suppose in this form of the game is quite a significant margin.
Yeah, good for their run rates. I think Friendship will go back to the drawing board. Maybe, you know, bowling the spinner towards deep is a little bit of a mismatch there. That's maybe where it changed the game.
Yeah, so this is what's coming up next. Team Tigers Portugal against Punjab CC Amadora. Interesting that Team Tigers Portugal captain Azif Ataur has sent in Punjab CC. So, again, they're going to have some big hitters up front that TTP are going to have to get hold of. That is going to be starting in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Both teams, I'm sure, wanting a win. And Punjab CC, they're another team that start the day with a 3-2 record. So they'll be hoping to do a bit of a number on the Tigers. 32 off 9, Hardeep Singh. Well, we might have chirped him before he went in, but it backfired because he scored 32 off 9. And a nice return with the bat from him. Just the one wide inning, so they didn't give too many away for free. Gamire was just steady, wasn't he? 13 off 7. Farouk had his role as well. Just getting the innings on track. He scored 21 off 13. But all top 5 reached double figures. So a bit of a team effort from the batting unit. 2 for 26, Asadu Zaman took the wickets. I've got to say that Imtiaz Rana was brilliant, though, with the fairly new ball, only going for 10. So, well, 2 matches you've been here, Conrad. 2 very entertaining matches. And we'll see you again in match 3, right?
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, so we'll be back in around about 20 minutes, take you into match 28. And we'll see what Punjab CC Amadora are bringing to the table. Their first appearance on day 6 Well, get into your weekend with us here at ECN. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Conrad Greenshields with me. Back soon with more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Saturday Cricket Ground. We are 2 matches into our 5-match program here. Super Saturday of action. The weekend's rolled around, but the cricket just keeps on coming. Coming up in our next match, we have match number 28. This is between Team Tigers Portugal and Punjab CC Amadora. A little bit earlier on, Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee, had the 2 captains for the coin toss. Let's see who won it.
Imran to call. And that is a head.
Head. We like to ball first.
So you saw the news from the toss was that Team Tigers Portugal, they won the toss and sent in Punjab CC Amadora. I'm going to say that it's a little bit surprising, but ECN cricket is full of surprises. So calculated gamble by Asif Atouri has captained well today though. Almost hung on against Gawker 11 in the first game of the day, but they went in a last over finish. So Team Tigers Portugal without any points here. They do have one win earlier in this series. That was against Lisbon Super Giants. Punjab CC Amadora, they're one of a bunch of teams that started the day on 3 and 2. And with only 4 semi-final places for grabs, then you feel like this is the kind of game they shouldn't be dropping. Right, Imran leads Punjab CC Amadora, and he's likely to lead them at the top of the order as well. Ranasawa, again, very, very good player. National team experience, and if those two open the batting, it will certainly pack a punch. And I suppose, yeah, the gamble when you do send in a strong opposition side, you want to get those early wickets. So the Team Tigers Portugal, they've got some pretty good opening bowlers. You look at Alamin Ulash, I think he bowled really well in the last game. Mohamed Omar Farouk is another guy who will get 2 decent overs out of. I think they just struggled across the board to maintain that standard, and that's why we weren't quite able to defend that score of 95 in the first game of the day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. My very special, he's not really a guest, he's proved himself, I think, in the booth. It's Conrad Greenshields, the Portuguese captain and Irish captain. And yeah, Conrad, what do you think about the decision from Team Tigers Portugal to send in Punjab CC Amadora in this one?
I think it's a brave step. We know Punjab have some serious firepower. You know, maybe they back themselves to restrict them. 1 or 2 quick wickets and put them under pressure.
Yeah, it's a calculated gamble, I suppose.
I think Punjab would have batted anywhere.
That's what I think.
Some batting practice.
I just think the fact that they did get 95 on the board and almost defended it against the strong Gawker 11 side in the first game that I probably would have batted, but I suppose that's why they never let me be captain. So, got to say, I'm a big fan of the font of the letters. It's slightly unusual. Slightly
bit of a tail at the end of
slightly
that.
exotic,
Yeah,
I got to say.
Nice. Something different.
It's a bit of the Aladdin about that.
Ah,
For
yeah.
me. Yeah, the flying carpet. Anyway, they're going to go for Parveen Singh at the top of the order. Interesting. I thought maybe they'd go kind of all in with Rao Imran and Ranasawa. But they have gone for Parveen at the top, and he's out there with Osama Zahid. So a slightly different opening combination. It is going to be Alamin Ulash to get us going. Here we go in match 28. A pretty good ball first up. Ulash has been impressive with new ball, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got some nice shape. Good start. Parveen hanging on the back foot there, nice and full, and getting it to swing.
Yeah.
Parveen can let loose sometimes.
Yeah.
I've seen some amazing innings from him.
Interesting that they have sent him out there to open, so a lot of confidence in him. And he's knocked over. Oh, that is an outstanding bit of bowling from Alamin Ulash. He swings it in, and Parveen swings away. Not a shot he'll want to look back at. It's 1 for 1.
Right, that was a terrible shot. He's just seen the first ball swinging in, so come out of the crease a little bit, and he's just opened the leg, and it's gone through the gate.
It has a classic can't block 2 in a row about it. I think he respected the first one, so none for 1. And Alamin continues his strong start. This is what we talked about with Team Tigers Portugal, again, mixing it with some of the big teams and holding their own. I think they'll have a lot of confidence they'll take back into their league cricket this season as well. Right now, they're open with Imran, but we see him pretty early on at 0 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think he would have expected to be in so early, but good start from Tigers, and you know, again, put some pressure on the top order, and you never know, you might be able to sneak in a win here.
And the thing is, he moves that new ball, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that you're a swing bowler by trade, and it's a beautiful thing when you can get that ball dancing the way you want it to. So Imran, don't think he was planning to come out this early. I wonder how big that helmet is, because he's got one of the larger heads.
Big boy.
In Portuguese cricket.
A bear hug from him hurts.
I bet. I've got to say that and he's telling me a lot of his family tune in, so big hello to all Imran's family who are watching him. I'm pretty sure they're happy to see him out there fairly early, because they might see more of him. And this guy can pound the ball, can't he?
Yeah, he can hit a long ball. I mean, he looks massive on the field. He looks like a bit of a bully, but one of the nicest guys off the field that you can come across.
Yeah, certainly a gentleman of the game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Ulash had it spot on to the left-hander. Just saying to hold up for a second. One thing we have been really lucky with is we haven't had too many technical delays today. We've had some connectivity issues from time to time. As soon as Rico left, we haven't had any more delays.
Yeah.
Maybe he was the glitch in the Matrix. Anyway, I hope Rico's enjoying his day off. He deserves it. He said he might catch the train into Lisbon and check out a bit of the capital.
Beautiful
having
city.
not been before.
Amazing city.
Do you have any tips? We're thinking about maybe going out to Lisbon tonight. Do
Oh,
you have
are
any
you?
tips?
I'm playing tomorrow, so.
No, not you.
No, okay.
For your own benefit, we weren't going to invite you. I remember I went to a really nice rooftop bar last time. It was actually top of a car garage, like a top of a car park. It was very good. Anyway, here we go with the resumption of play. And a pretty good ball from Alamin Ulash first up. Worked away for one. Yeah, I'd have to look it up and see what it was called, but it just looked like nothing. It looked like it's a multi-level parking garage, but level 6. It was just this really funky bar.
Bumping.
Yeah, it's the kind of city, Lisbon, where it's got some vibrancy to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, you can find anything and everything in Lisbon. Beautiful city, you know, with the historical buildings and stuff like that. Up on top of the hill, the old fort.
The waterfront I really liked.
The waterfront is amazing.
Pina colada down on there. This is whipped away. This is Zahid. He wants to go with a hit. He sent back. Imran knew that he was never going to make it. So yeah, always itchy to get off the mark. Sometimes there's potential collateral damage when you just hit the first ball and run. But he got the message pretty quickly with Summer Zahid to turn around.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any quick singles with Imi on the non-strikers there.
Been a good over. Pitched up, hit, and he's almost pulled that out.
He's thrown it for 4.
Well, he might. It could have possibly got 3. Imran's going to come back. Just have a look at this. It's quite a remarkable fielding attempt from Mia, who went up with 2 hands that weren't even next to each other. And then he almost pulled it out and just recoiled in horror. When it got away, it was like one of those people in those wind machines where the cash is blowing around and he was just grabbing at what he could. But in the end, it'll be a long 2 for Zahid. Whipped away off the stumps. He likes to do that. This one blasts through the infield. This is going to cost him 4. Well, that hurts, doesn't it, for Team Tigers Portugal? End of the over. It's 7 for 1.
Yeah, shows you how important catches are, but the fielder didn't want any of this. The head was not even looking at the ball. That's anticipating rather than watching.
So, and we've gone through these teams a couple of times today. We went through Portugal earlier, then Netherlands, and I'm going to talk a bit about the Gibraltar team because we have seen a fair bit of them lately on ECN. Avinash Pai is a very good cricketer. I think Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce did some very good things in the Valletta Cup last year for Gibraltar. You also got the experience of Ian Latton, who's a pretty technically correct player. You've got the power of Kenroy Nesta, or K-Ness, in there as well. Plenty more players to watch. That's a 3-way series next weekend right here on ECN. Rao gets a full toss and it's very well cut off around the boundary. And so they will get a single. So yeah, looking forward to the ECI, which is a great addition to the calendar. A fair few of our European Cricket Series will finish with a 2-day European Cricket International tournament.
Great idea.
Yeah. Logistically, it's quite challenging, but I think already we're seeing that it's just another addition which is getting people more excited about European cricket and, of course, giving more international opportunities to players on the domestic scene. Yeah,
how nice of it is it to have the Dutch coming over to the various countries and playing and competing in it.
And you nailed it before. We'll talk about the conditions. This is well bowl. Swing and a miss. This is Yusuf Mia, who almost pulled off a remarkable catch in the last over. He's getting a ball. Yeah, let's get the Dutch fielders, a very good fielding side. Get him out here on the... I don't really know what to describe it. It reminds me a bit of a trampoline. Like a big, hard trampoline, but that's harder. Yeah, get him out here and let's see what the fielding's like and see how many fingers they've got left at the end of the week.
You know those balls that you get where they've got the bumps all around it?
Yeah.
It's like fielding like that.
Yeah, I can't remember what they're called. We used to train with them a fair bit.
Exactly. It's about not knowing where it's going, and it's just purely reflex at times.
Of course, they'll be hitting a few balls that people are going to have to field as well. Don't forget that.
For sure.
This is up in the air, thick outside edge, and well fielded. I think he does this. Now they'll come back for two, but I got to say, this is Jamil Rajan down there. And I don't think he expected to find himself in this situation. They see he grabs it, he stays in, he's fine there. Does he let go of it in time? Yeah, I think so. It's just that foot there. Does it touch the rope? I don't think from this distance you could say. So he gets credited with a good stop. Now Snackman jumps a bit on Zahid. He moves to double figures with that one. Or in fact, he doesn't because they won't run. So it's the end of 2 overs. It's 12 for 1.
Yeah, you see off a good length, the ball does some funny things. It either nips in, out, it can pop on you.
Yeah.
Maybe the cross seam is a play.
Have a look at this because Punjab CC and Medora, they are 3 and 2. Same record as you. So slowly those 3 and 2 records have evaporated as teams have played today. See, Friendship have gone to 3 and 3. We've seen Gorka go to 5 and 2, winning both their games so far. Fighters won a close one last night. That was important. So, I mean, 5 or 6 doesn't go into 4. Only 4 semi-finalists will be decided at the end of match 55. This is a big over. Alamin Ulash needs another breakthrough. Won't be this time. It's a miss hit just for no run. The other team I think will be interesting is Gibraltar, because Gibraltar's home ground is now AstroTurf.
Yeah,
and
I've heard.
It's a great field, but again, you don't get too many Tortugas there. You know,
Just straight up and down.
It's a bit bouncy, I'll give you that, but it's kind of predictable bounce.
Yeah.
Whereas this is the opposite of that. Big swing and a miss. That's good areas from Ulash. Can't quite get that edge at the moment.
Very well bowled, top of off. Unlucky to miss the timber there. That's missed by an eyelash.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He's loving it though. This is what I love to see, those smiles on the faces. And everyone's enjoying the opportunity to show what they can do in front of the global audience. This is Cricket Live from Portugal. And now pops it back and almost carries back to the bowler.
Unlucky there. Caught-in bowls are always very difficult. You never know what the speed is. This just pops on him. Does he get a hand to it? No, it drops.
Falls short, but yeah, just needed to find a way to turn on the afterburners to get a bit closer to that.
Surely a dive.
Yeah, maybe.
Especially with Imran Rao.
You'd think so, but he's an important player himself. Alamin doesn't want to do himself an injury. Slow start for Imran, 3 off 7. You feel like that can't last, and this is a very confident looking shot. And they're going to check if this is 4 or 6. And he will get the boundary that breaks the momentum, doesn't it? Let's have a look at it on the replay. Here it comes, and I think it's... So Maximo Imran breaks out of his funk and moves to 9. It's just a little bit too short that time. Good shot though.
Good shot. Still got to put them away, but yeah, a touch short. Go back to that top of offline, and Imran seemed to be a little less confident. Not so much on the front foot these days.
This one is Fuller and works it away to mid-on. He will get the single this time. Still, I mean, they've only got the 1 wicket, but they have done pretty well at restricting, haven't they, Team Tigers Portugal? This is kind of what I was saying a little bit earlier on. I think typically new teams to competition in the field, there's a bit less fear, a bit more of a shared burden, I think, in the field and with the bowling. And so we see them competing with these top teams in this aspect of the game a bit before they're batting, where it's a bit more individualistic and you're relying on guys to have the confidence to take on some of the better bowling. Anyway, takes us to the end of the power play, and I think that's a win for TTP after 3. It's 20 for 1.
Yeah, I think if you told them after 3 they would have Punjab 20-1, they would have taken that smiling. So good start for them. They've just got to keep it going. They had the same kind of start in the last game, but then, you know, slowly but surely kind of ran out of bowlers.
Looks like we had, is that Kirill's up there? Give me a thumbs up from camera 2 if it is Kirill's. Or maybe that's Martin's. I'm trying to pick these fingers. Okay. I know that thumb. It looks a bit, I'm going to say it's Martin's thumb. It looked a bit too dainty to be Kirill's thumb.
Yeah.
Aren't they great? I mean, is that Kirill's thumb? Wow. Okay. Hey, so you've got to know the TV crew a bit here.
Yeah.
Spring Productions. They do a great job, don't they?
Amazing. Very, very, very talented, very professional. Good people off the field.
Yeah, and fun.
And
By the
fun.
way, this is in the air and it is hanging. Bermuda Triangle situation, and he might have knocked it through for the conversion. Have a look at this on the replay. I got a feeling that he assists this over. Just fell into a pocket of space. And yeah, let's check it out. Thanks to Spring Productions. Does he kick this, or is it just the natural slope of the field? Oh, it's off the fingertips, I
Palmed
think.
it. 5 metre scrum.
Yeah, knock on. Oh, that's a disappointing one for Bakor. He's having the greatest morning so far. He's still got time to turn that around. Zahid with the boundary. Change of angle from Yusuf Mia. And change of tactics as he bowls it straight at his head and then disappears for 4 more. That'll be a no ball. High five. And next ball is going to be a free hit as well.
Yeah, I think this has just come out of the hand completely wrong, and still got to put those away. They're not the easiest balls to hit.
Good shot. I mean, to have the confidence to go the hook, a lot of players would probably try to angle that down to third man and just get some bat on it, but he got a full-blooded hook shot out of it. So yeah, it's just been the issue, I think, for Team Tigers Portugal today is they've been really good in patches, but then they have had trouble maintaining that pressure throughout the whole 10 overs. Here's the free hit back over the wicket. And it'll be a thick edge, and it'll be fumbled, and it'll be a single.
Yeah, the no balls, I mean, they can change games. We saw it in our game with when we were defending.
Yeah.
We thought we had the game in the bag, but then it started getting close with 2 no balls, and you know, it can completely reverse a game. Yeah,
that's true. Extra delivery in a 10 over match is huge as well, isn't it? Well, not the greatest bit of foot fielding, but again, it will just be a single.
Not only that, you're also giving the batter a free shot, and you know, there's no worry. You can just throw their hands at it, and if it pays off, it pays off. If it, you know, you edge it, it's still there. It can be quite costly. So full tosses is, you know, something that the team's got to try and not work on.
And quite foolishly, I retired around the time that they brought in the free hit rule. So I haven't felt the drunk with power, immunity.
It's quite a good feeling.
Oh, I mean, I spent most balls frightened of getting out in my entire cricket career. I think I faced 3 no balls when the rule came in, and I got singles off all 3 of them, which was just ridiculous. Anyway, this is in the air, and it should be gone. It's dropped. Wow, Mujibur Rahman really should have done better. You can see he's frustrated. He went the crocodile style, I think, and that one got away.
That's a dolly, and that's a big wicket. That's Imran too. Maybe a bit too calm and collected, and the crocodile hands were not snapping in time.
Oh, the crocodile, as Corey Rutgers calls it. And not doing the job. And he couldn't have presented a more simple chance, really. Wow, Imran was half-hearted little poke. An optimistic LBW appeal to finish the over as we get to the end of 4. The score is 34 for 1. So I've got a question for you because one thing I noticed when you came to the ECL, the Champions League, just 2 or 3 weeks ago now with Oerash, is you guys had a real focus on your fielding to be a professional fielding unit. Obviously, you would agree with that. But how do you practice your fielding? What sort of things do you do to make your fielding as good as possible?
Me personally, I mean, I always try and have a ball in my hands if I'm throwing it against the wall or doing whatever, just to get those reflexes going.
Yeah.
When we came to the ECL, we spent a week on this field actually practicing.
Right.
So, you know, like Kartama is an amazing field to field on. It's like playing on sponge. So we knew if we were good on this field, we would be, better on the Cartman field.
Sure. And what are you doing? Are you practicing high balls? Is there any kind of anything innovative, or is it just like kind of the fundamentals and just that repetition?
Yeah, high balls. We're doing a lot of boundary catches, working in teams. There's a lot of, you can change a game by plucking a ball out of the air and flicking it to your teammate.
Yeah.
The same as backing each other up. If it's going to long on and cow, those two have to cross just in case there is a fumble. With this game being so quick and intense. We were talking about it earlier. You go for a second on a fumble. If your backup is there, you can still potentially get the run out. So, looking at things like that.
Oh, he's bowled him, and I said he needs to turn his day around. What better way to do it than that? Mohammed Bakor comes on in the 5th, and he rattles the thumps of Imran, who was never quite himself while he was there. That's cricket. This one angles in the natural angle, and you can see Bakor. That is cricket, because things can change very quickly, and he sends the Punjab skipper walking back. Scores 34 for 2.
Yeah, gone down completely the wrong line there, head in the air, and well bowled. I mean, it's that old saying, you miss, I hit, and he's claimed another one.
Yeah, that's one thing that I guess it's an old expression, but cricket's a great evener, and it goes both ways. I mean, Bakor hasn't really gone the way he's wanted today for the most part. But that's also what I like about this format, the fact that you can play 2 or even 3 matches in a day, and you just got to kind of keep your head in check, because you're going to have your ups, you'll have your downs, but that's a nice one. Remember, Bakor was the one trying to defend 3, and there were 2 wides and a bye in the first game of the day, which were the 3 winning runs for Gorka. Now Runasawa comes out, so it doesn't get a lot easier for TTP. Runner starts with a single.
The Punjab Giants. Yeah, some big boys here. Good ball first up, and runner just nudging it into the covers for a single. Zahid is doing quite well here, 20 off 12, so he's keeping with the rate they would be looking at. But again, I've said you've got to be looking at around 120 to be really competitive.
Goes up with the angle, hasn't quite got it. Another chance, and this time it's been taken. So, well, Yusuf Mir in that position. He had a bit of work to do, didn't he? So, well, that's Zahid who goes now for 20. So 2 new batters at the crease, and the Tigers just keep on coming here on day 6.
Got to be your underdog favourites, the Tigers, right? They've done really well today. They've played some good cricket. They've taken some catches. A lot better than their first day's performance by far. And Asif is looking quite positive there. He's a cute captain. Can I say that?
I guess so.
It's a bit weird, but yeah.
I mean, rate your captains by cuteness 1 to 11. But
I don't know. There's just there's something about him. He's really fiery. He's always got a smile on his face, and you just got to like the guy.
Yeah, fair enough. And so Bakor comes up with 2 big wickets in the 5th. But Abu, he's certainly changed the game in this over to get the 2 established batters. Adnan Ali comes out at number 5. And he wastes no time at all. He goes up, he goes over, he goes maximal. And as far as starts go, it doesn't get a lot more confident than that.
No, not a bad start at all. I mean, that's why you got to love T10 cricket, right? Walk in there, Tigers think they're on top, and then the guy walks out, double step, bang, straight over your head for 6.
Yeah, this game will change so fast it'll make your head spin as we approach the halfway point. Still been a good over from Bakor. He gets this one into the stumps, and they take on the fielder, and they win thanks to the small fumble. 6-1, and last ball of the 5th to come from Bakor.
Yeah, 10 and over here. I mean, if you're the Tigers, you're still happy. You're keeping them under 10. Big ball, this one.
Goes for it, doesn't quite get it. Fielder's going back, Fielder's coming forward, and Fielder takes it. 3 times the charm. With his volleyball, he uses all 3 touches, and that's Alamin Ulash. He just had to find it first. He was not sure, I think, if it was going to stay in the field of play. But that's a big wicket as well, because Rana is going to go for just a single. And 3 wickets fall in that 5th over to Bakor. It's 42 for 4.
Yeah, beautiful over. Well bowled. good catching too, you know. They've held on to their catches, and that's a huge scalp. Rhino walking out there. I think last game he played, he made a quick fire 50. So, you know, pressure on the middle order here that maybe haven't had a good knock in the middle just yet. And
Also,
Tigers,
first game of the day for Punjab CC as well, right? So it's always a bit of getting the eye in, just adjusting. Whereas we know that Team Tigers already did have a game earlier on against Gorka. Yeah, very entertaining contest. New batter comes out. It's a guy that can pack a punch, Simranjit Singh, but he won't be facing because it was the end of the over as Muhammad Umar Farouk prepares to bolt. And he was brilliant with 3 wickets in the first game of the day. Likes to marshal the troops and make sure that everyone's where he wants them.
knows what he wants. That's good from a bowler.
Undeniably knows what he wants, to hit sixes. And that's exactly what he tries here, and that's exactly what he does. Maximo! And you just have to say that he's looking super confident. Even the way he hits this, doesn't even bother to see where it's going to land. He just knew that one had left the building.
You just feel it out the bat. You don't even have to bother. Just take your guard and wait for the ball to be returned. I mean, good shot. I think you can see by that grip he favours the leg side, so maybe it was something a bit outside or off.
It's very tight ball.
Yeah.
Those of our viewers will be familiar with that. But yeah, kind of choking up the bat, squeezing that bat handle, and fairly open, looking to get deep in the crease and to lift something up into the leg side. This time though, he backs away and he still goes down the ground and out of here. Maximo! That was an even better shot, I think, because he backs away to give himself room, has to reach for it, still has enough bat to get it out of the ground. And the counter-attack is coming thick and fast from Adnan Ali.
I mean, he's done amazingly to get to that. He's literally stretching. He's on the ground. Short arm jab, and it's gone over by like 10 meters. Strong boy.
Yeah, sure is. Now it goes again. This one is even further. Going, gone. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque esto es 6 carreras. Everyone missing Rico, that one's for you.
You do that quite well, huh?
Heard it a few times. Anyway, Farouk's probably not enjoying it as much. Oh, living by the sword, dying by the sword. One thing about ECN boundaries being smaller than, let's say, an average cricket field is it encourages batters to go for more shots. And I think that it'd be a boring game where that poke down the ground gets caught. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you can see, that's something that people don't realise as we get to the end of the 6th over, the score is 60 for 4. A lot of people saying, well, look, these guys are hitting the ball 20, 30, 40 metres over the boundary. Why are the boundaries so short? But I think that if you scientifically look at it, the dynamics are created by the fact that the batters can get away with more, so they'll try more.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that you understand once you've watched a fair bit of ECN cricket, rather than just watching maybe a game in isolation. And the other thing is the bowlers, they know it's harsh if an edge goes for 6 or a miss hit goes for 6, but I think the bowlers also know the batter coming at you forces you to think a bit more, but it also creates more wicket-taking opportunities because the batter's going to make more mistakes. Well, it's a little helicopter as Alameen running around the boundary, but he can't get there. Maximo! Well, the action coming quickly, and you can see this one inside out. It's quite a remarkable follow-through as well, as we see 6 more added to the total.
I don't understand cricket sometimes. I mean, how is that even possible? It's a helicopter shot, and it's gone over extra cover.
I love it.
It's mental.
In the old days,
Good
when you did
stuff.
that, they'd said it's wrong, but how can it be wrong when it feels so right? What a start. Was his first ball as well. Now this has gone again. Gone. Maximo, and well, both these guys, they have come out, they wasted no time, and blink and you'll miss it. This innings getting out of control really quickly for TTP.
Yeah, another great shot. Leaning back and just clipping it. I mean, that's gone higher than it's gone further too. So, amazing shots, and 12 off 2.
I just want you to look at Simran, how far back in his crease he is. He's got 2 feet in his crease, and that's because he's looking to get under something.
Yeah.
So we talked a bit earlier about batters batting out of their crease, trying to essentially get closer to the pitch of the ball. He wants to be further from the pitch of the ball because he's just thinking he wants to go up. That time, not able to do it. He points his bat. Now he has to grab his bat, and he would have been run out. And, well, quite exciting period of play here at the moment.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to let the umpires do their job and focus on what's happening around
It's
you.
a big edge, but look at that. And he's too busy saying, hey. And then he gets the message that he has to run. And yeah, he would have been gone by 2 or 3 steps.
Yeah, never a fan of back chat to the umpires.
The old boy who cried wolf. Everyone always thinks they got an inside edge. That time he actually did. This is up in the air. More work. He really scoots off the surface to Alameen, but he does well. Backcourt. He'd give anything for a 4th wicket now, because this partnership has exploded to life. They came together at 42 for 4 at the halfway point, and they have put on 32 in just 10 balls.
Yeah, great striking, putting the pressure back on the Tigers here, and you know they won't stop, but a wicket here can change that momentum again. Oh, shot.
Really good shot, clipped away. That one wasn't quite where he wanted it. This is just going to be 4 runs. I thought for a second it might have been called a no ball, but I think it's just a boundary 4 signal. And yeah, this was more of a bowler error. Maybe it may have been a no ball, you know. I think this is a no ball for a back foot. I'm sure he's been getting close the whole time. And so yeah, that time he actually touched the return crease. So it'll be a no ball plus 4 and a free hit. So Bacour, he had such a good moment in the first over. Oh,
Close again.
I tell you what, it wasn't much better, was it? Let's see. This was a free hit as well, but they don't get it away.
I mean, as long as it's not touching the line, it's okay. So I think you've got to...
You've got to actually touch it.
Yeah.
Now, when it
He's
lands,
already raised.
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that close.
That's better.
A little bit better. Yeah, up in the air. That's not a better result. This is going to be pounded. And, we talked about this before. They've been good in patches, TTP, but sustaining it over the 10 overs is so important. That over goes for heaps. I'll give you an exact total once I've counted it up. But that's the end of 7 overs. It is 86 for 4. That one goes magical. 26 came off that over. As we look at the upcoming events, of course, we're in the midst of the ECS in Portugal. We have the ECI, the internationals coming at the end of this in the weekend. Easter weekend as well. So I don't know, mate, we could hide some chocolate eggs or something on Sunday morning for you. Then we've got the 2-week ECS in Cyprus. It'd be great to be back there. I think there's 68 matches over 2 weeks. I'll go to Italy. We'll have a couple of series in Italy this year. The first one's in Milan for 2 weeks. And yeah, sandwiched in there as well. We've got the T20 internationals we'll be covering in Gibraltar, which Conrad, my colleague today, will be captaining Portugal in. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Mujura comes on. It's knocked down the ground for a single. Got to say, Conrad, that's one rule I think it's a bit outdated, the back foot no ball rule. I think it used to be that it didn't matter where your front foot was at all because it was all the back foot. The back foot had to be behind the bowling crease, which is actually behind the stumps.
Oh, was it like that?
Back in the 60s.
Okay.
And they changed the front foot rule, but they never changed the sideness of it, of the back foot rule. So for me, if I could change a rule, I think it just makes sense. It would be just that the front foot, there should be something that is
a guideline
inside the sideline and something behind the front line.
Yeah.
And I think then you're asking the umpire to watch 2 feet and then look up and look at the play. Most umpires, if they're honest with you, they won't look at the back foot.
No.
If there's a call like that, it often comes from off the field.
Yeah, unless you see it like that guy. He's
challenging it.
100% like pushing the line every time, but
Yeah.
normally you're not really looking at it.
This is up and it's hit pretty well. That's out of here. Maximo, what a partnership this has been. In fact, that brings up the 50 partnership, and the 50 partnership comes up, I think, at 15 balls. So it's been
brutal.
Yeah, it's been brutal. That's a good word. Yeah, I was just thinking because it doesn't really make sense to me. Spinners will often have their back foot inside the sideline and then have their front foot outside the sideline, which is legal.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
It's not fair, is it?
It's, you know,
what's the difference?
You still have to have a rule for the sideness, if you like. But I just think if you just could watch the front foot, that would be
just
an easier
stay
way
in
to
the
do
borders.
it. Yeah, this is another brutal shot, which is going to go up and away. Maximo, have a look at this partnership. In fact, that's 4. Pardon me. Didn't quite go the distance, but he did find the gap. It was a bit more top edgy than I thought off the bat as it came down. And yep, you see there. Maybe just held up a little bit, but still a good result for Punjab CC Amadora.
What's their field? Okay, so they're dropping the cow back there now. So who've they brought up? The third man. Yeah, with the pace like this, it's better to have the guys up in the front.
Yeah, I think the way that these guys are hitting as well, they're not looking to get funky. They're hitting down the ground pretty often and pretty hard. Yeah, so that's just one I think. I don't know if we could bring it in, but I would like to see it experimented with because, okay, the guy, he's touching the return crease. He's not getting a huge advantage. Look at where his front foot is. His front foot is inside the line. So this is up in the air. Should be gone. It is gone. So they break the partnership, and that's a nice moment for Jamil Rajan, who's fielded pretty well in this innings, made an important stop earlier, and now he takes an important catch because Anand Ali had raced to 42 off just 13 balls, but his 14th one will be his last here in match 28. It's 97 for 5.
Yeah, good little cameo there, and third man being brought up, chasing the ball after Cow, and results in a wicket. So, you know, good captaincy, bringing him up and gets the big fish. Is this Umar, if I'm right? Yeah, this man can hit a long ball too.
Yeah,
so it's just it's quite intimidating when you're standing on a field and 7-foot giants are walking in.
Yeah, for sure. But I've got to say, nice fielding from Jamil. What an innings, though. That was edge of your seat stuff from Adnan Ali. Came out from the very first ball.
Yeah,
he just looked completely confident. Attempted clothesline from Paolo Butchamatsa, the umpire. So it's been a pretty good over. I mean, yes, he's gone for a 6 and a 4 in this over, but he has taken the wicket. Mujibur Rahman bowling his first over here in the 8th. And right on cue, he lets me down. He goes full. He goes down the leg side. I don't think this has touched anything. It's going to be 5 wides. And so just like that, things changing. Check it out here on the replay.
Nah.
Yeah, it's almost there for height, but probably not. 5 wide, probably enough of a penalty.
Yeah, pity about that last ball. That's ruined, you know, what was a good over.
And he's still got to bowl it again. That's the thing. He does. He's hit down the ground, but not quite out in the middle. And it still gets there. So it goes from just 11 off the over. With 9 off the last ball, it goes magical. 20 come off the 8th. And the wicket not slowing things down too much. It's 106 for 5 off 8.
Yeah, we know this Punjab side can bat deep, and they've got some big hitters. So, you know, you're happy to send one back into the shed, but like we said, another one comes walking in and can go from ball 1. And, you know, unfortunately that 5 wides is a game changer. And what could have been, you know, possibly 1 for 12 is going for 1 for 20.
It's a killer, isn't it? Well, first 4 overs, they scored 34. Second 4 overs, they score 72. So shows you how quick they've moved that line up. And suddenly they're on 130's pace. And I think they might be turning to Rajan here, who's actually done some pretty good things in the field. So they said, all right, grab the ball, see what you can do. But it won't be easy because Simran, who's facing up, he's a powerful striker of the cricket ball.
He'll be fancying himself, yeah. I don't think I've seen Rajan bowl today, so looks like an offie.
Well, here he goes. We say it all happens in the 9th. Yeah, it goes up. He might have a wicket first up. Oh, well, I think that's a bit of a tactical error from Alaminu Lash, who probably could have got there on the full. Once it bounced, it got even harder to field, didn't it? So it's not like he got a big friendly hop. And so the result's going to be 4 runs. Just a bit of the deer in the headlights from a pretty good fielder, Alaminu Lash.
Yeah, maybe he's lost it, but it's pretty much yorked him. So you can't say he didn't get there. Got to go for those. That's got to be in the hut.
Don't think I've ever seen a straighter arm action than Rajan either. And this time he gets it, and he gets it even better. This is going, and gone. Maximal. So they turn to the spinner, but well, look in the bag. You won't find any cats because the cat's out of the bag. And right now, Punjab CC Amadora putting some big runs on the board at the end of the innings.
Yeah, again, you know, that catch opportunity, the ball before, you know, changes the game. You take the catch, bring a new batter in, but instead he's just gone 4-6 and looking to go big here.
Gets a bit of length. He just tennises it straight, and this will take some stopping as well. Nicely done by Yusuf Mia. They come back for 2 and they get there. That's good running. Keep the hot man on strike.
Yeah, good running. Like we said, always push hard on that first single, and then if there's a fumble, go for it, especially at the back end of the innings.
You always wonder how much the batters talk about this, or whether it's just an instinct of when to take these runs, or how you can keep that communication up, because it is so situational, isn't it? You can't really cover every situation in your planning. That's a better ball, and I'll concede 1. That probably doesn't hurt him too much.
Yeah, you'll take that. He hasn't bowled too badly, actually.
Yeah, I think he's bowled all right. I mean, he's
maybe a bit too slow.
Slightly awkward action, which I think, yeah, he's like hyper straight-armed.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I describe it, even from this point. See, he's going around the wicket. I don't know if he told anyone, but well, I guess the umpire must have known. So now they're going to think about it too.
Oh, no.
And now the throw comes in and it'll allow an overthrow. That was weird because the batter was on the same side as the guy bowling. It's yeah, whatever. This is a funny one, wasn't it?
Good running there. Sold down the river, and the throw's nowhere. It's not even in the
Didn't even
screen.
bother going back when he realised the throw was coming nowhere. Okay, now everybody understands he's going around the wicket.
Yep. Oh, now it's done.
Yeah. That's
we
Bucks.
go.
He's a good man, isn't he? Bucks Stoneman.
Lovely man. Loves the game of cricket.
Goes for this, but doesn't quite get it. Just be 1. Throw comes in. That will take us to the end of the 9th. 122 for 5. Okay, so if I was to tell you the 3-over split, so the first 3 overs went for 20. The second 3 overs went for 40. And the third 3 overs went for 62. Now that's what you call acceleration.
Yeah, I think they were just biding their time. Like I said, I think maybe the Tigers used their best bowlers up front to try and get into the middle order. But like we said, the Punjab boys can bat all the way down.
Yeah. And that's despite losing those 3 wickets in the 1 over. In the 5th over, Mohamed Bakur took 3 wickets. And then his next over went off the rails a bit and conceded 26. Okay, so Mujibur Rahman has been used a bit of a death bowler this time. He did go for 20 in the 8th, but he keeps his spot, I think perhaps due to a lack of options. Here we go, over number 10. First one's in the slot, it's hit, and it is 6. I'm pretty sure it's got all the way. Maximal. Well, it hurts. Yusuf Mia. Again, he threw everything at it, didn't he? But just have a look at this one. I think, despite this, whether he touches it or not, just look at the ball. The ball comes off his hands. And you can see it then takes a little deflection over the rope. 6 runs. Oh. Good effort, but yeah, things are just rolled against Team Tigers Portugal here. Now it gets one, which is hit down to Alamin, who drops it, keeps it inside the field of play. We talked about batting being confidence, fielding confidence too. Now they throw away another one. This is classic ECN. There's just a bit of chaos going on, and Alamin is going to relieve himself of his duties. He's had enough.
He's called it. He's like, Captain, come do it. Show me how it's done.
Oh, but this is the whirlwind of emotion, and yeah, scrambled brain at the moment. This is well bowled though. I would like to see him getting off the wicket there, Rahman, but comes up with a good reply.
So crossing the umpire there, for instance, shouldn't you no ball that?
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot. It's one of my pet peeves. It would be something I'd like to trial if you cross the middle stump, for example.
Oh.
And we don't have to no ball this for that, because it's a no ball. That's a rare keeper on the full over the keeper's waist no ball. I think that's the second time he's done that as well. What I will say about the bowler running in front of the umpire is there's already a mechanism that we probably don't employ fully, which maybe we should see if that solves the problem first. Free hit. Goes for it. Mishits it. But what I would say is, really if the bowler runs on the protected area, now the reason that we'd crack down on it isn't so much because we're trying to protect the pitch. It's because it's obscuring the umpire's view.
Correct.
So there should be a first warning, final warning, then you can't bowl anymore.
Okay.
So that is...
So you pull the bowler straight off.
That's already in the
rules.
The laws of cricket,
Yeah.
which obviously are incorporated in our playing conditions. So I'd like to see that maybe done a bit more. This is up in the air, hanging. Another opportunity put down. They've pretty much had it, haven't they?
Yeah.
And Mia thinks about throwing it as fast as he can. That one's a nasty one. I think it's got him off the end of the fingers. It'll be 2. Yeah, but if that doesn't work, I think the no ball thing solves a lot of problems because you don't have to make an LBW call or a caught behind call. You don't have to make a wide call.
Yep.
It actually gets the umpire out of jail because even if you're doing the warning systems, there's a lot of decisions they can't make. Anyway, this is going to be a good finish. Up and away, 140. Simran goes to 39 off just a dozen deliveries. Things have gotten out of control. It's a stage 5 alarm for the Team Tigers Portugal. They'll put back in the cage here, 140 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, great fight back by Punjab there. After that power play, you know, they've come out and just pretty much dismantled the bowling attack near the back end.
It's a classic case of how the game can just get away from you. It's like a feeling that you just felt that Innings was a runaway freight train that was gathering momentum. That was despite the early wicket, and that was a really nice piece of bowling by Alamin Ullah. Probably not the best shot from Parveen Singh. We'll get the right to reply with the ball, I'm sure, in the second innings. But yeah, although they didn't take another wicket in the power play, they did hold Punjab CC Amadora down to just 20 runs. And even at the halfway point, they were only 42 on the board. They had 4 wickets down. They were looking good, but that second half of the innings, 98 runs off those 5 overs, almost a magical pace. And really magical stuff for Punjab CC. You do feel have enough runs on the board. But yeah, I think Team Tigers Portugal, they've done some good things in the field, but obviously, you know, there were some key ones put down. They just could never get that momentum back.
Yeah, the fielding let them down there in that innings. There were quite a few drop catches, some knocked over balls over the boundary line, and you know, they kept fighting. That's a good catch.
Yeah.
You know, he's got underneath it, but then after that, I think the wheels started falling off.
Yeah,
and,
they did. And look, again, no lack of effort. I mean, you could see that that one that was dropped but then caught at the third attempt from Alamin Ulash, but still, I think you got to hand it to the batters. I mean, I don't think it was all on the fielders. I think that the batters came out, and in particular, Adnan Ali and Simranjit Singh. I mean, between them, they had a combined total of 81 off just 26 balls. So that's
Brilliant.
over 3 a ball, and they came out and they were whacking it from the very first ball they faced.
Brilliant batting. I mean, that's what you want in your T10 side, is the depth, and you know your guys have the license and the right to go from ball 1, and it paid off. Then, you know, that's a big total to try and chase down for the Tigers.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, even though they lost Rao Imran for just 12, they lost Rana Sawa for just a single. This one pretty much summed it up for Team Tigers Portugal. Yeah, but the fact that you could have guys coming out number 5, number 6, even Umar Mohammed at number 7,
Yeah.
16 off 8 with a 4 and a 6, and they really were able to gather something. And yeah, like a rolling stone, gathering moss along the way. But yeah, it'll be a tough one for Team Tigers Portugal. Still, I'll be hoping to put something on with the bat in the second half. Look, only the 10 extras, which I think is probably about par for the course, but have a look at that damaging middle order. 42 or 14 for Adnan Ali. Simranjit Singh with 39 of 12, 16 not out for Umar Mohammed. After a little bit of a sedate start, Usama Zahid was getting out just as he got going. 20 off 13 for him, a dozen for Imran, who never hit his straps. But yeah, I mean, the bowling, case of the haves and have-nots, Conrad.
Yeah, the bowling, like I said in the beginning, I think they used their top bowlers up front to try and restrict them. I mean, the economy there, 7.5 from Amin and Mia, 9.5. You take that any day.
Yeah. Then fell away, didn't it? But caught took those 3 wickets. You thought, oh, okay, it's all turning around for him. But then the second over went off the rails for him as well. So 140 for 5, the final. As we get it ready for the second half of this game, we'll be back in about 10 minutes with the second innings. It'll be 141 for Team Tigers Portugal to upset Punjab CC in match 28. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Comrade Greenshields. Take a break, have a coffee, then join us right back here at the SCG in Portugal for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground, just north of Lisbon in Portugal. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo of the European Cricket Network, as we get ready for the second innings of the third match of the day. So currently we're exactly halfway through the action on day 6. And in this one, it's Punjab CC Amadora, who are about to take the field against Team Tigers Portugal after putting 140 runs on the board for the loss of 5 wickets. It was a bit of a barnstormer in the second half, 98 runs in the last 5 overs. And we saw them getting to that pretty imposing score. And Team Tigers Portugal, they were pretty good in patches. Like I said, they had a strong start. They held the power play to 20, but things got a bit out of control. A bit like a Saturday night in Lisbon sometimes. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and here's a man that knows all about that. Conrad Greenshields joining me in the commentary box today. And yeah, Conrad, bit of a tough one for Team Tigers to swallow, but they need to come out and try and land some blows of their own, don't they?
Yeah, I don't think you walk out here thinking you can't do it. You've got to back yourself. They've got some technical players, and like we said, cricket shots can help. And yeah, they'll give it a good crack. They're a fighting team. Good bowling unit. Nucky starting off here. He's been out of the country for a while, but good strong bowler, good rhythm, good run up.
He already has a Player of the Match award in this series. Said Ali Nucky is a pretty decent pace bowling option.
Prone to no balls though.
Yeah, we talked about how costly that can be. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he does here. Kadir is coming off a duck. He's out there with Mohamed Omar Farouk. Shake, rattle and roll, 141 to win for the Tigers. And that's not a bad start. He's absolutely flat batted that for 6 down the ground. Maximo Kadir. He's been waiting for about 3 hours to come back and have another crack, and it cracks off the bat. What a start.
Well, I mean, just stand and deliver. That's an amazing shot first up. Obviously boosting with confidence, and has got Nucky rattled a little bit there. It looks like he's a deer in headlights.
It's probably a little bit of a warm-up ball, I suppose. Dragged it down, but I mean, you'd know those flat bat straight shots. You got to judge the bounce just right, because if not, there's a fair chance it goes straight up in the air. Now it goes over cover point. This won't go all the way, but it will go for 4. Just watch it race, and they want to get off to a good start, and Kadir providing it so far.
Yeah, I think they've just come out here and said, let's just go full ball at it. And, 10 off 2. You never know. Good 20, 25 off this over, and you're looking at, 110 off 9. It's not too bad.
Yeah, very, very good start. Ali Nucky kind of persisting with the same length. But I think he's got to get a bit fuller. And Kadir, I mentioned he started the day in pretty horrendous fashion. He was caught second ball for a duck off the bowling of Hardeep Singh. Now watches a wide go past and will sneak an extra one. So effectively 12 off the first 2 balls. Yeah, who's to say that Team Tigers Portugal can't do this? We've seen once batters are in, they can be pretty hard to dislodge.
Love a good underdog story, and Nucky looks, quite stiff. That run up in finishing the action, he looks a bit tight. So he's pulling it down a little bit. He'll come back though. Umar can also hit a nice ball. So yeah, Tigers off to a good start.
This time he just throws the hands at it, and would you believe it? It goes straight to the infielder. So changes as good as a holiday. Kadir gets off the strike. Almost like the intentional walk in baseball. Gives up a run, but then that goes straight to the fielder. And would you believe it, it's going to be 12 runs off the first 2, but then a wicket as Mohamed Omar Farouk goes very first ball.
Yeah, it's the right shot. I mean, it was there to be hit. Unluckily, it just picked out the fielder. Maybe could have gone a little bit harder at it over the top, or just roll the wrists and, take the fall.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's Simran, who had a very good time with the bat. He holds the catch with minimum fuss. But yeah, when you've got essentially 7 infielders. Normally you have 4 infielders later in the innings, but it just means that more of those balls hit about that pace and at that height. They are going to go to fielders, especially in the offside. You can see a ring of kind of 4 in a line on that offside, just waiting for a shot like that. So, well, look, maybe not the worst to get Attaur out there. I think he batted really well earlier on. He was the standout. Once again, he's going to have to pull his team out of a bit of a hole.
Yeah, coming off a nice 50. Is that his first in ECS, I think?
Yeah, I believe so.
So he'll be full of confidence and...
The first one jumps a bit. This is what you were talking about. Just pops. Yeah, 53 against Gorka. And so his first 50 in ECN cricket. We did see him before playing for Miranda Dragons back in the night series back in 2021. But he had a top score of 23 on that occasion. And we only saw him featuring in 6 matches. But yeah, I like his leadership as well. And captained the team very well this morning. He kind of made all the right moves as that run chase was getting tight. I like the way he brought the infield in with the number 11s on strike, Gurbej. Yeah, I just think, unfortunately, the bowler Bakora wasn't able to keep it on target.
Yeah, he marshalled the troops really nicely, and like you said, he did the right field changes. He backed himself. You know, you've got to try and back your bowler as much as possible too, and sometimes it goes wrong. So, lesson learnt, and they'll bounce back.
Around the corner, I'll just get a single here.
There's a great thing about a tournament like this is that you know, these newer teams, it's a new experience for them. It's great for them. They're on TV. Their friends, their family, they're backing them. You know, they'll go back. They'll sit back and watch the games and see where they went wrong. And you know, they're
it's
always
a great
trying to
tool.
improve.
It's a learning tool,
100%,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, back when I was a kid, you might get the old camcorder out, and even then it's pretty limited. And this isn't limited because Kadir, he's not too bothered about what's happened at the other end. He's faced 3 balls. They've all gone to the boundary or over. And the first over, pretty expensive for Syed Ali Naki. It's 18 for 1 after 1.
Perfect start. That's what you want. You know, Kadir's just come out guns blazing. 14 off 3. Amazing strike rates. And, you know, if I was the other batter, I'd be rotating the strike, give him another crack at the 5.
Yeah. Well, 2 5s there, 55 matches since the golden ball. If Corey's watching, single 15, double 20 to check that one out. You ever seen any of the darts? Have you ever got into that? I know it's not a huge one in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, darts. I love the atmosphere it creates.
Yeah.
The crowd is something special. It still boggles my mind that crowd sit there. It's got to do something with the beers and
you and I feel like we'd have a good time if we went to watch the darts. I have been once. I went back in Australia a few years ago, quite a while ago now. Ranasawa comes out, gets this one lifting past the bat of Asif Hataur. I think Asif can probably read the room here and just get a 1 and hand over to Kadir, who's handled the steepling bounce pretty well so far. Yeah, the darts. I mean, it's one of those games, that and probably snooker, 2 games I like watching, but I could practice for 50 years. I could never do what they do, but I appreciate it. Pitched up, he goes straight, more or less off the end of the bat. It's just going to take some stopping, it won't be stopped. And this is that skip-on effect of the first bounce. Ataur does get on the front foot this time, and he places it perfectly, threads the needle down the ground.
Yeah, good shot. Safe as houses there, both long on, mid on and mid off up in the circle, so not much risk, and you know, it's in the slot and he took full advantage of it. They've dropped long on back now.
Now punches and punches nicely into the gap. That'll run away for another boundary. So yeah, the boundaries are coming, and already it's a much better power play in half the time than we saw Punjab CC get. So yeah, I think there's a lot of responsibility on this top order, but if they click, they could definitely chase these down.
Yeah, there's no reason why they can't. I mean, they've got off to a great start. All right, they've lost the 1 wicket, but maybe a blessing in disguise that's brought to Sif here. Kadir is firing, so you know, if they're firing from both ends, they always back themselves.
Yeah, then that's kind of crossing the line between aggression and insanity as he tries to heave this one out of the ground. But I mean, Rana's a very good player, isn't he? I think we've seen him play a lot for the Portuguese national team as well. And he's a tall bowler that gets good lift out of this wicket.
Yeah, he's got good shape. He's got an in-swinger. He's got his away swinger. Like you said, he'll generate some bounce. Again, on that good length, it seems to be popping a little bit more. So maybe that area to target.
This one's up, and it's almost, it is caught.
No
well,
ways.
you have no right to catch that. Umar Muhammad, he stuck up the left hand. It's the reverse Statue of Liberty play. The batters are perplexed in the middle of the pitch saying, surely that can't be out. Well, I got some bad news. This is a remarkable bit of fielding. He goes up, he times the leap. He still keeps his eyes on it once it bobbles, and wow, we'll see that a couple more times, but that is unbelievable fielding from Umar Muhammad. It's 26 for 2.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. That's a great shot. Very big man sitting on the long off boundary there. Just sticks out that big mitt and then just drops it back into the into the hand.
He's acting super cool, like he knew that he was going to catch that, but I have a feeling he was probably originally just trying to make the stop, and it just happened to stay, you know, in his general vicinity.
Check that hand for Velcro.
That was incredible. That was unbelievable. Some of the things you see in the European cricket series, you wouldn't believe it unless you saw it live.
Got to be some of the best boundary fielding, no?
Oh yeah, and I think that there's science behind it as well. Come back to that in a second. Just what they needed is steady things after a bunch of boundaries that have been going on. Yeah, so I just think the fact that the boundary is a bit closer creates more action around that zone. So we get to the end of the second over, it's 26 for 2. Might just take a break from that conversation to have a quick look at the table and why all these matches are so important. As you have a look at Punjab CC Amadora, I mean, if they would drop this, they'd feel like they missed a trick considering the other teams around them, including your guys, Werash, of course. Friendship lurking just below them as well. Team Tigers Portugal, though, I mean, they have a game in hand or so over some of the teams above them, and they'll feel, you know, that they've got some of the players to put something together and push up at least into that kind of middle pack. You never know what might happen. Yeah, I just think the field being smaller in area, so obviously having the perimeter smaller makes the area smaller, and it just creates more action zones. I think on larger fields you see a lot of balls dropping over the infield but not reaching the outfield. Whereas here, balls that hang in the air, they typically are creating more chances because more balls are reachable. You still got 11 people to guard the same, to guard the field. That's less area they have to cover. And I just think, yeah, you get more, how do I describe it? Scientific. You did a splatter pattern of where balls land off the bat. More land closer than further away. Yeah. So you've got more balls that are near the boundary, and that's why I think we see some fantastic boundary catches. I think CIYMS, I think
that was phenomenal.
Those team catches, and even that's why we see these catches being thrown away, because there is more help nearby for outfielders. You're not as far away from other outfielders, so it does become a real team game. And you mentioned that's something that your team or Irish were practicing before the ECL quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it's changed the whole dynamics of the fielding too. And like you said, that previous wicket, if that's a normal field, that's literally bouncing in front of him, and it's a single, you know. So
in the air, this is now a vacant area. And, not sure if that's Mark Taylor out there with that giant hat.
Interesting hat there.
It's fielded. No, of course, that is Simranjit Singh.
Good cricketer, Mark Taylor.
He was, yeah.
Pity he was Australian.
Seems like a pretty good guy.
Yeah.
Remember that catch when he dropped it and he kicked it up to himself? Have you ever seen that one? That's quite a good one. Is it slip?
Is that in the slips of the spinner? No?
Yeah, Michael Bevan was bowling, actually. Yeah. This is Parveen Singh. He's a guy we'll see playing for Portugal this time next week. And I think you mentioned it's the first time we'll get to represent Portugal.
Making his debut, yeah.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. Kadir hasn't had too much of the strike. What he has had, he's done a bit with. Is that because he's just fulfilled the criteria, or is it just because of his performances and he's worked his way up into the conversation?
Oh, it's a combination of both. Obviously, the criteria is the main thing, but also his performances. He's really strong in the field. Gives you that left arm option with the ball and the bat. That's just worked the way down to fine. Yeah,
this is a really good bit of batting because once the ball pitches outside leg stump, you can't be LBW. So he gets across and he actually uses the pace. So often we see batters kind of tied up and that kind of ball just hits them in the pads and they can't do much with it. But he actually is able to get a bit of a swing on it. A nice little leg glance. So Kadir still motoring. I think there's a lot of pressure on him. Tushar Shah has joined him now at the crease. Last ball, the power coming up from Parveen. Oh, this one gets big on him.
That's sconned him.
I think that's
check it.
gone. Yeah, back of the helmet.
Oh,
It's actually lodged.
in the hat.
It's lodged under this backwards cap. Just have a look at this. What's that? This is quite unbelievable. Look there.
Oh.
And that it can be such a nasty spot.
Not a fan of the backwards cap with the helmet on, I'm afraid.
It might have saved his life on that occasion as we get to
Could've.
the end of the
True.
third over. It's 32 for 2.
Might be a new design coming up.
Wow. I mean, that was a pretty good comeback from Parveen, wasn't it? As we get to the end of the power play. Well, and I think for sure the fact he's got the helmet on has saved him a serious injury there. And I think they're just checking out if he's all right. And I think Paolo just might be, he'll be radioing one way or another. And Paolo does come from a bit of a medical background.
Yep.
They probably have to switch ends as well. And so, yeah, it'll definitely knock you. Have you taken a few head blows before, Conrad? Playing cricket or other sports?
Probably the worst I've ever had is in Australia, in Sydney. I got clipped in the head a couple of times. As soon as they find out you're South African, they seem to...
Was this on the cricket field or just in a bar nearby?
No, it was on the cricket field. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Right, definitely agree with that. Anyway, he's seen the whole spectrum so far in the 3 overs, but now he watches as Tushar, he just slashes this away for a single. So we're back on the rack now. So yeah, that rate required 14-0 from the get-go. Yeah, so they're about 10 behind where they want to be. It's a frenetic pace, but yeah, certainly we've seen some good attacking instincts from the batters so far. We had this nightmare of a green top we were playing on. It was in one of the finals, and there's a guy called Denver de Cruz. He was playing for ACT at the time in the kind of second, just under the first class thing. He was Competition Australia. He was regularly bowling around mid-140s. Got one to seam back at me and just followed me, got me on the helmet. Again, luckily I was wearing the helmet. But I suppose the difference in the gentleman's game versus grade cricket in Australia, I think instead of anyone checking on me, all I heard was finish him off.
Yeah.
And Ryan Campbell was playing in that game. To be fair, Ryan was the only one that checked if I was okay. I'll never forget the high-pitched sound it made as it cracked into my helmet.
Finish him off. That's classic.
Finish him off.
Good old Aussie saying. It's brutal.
The gentleman's game. Hello to Matt, who's actually watching from Perth right now. He's got one screen on this, the other on the IPL. Of course, the IPL starting today as well. So, yeah, plenty of cricket for our cricket lovers to enjoy. Finish him off. Have taken a few keeping, but they're more glancing blows a lot of the time. I had a couple that kind of lodged between the grill and the
grill. Yeah.
They say keep your eye on the ball.
Oh.
This is hit, and it's hit into the gap. This is going to be 4. Well, that's a pretty good shot because it's ain't no half volley for Tushar Shah, but he's able to judge the bounce. And again, I like it. A lot of these guys from Tigers, they like to go offside. They like to use the whole field. That's a really good cricket shot.
Yeah, it's nice to see, the offside being utilised. It's not always about, the tape ball cricket style, so offside shots work too.
And it also makes them a bit harder to set a field too, I think, when they're looking to go both directions. This time he kind of loses his shape. As this one whistles past his shoulder.
Cheeky little grin there from Rana.
Yeah, tell me about Rana and what he's like. He seems like a lovely guy as well.
Amazing guy, very friendly, puts in the hard yards, works probably harder than anyone in the national squad. Yeah, he lives and breathes for the cricket, and yeah, just a really friendly, nice guy off the field too.
Last ball of the over, it's a slow ball, and he hits it, he launches it high, but it won't be staying on the field as Shah goes maximal. As Ranasawa concedes 20 in the end. It was a little leg cutter, I think. He just kind of pulls his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball. But again, gets just enough. More boundary action. That one just over the outfielder. As we get to the end of the 4th over, it's 44 for 2. So, I mean, not a million miles behind. You can see that red line is challenging. But, yeah, 1 or 2 big overs. Perhaps they can get back on the pace.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, they're keeping there. You know, they've got to back themselves. They've got nothing to lose other than the game, obviously. But, you know, you've got to throw the bat at everything now. 100 off the last 6. 16 and over, so, yeah, the boys have to go.
This one's up, and it's kind of into the gap. And it doesn't matter anyway, because this is carried as well. Maximal. Oh, it's a funny one because Kadir, he's been shaken up a little bit, but you know, he hasn't had too much of the strike. When he has had it, he's been destructive, and he's been really good with these cross-bat strokes, not just square of the wicket, but down the ground. He's handling the extra bounce well. Umar Mohammed's come on to bowl over number 5, and he goes again. This one, a bit more of a top edge, but this one's going to fly out of the ground. Maximal, and it's game on. The 50s come up. That makes it 56, and the Tigers, well, they're not going anywhere at the moment, Conrad.
So that's 18 off the last 3 balls. See the batters asking for the second bumper in a row, but let the umpires do their jobs. But yeah, momentum swing. It's all about momentum in T10, and you know, we've got, what's this, 12 of the first 2. I don't think Kadir is going to change anything. 320 strike rate. He's just going to go at everything here.
It's a remarkable innings, isn't it? At the moment, Kadir has faced 10 balls, 3 sixes, 3 fours, and 1 headshot. Now he wants to go offside. This is going, and gone again. Maximal. Well, just like that, they are ahead of the rate, and they've smashed through the red ceiling. For how long, I don't know. But, yeah, this is the kind of length I think that the Punjab are feeling like, okay, we're going to keep bowling this length. You're going to make a mistake. But so many of these balls are flying out of the ground.
Yeah, I think it's a bit predictable at the moment. It's been 3 back of a length, and he's just leaning on the back foot and, you know, throwing the hands at it. Can he make it 4 in a row?
How long can this last?
Oh.
It goes again, this time a bit fuller. Going.
Way.
And gone. Maximal. Well, it's a funny bit of fielding, I think, because I think when he touches it, it's probably still alive. Where does he go from? Maybe not. I think the last step was out anyway, but he threw it out. So what's that? That's 6-6-6-6. I'm not going to say it in this over. And now it goes again.
Ways.
That's going to be, it's going to be gone. Can you believe it? There were 5 sixes on the spin, and that was there to hit. It would have been his 50, but he couldn't get it out of the middle. And so Ranjit has the right of reply, and he holds on to the catch. Well, that was exciting. A bit like my teenage romance. It was fun while it lasted, but it was gone too soon as Kadir goes down swinging for 44, and the score is 68 for 3.
Yeah, great knock from Kadir there. I thought he was going to pull it off, to be fair. After that ball hit the bat, I thought it was gone, but good catch.
That broke a run of 5 consecutive sixes in the innings, so they get 30 in 5 balls. I mean, this will test the Tigers for depth. Masud Mir comes to the crease. What a show that was. And to be honest, that was there. I thought he hit it pretty well, but it didn't quite middle it. And you got to say it was an important catch. And holding on to that makes a big difference. We saw that Tigers, they had a few drop catches in this phase of the game that ended up coming back to bite them.
So important. I think Umar is going to take a nice long breath here. He's quite relieved to see the end of Kadir. Tore him apart there. Big 5th ball, yeah.
It's still a magical over. Not a bad start. This is Masud Mir. He gets off the mark and retains the strike. We're at the end of the 5th over. The score is 69 for 3. Question from Miguel Stoneman in the chat, and it's one we can read out. He's asking Conrad, what is your favourite cricket moment? It can be the one that involves you, or it can be one maybe that you've seen in another match.
Favorite cricket moment? I mean, I've had so many. It's hard to think of it.
You're an old soul now.
Yeah, getting along there. Only 33, so just be careful. But favorite cricketing moments, I would have to say the England-New Zealand final. To watch that was something special.
2019.
It was. I think it was just a great advert for cricket. It was phenomenal, close.
Yeah, had that drama, that unscriptable kind of drama with the 4 overthrows. Yeah.
Old Stokesy cheating. So.
Oh, sometimes you hit him, even when you don't mean to.
So
I have a theory on that game. So yeah, we're talking about the 2019 final in the 50 over World Cup. The Men's World Cup, where it was tied, then it went to a Super Over, it was still tied, and then they chose it on an amount of boundaries which is a weird way.
Strange, right?
Yeah, and it seems like the kind of rule that someone's written thinking it'll probably never happen. You know, like when they say, "Oh, toss a coin," like quite a lot of time for finals qualifications. In the Football World Cup, for example, it goes to points, then goal difference, then goals for, then when they played each other, and then if that was a draw, it often says toss of a coin. I'm just thinking, this toss of a coin, I think it's been done before as well.
Don't like it.
I don't like it.
No. It's by chance.
Well, that's so funny that you mentioned that game, because that was my inspiration for the Golden Ball.
Oh, really?
Yep. So that situation was that I think it was Guptill that hit it, and he needed 2, and 1 wasn't enough.
Yeah.
So it came down and Joss Butler gathered the ball. If he gathers the ball, they win the World Cup. If he drops it, they lose the World Cup.
Yeah.
Like literally, I think it was run out by about a metre in the end.
It was a bad throw too, you know. So
yeah, it
the
wasn't,
pressure,
it wasn't an easy throw.
drama until the end.
Yeah, so that was the inspiration for the Golden Ball. It's up in the air. Fielder comes around and snaffles it. So it's going to be a wicket for Adnan Ali. He's having a pretty good game, to say the least. And that was a fairly rudimentary take for the captain, Imran, who just skated around the infield. And he removes Tushar for a dozen. The score is 72 for 4. Yeah, so that's what kind of got me thinking that was a pretty 50-50 contest. I remember thinking for that last ball, I'm thinking, well, who is ahead? And for me, I couldn't really split it. I said,
so difficult.
but, you know, and that's why I thought that's a pretty good way to break a tie, because it's quick. You're not going to end up with another tie, because that was the issue with the super over.
Yeah.
It ended up another tie, and they go, oh, let's do another super over. But then that could be tied again. They were losing light. And I have a bit of a theory as well about this 2019 World Cup. I have a feeling that in about 30 years or 40 years, all the players who will be a bit older by then, I think that retrospectively they will share the World Cup.
You think so?
I think so.
You think the English would do that?
I don't think it'll be up to them. Or maybe in a generation. It doesn't take anything away from them. They're still winners.
No, they won it, but...
But I just think that New Zealand were just as entitled to that World Cup as England.
I mean, we've spoken about it. If it hits the bat, you know, generally if it hasn't gone over the boundary, the runners are not going to run, right?
Yeah,
I would.
yeah.
If it's hit my bat, I'm not going to run.
Just quickly, it's a no ball for height. They decide that that's waist height. We have seen them being pretty strict on those. So a free hit coming up for Rahi to deal with. And he misses. Yeah, you know, you're right. But it's a hard... whenever you change a rule, there's all sorts of unforeseen complications.
Yeah.
Okay, so sometimes when it hits the batter, there was no one backing up anyway. So they would have got runs anyway. Then sometimes it might be a judgment call if it has the ball flicked the batter or not, you know. But yeah, it's one of those funny ones.
We're all cricketers. We know that, you know, we can pick up the line of a ball. If you're running and you know it's coming down, you can time that bat lunge.
Yeah.
You know, if it's
Lying
close.
if I'd say I have never done it myself.
You know what I mean? So,
Sure.
you know, it's hit the bat, maybe call it dead, and...
Yeah, but then are we going to see an epidemic of people throwing at batters? You know, like, I would say it was strange timing. I tell you what is a rule that should be changed is that the overthrow rule. At the moment, you only get runs that you've crossed for at the point of the throw, whereas I don't think the overthrow rule ever anticipated throws coming from the outfield. So normally when you throw from the outfield, they haven't crossed, but their run's on. I mean, they're attempting the run. Often it's to get the strike back. And technically, if you look at that, it should have actually been a 5, not a 6. So because at the point of the throw, and no one picked this up till way later, they hadn't crossed at the point of the throw. And so technically, Stokes should have had the strike back under the current laws. But I just think that law should be changed to any runs in progress at the time of the throw.
Is counted.
Yeah, is counted +4.
Okay.
Because it kind of removes the incentive to go for that 2. You know, suddenly the 4 overthrows are going to put the wrong guy back on strike. Because it's a 2. If you know cricket, you know it's 2 + 4.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, we get to the end of the 6th over. The score 75 for 4. Good discussion here with Conrad Greenshields, the Portuguese national captain, saying that his favourite moment in cricket was that 2019 50 over World Cup. It was a good World Cup as well.
Very
I
good.
remember I was playing at the time. I think I was playing
In the World Cup?
Not at the World Cup,
Ah.
but we were playing at, it was the National Championships of Indoor Cricket, and I was in Queensland playing at the time. And I remember watching a fair bit of it. I remember one of our teammates accidentally started a fire in the pub. That's one I remember. I think it was the first game. I also remember we were going to miss the finals, and we needed a team to lose for us to make the finals and sneak into the 4. Same format as this, our typical format with a double chance. And I remember we bought 4 cartons of beer thinking there's no way this team could mess up this game. And
4 cartons down later, you were...
no, well, we had them ready to go. But then there was a big upset. We were still in the tournament and ended up winning from 4th. And I still think, it was in Adelaide actually, so not Queensland. There are still 4 cartons of beer that have not been drunk because we never found them again.
You never found them?
Well, then the celebrations kicked off. Anyway, it's all kicking off here for Mia. He gets 4 runs and takes TTP up to 80, and they have just fallen off the pace a bit, predictably so, with some of those wickets. It's a nice cricket shot through the covers.
Yeah, we've seen some beautiful shots through the covers. Like we said, it's not all on the leg side. You know, you get value for money here with your shots. So
I'll tell you my World Cup moment, which is probably the most excited I've been. And it's the 99 World Cup semi-final between Australia and South Africa. So one of my, look, I've got a lot of South African friends. I've played a lot in South Africa as well. You know, but
cried.
I take kind of guilty pleasure in watching South Africa crash and burn and finding ways to lose. There's a catch for you. Well, it's going to be a one-hand stunner as Umar Mohammed around the wicket, induced the edge, and we've seen some pretty remarkable one-handed catches in this innings. This is the classic Statue of Liberty play. Up went the hand, and it stuck. So Masood is going to have to go for 6, and the score is 80 for 5. What about this catching today, Conrad?
Yeah, some speckies being taken today. So I think he's like overrun it and had to backtrack a little bit, but still got the mitt to it.
And Ali is having such a good game. I mean, he came out and he smacked the ball like crazy. And then he came on, chipped in with a wicket, and now
taking a blinder.
Takes a blinder. And that's not an easy catch in these conditions as well. He's blowing around. You can see the shirt of the bowler, Umar Mohammed. He's enjoying it. Well, you give one and you get one, because Umar Mohammed, he took that left-handed catch down at long off, which was pretty stupendous. And now you see Ali giving one back to him. And this one full straight. Yeah, that 1999 one where well, basically the ball was rolled down the pitch. I remember it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I couldn't believe it. As we get to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 81 for 5. This is what's coming up in the 4th match of 5 today. Punjab CC Amadora are going to continue. They are taking on Friendship CC. This should be a good one. Both teams on 3 wins.
Yeah, good game this. This is the top of the log clash. This will be important, especially for us too, Oetter, so I'll be watching that cleanly. 2 good teams.
Yeah,
see Adnan.
Starts in around about 35 minutes, but yeah, 2 good teams for sure, and 2 teams that could be fighting for the semi-final spot. And Friendship, especially after things didn't really go as they planned earlier on today against Gawker 11, they'll feel that's a must-win to take something away from day 6. Yeah, so let me tell you my favourite ways South Africa have crashed out of the World Cup. Because life's not fair. Sometimes people go, that's not fair. And then one of our colleagues that we used to work with,
conspiracy theory.
They would say, life's not fair.
Being a cricket supporter for South Africa is not fair.
When you first came back in the 92 World Cup, super excited. Yeah. First time I'd seen South Africa play in my lifetime. And the pre-Duckworth-Lewis rain rules were an absolute joke.
Robbed.
It went from, what was it, 23 off 19 to 22 off 1 ball.
Ridiculous.
And that's pretty hard to do. In fact, I
wonder who wrote that
I watched
rule.
that live and thought, like, I can't believe they're coming out and actually bowling this ball.
Wouldn't have taken the field.
But it was one of those rules they hadn't quite worked it out yet. That's what inspired the Duckworth-Lewis system, by the way, that game.
Yeah.
Because there were some various systems. Originally, they would just proportionally reduce the target. So I'll give you an example in a minute. and kind of the evolution to that rule, which makes sense in some circumstances. But, for example, it used to be if there was a 50 over total of, say, 200, that's 4 and over, and then it got reduced to 20 overs. They'd say, okay, we'll need 4 and over, so just get 80. No one just... But then they realised, oh, hold on, that's not very fair because it's easy to get 80 and 20 overs. So then this was the next step in it, where they said, okay, we worked out we've got to make the second innings chase a bit more, as we see a ball shave the off stump but not quite hit it. And so one way they did that is they said, okay, we'll take out the lowest scoring overs. So that makes sense at the start of the innings. So if you'd said to South Africa at the start, okay, you need 260 in 46 overs, that's fine. But I don't think anyone thought about if you take out the lowest scoring overs at the end of a chase when you've been expecting a target all along. I think there were 2 maidens and a 1-run over. And that's the ones they took off. Of course, they take off 18 balls. They only took off 1 run. So as we get to the end of the 8th over, the score is 82 for 5. A few clouds rolling in here. Hopefully we don't have any rain. It was in the forecast. Yeah, that's what inspired this very mathematical, slightly less intuitive Duckworth-Lewis system. But I will say, I think it's a very good system. I mean, you can look at it one way or another, but most of the time when you see an adjusted target, if you look at it before, who's ahead in the game, and you look at it after, most of the time it doesn't change that. So and sometimes you look at isolated games where one team smashes it and go, oh, well, that was because of the Duckworth-Lewis. But I don't think so. I think it's a very good system.
Yeah, I have nothing against it. That World Cup you're talking about is a distant memory, so kind of forgotten about it.
So that was my first one that I enjoyed. Schadenfreude. Anyway, this is going to be start of the 9th. And I had a feeling that was going to get through the fielder. Well, a bit of the WWE 1-2-3 referee from Syed Ali Naki, who hasn't had the best game so far in his return. And this one eats him up 4 runs.
I think that's just a pure misjudgment of the ball there.
1, 2, and then the wrestler would always get away just before. I think there's the other famous ones. I mean, 96 World Cup, I think he just kind of got blown away. In the subcontinent.
Different cricket there.
Yeah, different cricket. That was crazy. That was Sri Lanka just going crazy. New type of cricket. They're going to take on Impossible too, but there's nobody home, so have a crack at the stumps. And they missed it, so they get 2 runs. 99 we talked about. Was 2003 the one where there was a Duckworth-Lewis mess up? So they thought they had enough and they blocked out a ball.
Yeah, exactly.
And they actually were on the pass score, so it was actually a tie.
I think that's when Pollock retired, soon afterwards, as a captain.
That's one of my favourite stump mic YouTube videos, Kumar Sangakkara, I think, to Sean Pollock, saying, all the 45 million cricket lovers in South Africa, all the pressure and expectation, and it's all up to Sean. I think he would have been a character, Kumar Sangakkara. Oh, good slow ball, this one from Parveen. I can see why you've got him in your national squad for some of these clever variations. That was a well-disguised slow ball.
Yeah, good cricketer, good thinking cricketer. He does have a few variations in his bowling, as we see Bucks nearly get cleaned up there. Well ducked. Yeah, good variations. Handy with the bat. Got an absolute rocket of an arm. Bucks,
Yeah, Bucks. One for the over on the umpire maybe as well. Down the leg side, this will be called a wide.
Thanking the ground. Yeah, so I think he's a good addition. Safe as houses under a high ball, and like I said, I've kept to him with his throwing in the field and breaks hands.
This gets big on him as well. And he's gone. He's got a little bit of the glove on the way through, so Parveen. Yeah, you can see why he's so dangerous. He's got that slower ball, and you can start playing for it a little bit. This one just rose on him, and just flicks the gloves, I think. The Rahi on the way through. And so that will be another wicket. It's a 6-1 down. It's 90 for 6.
Yeah, good surprise bumper there. He's thrown in a few slow ones, pushed across, and then gone straight at the lid there and clipped the glove, and good take from the keeper.
Yeah, a little bit of the rain coming now. Just a light shower, making things a bit uncomfortable for the players at the moment. Like I said, there wasn't any rain in the forecast, but I remember from here last year, you do get the odd surprise shower that can sweep through. I think we're getting one of those at the moment.
Yeah, and it can be quite chilly, so Bit unlucky for the end of the game here. The boys will be happy to get off the field and into the dry, but good over from Parveen so far. He'll be looking to go straight and full here, I reckon.
Steve Cook brought up an England-Pakistan example of a rain-reduced match. I'm not so sure about that one. This is the last ball for Parveen in this match. It almost causes a run out. And in the end, they do back it up. So just one off the last ball, and it's 91 for 6. I've got to say, TTP, pretty good batting performance from them. I know it was mostly Kadir that was doing the damage with his 44 off 13, but I mean, they're probably going to put more or less 100 against a pretty good cricket team, and so I hope that gives them a lot of confidence. All the bowlers getting amongst the wickets so far in the first 9. Umar Muhammad with 2 for, but yeah, we've seen some pretty good fielding and good catching, and I think that might be one of the key differences between these two teams. I think that Punjab CC have held a higher proportion of the opportunities. Is Ranjit Singh getting a bowl in over number 10?
Yeah, the Tigers will be happy with their performance today. I think, you know, no one would have expected them to get over 180 for the day in 2 games, you know, so they've done themselves proud. It's a lot better than what they have been previously. He's nicked that, and he has too.
Yeah, he has. So Rahman's going to go now, and that's a wicket for Ranjit Singh, who did some good things on the boundary earlier and just digs it in. I think in Punjab CC they've enjoyed the extra bounce that their pacers are getting. So Ranjit getting a roll as the 6th bowler rather than go back to Saeed Ali Naki, and he does the business. It's 92 for 7. Yeah, so Team Tigers will see them against Friendship in the last game of the day, so they've got that kind of 1-3-5 schedule today, so they're going to break in between. It won't be an easy one, but they'll feel if they play their best cricket, they could knock off Friendship in the last game of the day.
There's no reason why they shouldn't. You know, like I said, they've played well, a lot better, and they'll be backing themselves. I think 1 or 2 of the top order need to bat through the innings and have everyone bat around them, and then maybe that score could progress to 120. But all in all, not a bad showing.
This is just pulled away. It'll be a tough chase. And it's ultimately going to be well, that's definitely 4 now. It's going to be given because his foot's over the rope. I had a feeling the ball rolled into the rope here, but it's already been signalled. So there's no real dramas with that. When he picks it up, you'll see, you would have seen that his foot was over the rope. Fielder just taking a bit of time to get back in the circle. Yeah, so Chris Smith saying that 2 of the best South African bowlers played for his country. Warwickshire, with Alan Donald voted as the greatest ever overseas player. White Lightning, they used to call him. Alan Donald was one player I was really excited to see when, I know you're a bit young for this, but when South Africa resumed playing international cricket.
Oh, I remember AD very well.
Yeah, and I know you would have seen, yeah. Like, I just remember the hype about him first rejoining the
coming back onto the scene.
Yeah, joining international cricket for him. The 91-92 season end of that, I think it was. 1 ball to go in this one. Let's see if they can get the 3 figures. Again,
Best ball you've ever seen from a pacer?
from a pacer.
Probably AD. Tendulkar in Durban, off peg flying. I remember that vividly.
The one best ball ever. I'm just going to say Shane Warne, but that's not a pacer. But yeah, it was
Runner.
a moment I'll remember. Anyway, right now we'll credit to Team Tigers as Alamin Ulash sends the first ball over to the boundary. So they do get the 100 in the end, but it's not quite enough. Punjab CC Amadora are going to be winners in match 28. It's going to be 140 to 103. Pretty competitive game. I mean, we've seen 243 runs in the cricket match, which is more than 2 a ball across the 20 overs. Again, learning experience. Team Tigers, I think they'll be frustrated. They don't have anything to show for their 2 performances so far, but they pushed 2 very good cricket teams. But early on, it was Kadir. He came out and he went absolutely crazy in the first few overs.
Yeah, a rocking start. I think he was going at a 600 strike rate off his first 3 balls. So then rotation of the strike in that over and just chipped to point. Good shot from Asif through the covers. You know, they definitely showed that they have all-round skill around the park. This one was very unlucky. This is a great grab.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant fielding. And they just had that X factor a bit more often, didn't they? And yeah, those catches, and they saved runs. They removed batters that were up and going. Obviously, if you're catching someone that close to boundary, they're pretty capable of hitting it over. This one did get over. But Imam Muhammad came in, and there was no slowing down. I mean, this was a crazy phase of the game where we saw 5 consecutive sixes. And suddenly, they were ahead of the rate. They had Kadir up and going, 44. He was able to score, but trying to get the 5th in the over, he found the safe hands of Ranjit Singh. And from there, it was going to be tough, especially with things like this happening from time to time. That was a more regulation infield catch from Imran. Safe hands. They kept swinging. Of course, the run rate required was climbing up there. But, well, you give one and you get one as Umar then grabbed the ball. That was a fantastic bit of fielding from Adnan Ali, who I think was fantastic in that cricket match with the batting and the bowling. And, of course, that fielding. That wasn't the best for Saeed Ali Naki, who had a bit of a game to forget. But doesn't matter. His side got the job done. And Parveen, again, pretty clever with his changes of pace and length. And then even Ranjit getting in on the action towards the end. A fighting finish as they took 12 runs off the last, but Team Tigers Portugal, they cracked the ton but don't crack the win against Punjab CC, going down by 37 runs. That one finished it off, but still, you know, Team Tigers Portugal can be proud of their efforts so far. They'll get to take a seat for the next game. The next game is Punjab CC and Mandora, who go back-to-back here on Super Saturday, taking on Friendship CC. So Friendship CC, they've had a little bit of a break. They come back and they'll play in the last 2 games of the day. Friendship winning the toss, electing to bat. So a chance for their openers who failed earlier on today, Rupu and Asadu Zaman, to get them going. And with both those teams neck and neck on the table, should be a very competitive match.
Yeah, good contest. Like you said, Rupu and Azza, you know, they've been firing at the top. And we know what the Punjabi boys can bring to the table, so it should be a big scoring game.
Yeah, should be good. So join us in 20 minutes for the first ball of that one. Kadir top scores for Team Tigers with 44 off 13, and he was just incredible. Of those 13 balls, he hit 5 sixes and 3 fours. The 13th one was the unlucky one, though, wasn't it? 12 for Tushar Shah was the next best contributor for TTP. If we look at the bowling figures, 6 bowlers take wickets, 2 for 31. Umar Muhammad, probably a bit expensive for me. I think Parveen has to be the best of the bowlers. Him and probably Adnan Ali with that 1 for 7. Adnan has to be player of the match, because don't forget, in the first innings, he scored 42 or 14. Isn't it funny how sometimes when you bat well, you tend to bowl well when you're a rounder, and vice versa? And he really put on a show, even pulled off that one-hand catch as well. Well, we'll take a break here. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes for the 4th match of the day. Punjab CC against Friendship CC, and I think that there are 2 teams that will really be going full bore at each other. The rain has stopped. The cricket will not stop. We'll be back very, very shortly for more cricket. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Conrad Greenshields, my guest commentator for the day on day 6. We'll see you shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the SCG Santarém Cricket Ground just north of Lisbon in Portugal. Vinny Sander with you, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network here on a Saturday afternoon where we're getting ready for some more cricket. 3 matches down already on Saturday, day 6 of action here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. We are heading into match 29 now. This is a match between Punjab CC, Amadora and Friendship CC. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters, the T10 referee, had the 2 captains for the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
Right, that's a call.
Tails.
Tails is a call. It's a head. I mean, it's a tail. Sorry, it's a tail.
Tail?
It's tails.
I'm gonna bat first.
Well, Tyrone Peters, he has done it several hundred times. Had a few problems distinguishing heads from tails. When the dust did settle, it was Friendship CC and their captain, Imtiaz Rana, winning the toss and electing to bat. Let's have a look at the 2 teams in this one. Certainly a strong batting lineup. I don't mind the decision to bat first. Ashraful Rupu and Muhammad Azaduzaman, 2 very strong openers. Imtiaz batted himself a long way down the order in that last game, but I think the issue will be getting that big score on the board. Punjab CC Amadora, they've got some strong hitters as well. Didn't really fire in the top order, but it was Adnan Ali. He's listed at 10. I don't think he'll bat 10, considering how well he batted last time, along with Simranjit Singh. That blasted them to 140, and that was enough to hold up. 111 to 98, the expected scores on the bat versus ball wall, so showing that Punjab CC 13-run favourites. But Friendship, they're a team that never shy away from a challenge. We heard Conrad Greenshields earlier saying that they made it all the way to the final of the league here in Portugal last year, and they've made progress really quickly. And so, yeah, looking forward to seeing these 2 teams go up and at 'em in the 4th game of the day. You can see there's Malik who's coming on to do the umpiring. He's still pretty breezy. You saw that at the toss. The wind had picked up. We had a slight shower. It wasn't in the forecast, but it's blown over now and just brightening up a little bit as the Friendship openers head out, as well as the fielding side for Punjab CC. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again. A guy who always brightens up my day, whether he's playing or, in this case, next to me in the commentary box, Conrad Greenshields, and welcome back. And this should be a pretty interesting game coming up.
Yeah, I think we're in for a cracker here. Opening up with Rana, Azza on striker end, and Rupu, who I rate very highly as a good cricketer, good batsman, on the non-strikers. So I think we're up for some fireworks here.
Yeah, and Friendship CC, we did see them earlier in the day. They were essentially bowled out for 87 in the 10 overs. But, yeah, one thing that I noticed is that the 2 openers weren't able to fire. Muhammad Asaduzaman 1 off 2 and Rupu 0 off 2. So a very different side, I think, if those 2 batters fire.
Yeah, they're quite reliant on their top 3, top 4, especially with Ratul coming in at 3.
Yeah.
I think they'll target Rana here. They like the pace of Rana. I think playing straight against Rana is the way to go here, and they're both very good straight.
Yeah, I think you have to be able to conquer the bounce that Rana will get, and not just Rana, but some of the other bowlers as well. Asaduzaman is facing up. Let's crack on with match number 29, I should say. And Asaduzaman has a bit of a penchant for getting hit in the body. This is no exception. The first ball is going to be 1, and he is off the mark.
Yeah, again, that good length ball, it seems to be popping, so that's a rib tickler. Those are always uncomfortable, and Rana's off to a good start. All right, so Rana, he's got long off back. I think he's got his... trying to find the rest of his field here. Is there only 1 out, or am I mistaken here?
Might have the 3rd man back as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yeah, Rupu, he's coming off for ducks. It's always an uncomfortable place to be. And he'll be hoping to get on the board sooner rather than later. Here's Rana.
Good delivery. I think inside that line, Rupu very tentative there.
Yeah,
like you said, coming off the duck.
Can understand that. But I still think you'd have to be brave here. You talked about the fact it's not just these 2 to watch out for. I mean, Muhammad Nazrul Islam is a guy that continues to impress me with his all-round skills. Other players like Muhammad Rakibul Hassan as well there. Imtiaz Rana, very capable as well.
That's up in the air. Short fine leg underneath it. Oh, let's put it down. That's a big drop, that.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And Ranjit Singh, he's been pretty pretty reliable in the field, but this isn't an easy catch because it's blowing around and it is high. And we know that with the clouds, it's not the easiest to pick up. He does everything right, finds himself a little bit short of where he needed to be in the end.
Yeah, I think that ball's drifted away from him a little bit. Always a fan of fingers up on those high balls.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard to see which way the wind was blowing, but maybe it was just kind of blowing the ball away from him the way he was looking at it. So just remember that. That's a life for Rupu first up. He was dropped on 0.
Good ball again. Back of a length, you know. You see they've brought in a slip here, so they maybe fancy their chances with Azza.
Slip's a bit of a lottery. I mean, I think it's interesting when I was watching a lot of cricket in the ECL that players, captains were starting to put the slip back on the circle and more or less at a slip or a second slip kind of, like a fly slip, because then you can save runs and the edges, I think, travel further because people are swinging harder.
Yeah, just losing his shape here, Assad, coming down the track, trying to basically hit a ball that should be going over cover through to the cow corner region.
Yeah. So yeah, if he edges that, I think it's going over the man they've put in the floating slip at the moment. But yeah, pretty tight over from Ranasawa first up, just 2 conceded.
Yeah, very nice rhythm, good action into the crease. His point of release is really high, as is that ball, and that's going, gone. So Maximo
time, and Assad answers the critics. He says, well, when you do hit this in the middle of the bat, it looks like a good shot. I mean, it's the kind of ball which he'd swung and missed at, but this one just kind of kept creeping in on the angle, and it ends the first over with a bang. The score is 8 without loss after 1. For those of you just joining us, we have more cricket coming after the end of the ECS, which ends on Friday, the 7th of April, with the finals day, because the 8th and the 9th, the Easter weekend, will be ECI Portugal. And how much are you looking forward to putting the Portugal shirt back on?
Always keen to put the red and gold on. Proud of it. It's it's playing for Portugal. It's a country. You're very proud to represent that country. Super excited for the series coming up. It's always, exciting to play against teams that are, constantly at it. As we see Nucky coming in here. I've seen those called.
Yeah, I think it might just sneak in, and it deviates away from the right-hander when it passes the crease. Yeah, it's borderline, but I think it just sneaks in. I would say the umpiring's been really good. I mean, the umpires have had to do a lot of games. I think the fatigue factors are probably playing a part, but we've got Malik and we've got Bucks and Paolo obviously as well. Doing an awesome job. Occasionally Neil Kersh helping him out.
Catch that. Up in the air, same guy. And he makes a better choice.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Sometimes life doesn't give you second chances. Rupu, he's had a bit of a Barry Crocker with the bat, hasn't he? He was out for 0 earlier. He was dropped on 0. And just 1 run later, that run being the drop catch, he gives another opportunity to Ranjit that swallows it up. And so the opening partnership broken. Friendship CC 8 for 1.
That's literally a carbon copy of the one that was dropped. I don't think you wouldn't find much difference in those two if you had to put them next to each other.
I thought maybe it wasn't quite as high, but it was almost. But this does give another opportunity to Muhammad Nazrul Islam, who is a guy who, I think when he's up and going, he's probably their best consistent striker of the cricket ball. So let's see what he can do. Not too much happening on the scoreboard so far. 8 off 8 balls for Friendship.
Very relaxed character, always calm, collected. Plays with a smile on his face, even when he thumps you over long on for a biggie. He's just grinning at you, which kind of frustrates you. Nucky coming in. Oh, it's beautifully bowled.
He knocked him over, I think. There's a big appeal for LBW, unless there was a call of dead ball or something. I mean, there's a lot of pointing going on. Yeah, this has rock and rolled him. Let's have a look at it on the replay. And it came in. And what am I missing here?
Looks like the keeper's not even expecting the ball.
Yeah, he's been knocked over. But unless there was a call... Yeah, there's a lot of gesticulating.
Look at the keeper here, Vinny.
He's
not even looking.
Yeah, that's super weird. Because my guess is that someone has yelled out, maybe don't bowl it or hold on. Because you don't see the keeper yeah, you don't see the keeper looking. But it's a bit of a controversial moment, really. There was definitely a distraction from the left-hand side of the screen, and we can't really tell what it is. Let's see what happens here.
I think what's done him here and why he's walking is because he hasn't pulled away. He's actually played at the ball.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, when you look at the footage of it wasn't enough to make the umpires call dead ball.
And they've been pretty good on that this whole tournament.
So I'm just waiting for the confirmation. But I'm just saying that a new batter's walking out. They're giant alarms. So talk about your bad luck. Suddenly, Said Ali Nucky, his day's turned around. He's on a hat trick. That was a strange one.
I can't say I've seen that before.
No. And to be honest, as a keeper, if I was straight, I might have just probably said, yeah, hold up. Let's, it's not out, but I guess that's the keeper's prerogative.
I mean, if you look at that whole setup, the batter, the non-striker's not even looking. He's looking to the left. It's Nucky's just come in and snuck a Yorker in there.
The bowler was oblivious to it. The batter was kind of partially aware, but it didn't. Yeah, he played at the ball.
I think that's what's done him there.
Yeah, if he just backs away, doesn't play a shot, then he's fine. But it was a half-hearted shot as well, wasn't it? Weird. Anyway, Said Ali Nucky, could this be hat trick number 7 of the season? And if it is a hat trick, even though we've seen plenty of hat tricks, I don't think I'll ever have seen one quite like this. Here we go, hat trick ball.
Yeah, got a slip in there. He's going for the wicket, Oh! Well, you definitely got to go up higher. The keeper's got to go up, the slip.
This is the thing I want to know. If the keeper had just missed it and had gone for 4 byes, whether they would have called it back. Or, there would have been all kinds of protests, I'm sure. Well, Shrug just gave me some info, which I wasn't aware of, about the Jersey cricket team. And they're playing right now. Jersey scored 291 for 4. And congratulations to Josh Lawrenson and Asa Tribe, both scoring centuries in ODI cricket.
Very nice. Asa is a very good cricketer. That's just worked over a short fine leg. A bit short from Nucky and nicely put away. A little bit of luck.
Reality check, wasn't it? It was a fine leg back, it's a chance, but tell you what, he's had plenty of the ball, Ranjit, hasn't he? That time he has to chase at 4 runs. Yeah, just looking up the scorecard. That's great. They were kind of the finishers, we were calling them, because for Farmers, they did a really good job. They kind of turned Farmers' series around with the win over American University of Malta in match 4 of that group. But yeah, 114 for Josh Lawrence and batting 3, and Asa Tribe 115 not out. So a very good effort. They both faced plenty of balls.
Good partnership by the sounds of it.
Yeah, so they came in at 41 for 2. They put on 232.
Nice.
For the 3rd wicket, and that was against Papua New Guinea. So the way things are looking, although there's plenty of cricket still to play, Papua New Guinea needing 7 and over for the last 20 overs with 3 wickets down. So potentially that could be Jersey's first win in ODI cricket. Let's have a look right back here in Portugal. We've got 2 teams separated by just 2 points. Friendship CC could join Punjab CC Amadora with a 4-3 record if they can win. And we just talked about all day how this is quite a clustered middle of the table. And with just the 4 semi-final spots up for grabs, it's pretty important, I think, to win these kind of contests if you're going to make it.
Yeah, very, very tight. I think last year was the same. You know, there was plenty of teams fighting for those knockout spots. It just shows you how competitive the level is here. And yeah, it's going to come down to run rate, I'm afraid. And the teams that are, you know, there or thereabouts have to start thinking about that a little bit more as we see runner coming in. Oh.
It's an unforgiving game for bowlers, but I think one of the reasons that the wides are so strict is because you want to encourage bowlers to bowl at the batter, you know, not to always bowl around, and that one swings a bit too much, maybe grabs a little bit of the tram line on the way through. So, yeah, congratulations to Asa and Josh. It was lovely to meet them. Second time I've met Asa.
Oh, a bit of tail inside there. You see that, Finn?
Yeah, definitely. A bit of hoop coming in from Rana. And sometimes with swing bowling, he's got more or less what looks like an in-swing action there. The seam up, and it went.
Yeah, nice seam position. You can see it in his wrist, actually. It breaks to move it in. as Assad comes standing out of his crease to try and negate that swing. So let's see what Rana comes back with here. 2 full, 2 straight. And it's going to be just over. Oh,
There you go. This is amazing. It would have been fine if he'd hit it clean. It bounces, and he thinks there's no way it's going to stay inside the field, but it does. Then instead of slapping it, he wraps his hand around it and essentially puts it back over his head. Look at this. And just try and do that again. It would have, you know what? He could have actually jumped there and
slapped it
back in, because his first point of contact was inside the field, but I don't think he thought that far ahead, and also I don't think he knew where the ball had gone.
Yeah, I think he lost it there. Oh, and that's poor. That must be the left hand. I mean, you want to try and back the fielder, but one-handed stops. You got to get your body behind it.
You say that, but look how much this side spins on him. So I mean, maybe a little bit hard. But unfortunately for Osama Ali, this is an actual perfect view. I'm not sure if you've got it on the replay, but it just skipped to his left to right. And so, results boundary with 2 fairly unusual boundaries in this over so far.
Yeah, putting pressure back on Rana here. He's got to fight back into the back half of his over here. Too short again.
Do you think that sometimes the bowlers get a bit carried away with the short stuff? I mean, I know it can make you look like a big man sometimes, but even like this, he's not totally in control of this hook shot, but it's just so hard to protect that quarter of the ground.
Yeah, I think certain bowlers have got to try and understand what their attributes are, and if you're a little bit slower and you drop it short, it's easier to pick up, and good batters are going to sit and eat that all day.
Yeah, gets enough of it. Assad.
Still standing deep outside his crease.
Yeah, so maybe that's encouraging the bowler runner someone to dig it in. Couple to come here in the third.
Goes for it, and it's gone over, and a big over here that's gone to 24 now. So Rana losing his shape a little bit here. I think he's a little bit under the pump. He's been bowling away, in, short. Maybe just trying to keep it going back to the simple basics and hit the line.
It's interesting because some bowlers swing it quite predictably from the hand. I think it's a weapon that he's got, that he has a fair bit of natural variation. But I think Asaduzzaman also, he's throwing the hands at the ball. He's not really in control of that shot. He's had a bit of luck, but at the moment, it's the innings that friendship need. Last ball of the power play coming up.
Oh, how's that missed?
Slow ball.
Well bowled.
Just misses by a whisker. We get to the end of the third over. It's 29 for 2.
See running the fingers over the seam there, and it's gripping, it's turning, even with the bit of moisture in the air and on the field with the rain we've had, it still grips. So something in there for some turners, some spinners, you never know. I'm not sure if Punjab have any tweakers in their arsenal.
Yeah, that's one thing we haven't seen a lot of is slow bowling.
Yeah.
Some countries we see more, some we see less, but I think the importance of slow bowling options can't be underestimated in this format. Just to disrupt the rhythm, I think. I do think good players seem to make more errors against spin bowling than faster bowling. But anyway, we'll head into the middle overs. Said Ali Naki will bowl his second. He took 2 for 4 in his first. And so
fighting hard from his previous over. That's straight down, one bounce, should be. Good stop.
You talked about it's like one of those balls with all the bumps that you use in fielding practice. That is a bit of that in this field. And Mosharaf was talking about a game that we were talking about earlier. We were talking about setting targets in rain-affected games, and he was talking about the England-South Africa in 1992. We talked about that, and that's what gave rise to the Duckworth-Lewis system, which I agree with Steve. He says might never be a perfect way to set a target, but Duckworth-Lewis-Stern is the best at the moment.
Yep.
I agree with that. And I don't think it can get much better. Anyway, it doesn't get much better than this for Asaduzzaman, who just drives it. Yeah, again, you don't have to try and hit the ball that hard. This is more or less just a push, an orthodox shot. He gets it inside out and gets it away from the outfield of 4 runs.
Yeah, very good shot. He's using his feet a lot. He's standing outside the crease, trying to get to the pitch of the ball. And then on top of that, coming down at the bowler, which is, is there just to unsettle the rhythm. They're moving long off a little bit wider, but just good cricket shots, and he's taking it to them.
Yeah, he is.
Stand alone.
Yeah, especially with Rupu not clicking here on day 6 just yet. More responsibility for Assad, who's on 27.
So that one's worked down to cow corner. It should just be a single.
I just should also mention that I made a purchase in between these games. I know we don't have the camera set up in the commentary cube right now because of the fact that it came from Gibraltar and everything is rusted. But I'm wearing my Santarém Cricket Ground hoodie, which I just purchased.
Looks good on you.
I'm liking it. In fact,
Yeah,
I
good
realised you're
colour.
wearing the exact same
Yeah,
one.
A little bit of a copycat there, Vin.
When we get a black one in, I'd like a black one too. I've got the grey one at the moment. The big SCG logo. I'm liking it.
Yeah, a lot of work and time put into the ground, and it's paying off. Mia and Emma, Butchie, Auntie Fats, Uncle Sandy, you know, a lot of blood, sweat and tears put here, and it's nice to see someone appreciating it.
I'm going to take this wherever I go.
Good.
I might actually do a bit more shopping before I leave.
Oh, we would like that. I've seen your bank.
Won't be much left. Well, this is going to be a little French cut. It's perfectly positioned between the fielders as Guzman gets that little bit of luck. And you know this, you need that bit of luck on your side, don't you, in this format? So gets 4 unintentionally.
Yeah, 4 in the book. You'll take it any day. A little bit unlucky, but again, that back of a length ball, the shorter ball, it's all been dispatched. So I can't think of one, maybe one, or the Rupu dismissal where it's worked, but the rest haven't really worked. And their field hasn't really been set for that
Yeah,
either.
that's true. Yeah, I think you got the long off. If you're going to keep banging the ball in, then probably having a guy back at fine leg might be the way to go. Last ball, the 4th.
This is worked down towards Cal. Should we? Oh, no, the Tortuga.
Yeah, there's the Tortuga. And you know what? I think if he'd recognised a little bit quicker he had a shot on this at the second attempt, he would have stopped it. But I don't know what the symptoms of shock are, but when the ball first hits him, just have a look at him. He's perplexed in time. And then as he sees it getting away, he just can't catch up with it. So a bit of luck again. Asadu Zaman finishes the 4th over and 44 for 2. Just growing. A lot of that is because of the work of the opener, Mohamed Asadu Zaman. So, if you can talk about my bank account, I tell you what has saved me a lot of money recently since I've been in Portugal, which is, it's only this week actually that I've been here. Empanada purchases have gone down.
Those
100%.
are phenomenal, though.
We spent some time at the empanada shop, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And the night, I think when you finished your group, I gave you guys a lift back and I picked up a few boxes for the guys back at the hotel. Yeah, that wasn't cheap.
They didn't last long either.
No, they got gobbled up so quickly.
It was a good thing yourself, Nick and Crit and I just had some before we arrived at that.
It was a sad day when I had to leave there. But because of my travel plans changed at the last moment, I did get one more curtain call Monday night. And we'd already said our goodbyes the day before when I was there with Corey. Dropped Corey Monday morning at the airport.
Were they emotional to see you go?
It was almost like they'd seen a ghost when they saw me turn up. But yeah, we'll be back. Anyway, here's a good player. Pavin coming in over number 5.
Yeah, good variations, good bowler. You see he's just angling it across. His field's set for that offside ball. Nice length, just back of a length, and trying to tease that top of off stump line. I think Alam needs to start trying to play maybe a little bit straighter and working it through the offside and start feeding Asaduzaman a bit of the strike.
Doesn't want to chew up balls while Asad's hot. He flirts with this one and misses out. So 3 dots. And that's one thing I think ever since I've been doing T10 cricket, which is now around about 3.5 years, I was surprised about how many momentum swings you could have in such a short game. And, literally those 3 balls can turn the tide.
Well, I mean, you look at the Marlo Oedish game in our power play. We were sitting after the power play and thinking, Faf and I were sitting and having a discussion. We watch this ball, another catch opportunity, 2 short and more runs. Yeah,
it's going to go all the way. Maximo time. Alam just works it around the corner. They've been feasting on length. I mean, Pavin kind of has the look of how did that happen. But I suppose it's a mixture of good footwork to get across and give himself the chance to play that kind of shot. But also, yeah, puffing probably just a little bit short of where he needs to be. I'd like to see him trying to get the players trying to drive and go down the ground.
Yeah, they've been way too short, especially for this field that's been set. Fine leg should be down if that's going to be their line, and bring mid off or long off up.
50's up for Friendship as well.
And again,
they're just going to keep on keeping on, aren't they? And yeah, they say that insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Again, doesn't have to hit this hard. It's so batter friendly. You can tap fours on this ground. The fours rate is out of control. There's another one.
yeah, it's a little bit too predictable. I mean, again, you can see in the action if you're watching clearly or closely, you know, when a bowler drops a short ball, their whole action collapses or goes down a little bit quicker. So you're set for it before even the release of the ball. Run out opportunity. Oh, that looked close.
Yeah, I think
Sud looks like he's limping a little bit.
Yeah, he normally is.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's have a look at it on the replay. It's a good pick up and throw. Just had to move to his left a bit, didn't he, Said Ali Naki? And let's have a look.
Oh,
Certainly was tight, wasn't it?
close. Oh, I reckon that's out if that hits.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Wasn't the best stretch, was it? So, anyway, it does take us to the end of the over. And halfway through this innings, Friendship 55 for 2. Who's ahead right now?
Yeah, I think Punjab will be happy with this. If they could restrict Friendship to below 110, they'll walk off the field thinking that they're in with the shout and ahead. You know, you never know though. T10, Umar got caned a little bit in his last game, so
Would have been another run opportunity, I think. But this time it wasn't picked up cleanly. Yeah, Umar Mohammed had a very good game in the last game. Caught well, fielded well. A few handy runs at the end. That's the thing. When you take on the fielder, you're asking him to have a perfect pick-up throw and hit the target. You don't often coordinate all those three things, especially on this field, which can be a bit tricky to field the ball cleanly.
oh,
Uh-oh.
he's lost his footing here. He was looking ginger before that run.
Oh, no. Well, Asadu Zaman, remember last year, he took a blow on the leg, and just have a look at this. You see, he goes here, and he's just out of shot, but he just collapses and doesn't attempt the run. Now, let's see. When has he fell? Yeah, fell as he played the shot. And then, I don't know how much of not taking the run was just kind of shock value, or now he's going to take it on. We'll get through. So, yeah, not looking 100%, but he's good enough to keep batting, at least. I think they want to keep him out there, considering he's going at over 2 a ball at the moment.
Well, it's that, you know, you've got that old saying where, especially in Africa, a wounded leopard is at its most dangerous, you know. So
Yeah.
maybe he's
Beware the wounded
just going to
batter.
stand and deliver now.
They're fearless.
Oh, is that off the bat?
Well, we're about to find out, because it's going to go to the boundary. And leg buys. Well,
Brush
a
the pad.
lot of the time these do trick you. You think they're off the bat. Buck says it's off the pad. I tend to agree based on that evidence. I tell you who's not happy with it is Osama Zahid, who gets on the end of the fingers. So we tend to see these extra games, 5 games a day, a few more injuries, a bit more fatigue, a bit more wear and tear. A few uncomfortable boys out there.
Yeah, he looks like he's in a bit of pain there. Keeping is a different job.
Pete, and you did it recently. I haven't seen too much of your keeping. I actually think you did a pretty good job in the ECL. And we won't talk about the first day here, because I know that probably wasn't your most polished performance. But I will say, people would say, oh, how's he in pain there? Because he's got big gloves on and all these things. But when you get the ball on the end of the fingers, it pushes the whole finger into your hand.
Compression.
Yeah, it's really
pain.
rough. Affects those knuckles.
Yeah.
It affects your ability to kind of bend your fingers. And then you have to turn around and
Take
obviously,
another few on the hand again.
Keep going. Yeah, just have a look at where this hits Osama Zahid. Yeah, that's a thumb. I think it might have been a thumb buster. Yeah, off come the gloves. And I have a feeling that he might give up the gloves here. And just looking at some of the options they've got, none of them stick out to
It's
me.
going to go to runner.
Yeah, Rana. It's fun. You know, this is one thing. It's how I got my start keeping as well. I found I was super excited if for some reason the keeper was going to have to be changed, I'd want to be doing it, even though I was a bowler growing up until I was 18. So, yeah, tell me about Rana's keeping. Have you ever seen him do the job before?
Yeah, he's done a bit of it in the league. I wouldn't say he's mind-blowing behind the stumps, but, you know, he's quite handy.
He's got the big floppy hat.
Got the big floppy hat there, Richie.
The video game look around 99 where the keeper wears a big floppy hat.
Tall man to be a keeper.
I wonder if Zahid stays out there, just obviously because then he could still bat up the order.
I think he's just gone off there and been replaced.
Yeah, so 12th man, Shafqat Ali must be coming on.
Interesting line around the wicket from Umar, a bit of a change from the previous game. Just firing it in at the leg stump. But again, fine leg and square leg up, so bit of a risk. But he's executing quite well.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it's an interesting tactic we see used quite a lot. Your options are kind of go at the body, try and cramp the batter up, or you can go wide. That's Zaman right now, feeling pretty comfortable. And he's probably saying, well, I'm not the most injured person in this game anymore, so I'm going to dance down, I'm going to take 4, and that one lifts him up into the 40s.
yeah, good shot. He's changed nothing from his style walking out from first ball. He's been going after everything. Like we said, he's maybe carrying a little bit of an injury. But 41 off 17, that's what you want from your opener, right?
Come off half century yesterday as well. 66 for 2 after 6. Yeah, interesting one. I think if they went at this rate, got to 110, it's competitive. You feel like it's a little bit under, considering the Punjab CC Amadora batting lineup. But we also saw in the last game that they were a bit susceptible. That was before the innings was rescued by Adnan Ali and Simran late in the piece. Let's get ready for over number 7 then. Looks like Parveen is going to come back for his second over.
Yep, Parveen coming in. He's same field, so he's got to be full here. Outside the line there.
Yeah, this is one thing you can do to a bowler if you're a right-hander and they're bowling from that side of the wicket, is you can use your legs as a bit of a second line of defence.
Yeah.
So this is probably hitting the stumps, but I think it hits him outside the line. May or may not have been hitting the stumps, but you've got that kind of immunity to try that on. And if you do get bat on that, it's pretty hard to stop. It'll run away with the pace of the ball.
Yeah, good option. Just the execution there. But, yeah, like you said, coming over the wicket left arm, unless you've got that shape coming in, yeah, probably 8 times out of 10 is going to be pitching outside leg, and it's you know, a free shot really. That's well disguised. Should be taken, and is good catch.
Yeah, that's really good bowling. It was the kind of back of the hand slow ball, but there's no change in arm speed. So finally, Nasser Zaman is going to go. You see again, he's trying to press forward. He's just fooled, and you can see that. And he gets down the end of the bat, hung in the air a while. Nicely taken by Syed Ali Naki, and that will be the end of a very good innings from Assad. But he has to go for 41, and the score is 67 for 3.
Yeah, good knock from Assad. Can be proud. He's done really well in the tournament so far. Batter that we've got coming in now is Saddam Akbari. Also, really good cricketer. Bowls some good off spin. I don't think I've seen him bowl in this tournament just yet. So, interesting there. But can hit a long ball. If memory serves me correctly, scored 100 last year in the league. So, handy with the bats. And they'll just have to kick on now, you know.
Yeah, this is a real crossroads in this innings, isn't it? With just under 4 overs to go because they've lost Asad Zaman that was doing most of the damage. Jade Alam's played a role since he's been there, but hasn't really been super destructive. Going at 19 off 15. Anyway, Akbari gets his opportunity here at number 5.
Oh,
maybe he doesn't. Hard to hit those.
Interesting there. Probably just not happy with something in the run up there.
Yeah, just didn't feel right.
Yeah. I've always said, if you're not right at the point of delivery, just pull out.
Hold on to it. Unless the clock's running out.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's going to cost you 5.
It's well bowled. That angle, that natural angle across the right-hander is... yeah, it's tricky. One of the worst things that Rana, yeah.
Yeah, saves 4 there, though.
I did say that he's a bit tall, you know. He's bending over mountains to get down to that.
Yeah. How do you find the clock? Obviously, playing at the Cardham Roval, you've got the clock on the big screen, and that helps. Obviously, it's quite necessary with the program we've got. This is just angling across. Yeah. Do you find that once you're in the habit of bowling overs that quickly, it's not too difficult? Obviously, something you have to be pretty conscious of. How do you control that as a captain?
Yeah, I think the clock is something, it's there, but I don't think it should like be on your mind constantly. You know that you've got pretty much 4.5 minutes and over. Your bowlers know that now. We've played enough T10 cricket to kind of manage it, as we see Pavin coming in. Oh, that's got to be stone.
He must have hit this. That's all I can think.
Must be bat.
Yeah. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, bit of bat, just signal made. So yeah, tiny little bottom edge, and he's tapping his bat subtly. So the thing that we can't hear as well, compared to the players and the umpires out in the middle, I mean, they obviously picked up a double noise there. So that tiny little inside edge must have saved him from dismissal there. Just want to say a quick hello to Kitty Hundley as well. He's watching from Virginia in the USA. Hello, Kitty. Hopefully you're well. Nice to hear from you. As this one slides across and takes us to the end of the 7th over. The score is 69 for 3 after 7. For all of you out there that are enjoying ECN cricket, there's plenty more to come this year. And I'm going to tell you, not just these this time, I'm going to tell you the extended draft schedule, okay? And I'm going to do it really quickly. So we've got Portugal, Cyprus, Italy, Milan, and then obviously Gibraltar is snuck in there. Then Austria, Bulgaria, Romania, Sweden, Hungary, Czech Republic, Switzerland, Germany, Italy, then the ECC, then Croatia, Malta, and planning to finish the year in Spain. Could change, but it's a pretty cool tour, isn't it? Got to get on the tour.
Jealous.
Get on the tour.
Maybe it's time to hang up the boots.
Nah. You're too young. Here we go. Adnan Ali is having a good day, isn't he? His first one is whipped away for 1 as Jada Lump moves to 21.
Yeah, good start. Nice and full. Difficult to get underneath that, and the angle helps.
I've got a question for you. Name somewhere in Europe that you would like to play that you haven't visited. You can take a bit of time to think about it. You can name more than one.
Oh, quite fancy Switzerland.
Switzerland? Well, we're going to Switzerland this year. No, in fact, I've been to Switzerland. I've actually played in Switzerland, but I've never covered ECN cricket in Switzerland because it was during the pandemic and I wasn't there in 2020 when we had the previous series there. This is up in the air, but it'll be one hopper. I will say, Switzerland, they bring it. They play a fair bit of T10 cricket in the local competition.
Yep.
I mean, they really, even though we haven't visited for an ECS since 2020, they have kept the competition going. And I think you saw that with a very attacking Alton team at the ECL, and also their national team doing a pretty good job during the ECC as well, when they were involved last year. And also great to see Switzerland back in international competition after a bit of a time in the wilderness due to some kind of internal issues.
Yeah. Politics are never good in sport, are they? So,
but they're also
good to see them back.
They're unavoidable as
well.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's one thing we see everywhere we go.
Ain't that the truth? Yeah, so Adnan continuing his good day. He's bowled really well today, actually. That's just pretty much hoiked down to deep square. It still baffles me that they haven't put at least one of those fielders on the leg side down, and they're doing it now.
Yeah, bit of after the horses bolted though about it. This looks like Miguel Stoneman doing the fielding. Some ball retrieving. Yeah, just getting a bit of work in before tomorrow. Of course, you guys wear Ash playing the first 2 matches tomorrow.
Yeah, it's about time he does some fielding.
And that means you probably get out of the commentary box for a couple of games. I might try and rope you back in.
Yeah, I enjoy being here. It's nice sitting next to you watching cricket.
Down leg side, and Rana clangs another one, but it will just be 1 wide. Yeah, I know you're a bit of a fan yourself. You can admit, I know that you're a lurker sometimes. I like to see you in the chat from time to time.
Yep.
How do you consume your ECN? Are you kind of an audio lurker? Audio lurkers are people that are, say, cleaning the house or whatever, doing something else and will have it on like a radio station.
No, I'm more just to pop in, see what's happening, especially in the See, that's been hit over. It's going to be on the one bounce here.
Doesn't try and turn it into a catch, Umar. Couldn't lurch forward. We'll get 2. That's good running.
Yeah, for me, I always enjoy just tuning in, especially a few of the series that I've got some interest in. You know, if we're coming up into some internationals, I'll pop in and say hi. It's always good to say hi to you, Rico, and what's his face?
Yeah, can't remember the other guy.
Yeah, it's distant memory. That's just put in between the gap and should be 4.
Yeah,
well played.
Good batting. I mean, this is so fast. I talked about the 4s rate earlier. I mean, we're almost up to 1 4 per over on average, which is, it's quite high. It's probably 50% more 4s than we normally see. And that's all because of this outfield being so fast and also a bit awkward. I think a lot of balls that would normally be 1s do get fumbled across the line because of the nature of this outfield. So, yeah, I'll put that to you after this ball. Where would you like to go? You've mentioned Switzerland. I'll give you another one as well, maybe. Well, this one.
Outside the line, must be.
Well, he's given him. So, well, I thought initially there might have been a little bit about on it, but let's check it out in the replay. Adnan goes full. He is having a good day. Yeah. Yeah, I think that the pad is bent. I think he goes with where the pad started. But it actually hits the flap or the what's the word? The
flap of the pad.
Yeah, the flap of the pad. Yeah, this one will give us a good look.
It's also shaping away a little.
Yeah, it's an awkward one for the umpire to judge because it doesn't hit the pad in a normal way. So, I mean, he sees that he can't see the stumps, so he probably thinks it's probably in front of the stumps. So you can definitely understand that. It's not a million miles away. I think for me, it was just fractionally outside the line. But who knows, even on a replay, if there's any bit of the ball that's in line with the stump, it just goes down as an umpire's call. So, yeah, I suppose it probably wasn't the greatest shot, if you're going to be honest, from Jayed Alam. But he does make a pretty well put together 31 as he departs. It's the end of the 8th over. It's 83 for 4. Umar Mohammed comes on to bowl the 9th. Abdul Motin comes into bat, but he's not facing just yet.
Yeah, so Saddam needs to take the responsibility here and start kicking off. 12 balls left. You've got to look at least 24 here. That's well bowled.
Just beats him for angle, doesn't he? Yeah, so one place I'd like to cover cricket is probably Iceland. We were meant to have an ECS there in 2020, a 2-day series, but everyone was set up. I think there's only have 4 teams there, so it's a bit tough. But the night before, the restrictions changed and the series got cancelled during the pandemic.
I think it's, you know, not the greatest batting from Saddam here.
Yeah. Well, one thing I do like about Umar Mohammed, at least he's trying to get off the wicket. He's fighting his natural instinct to go left, and he's just at least getting the message, and at least that's a step in the right direction. Yeah. Literally a step in the right direction.
And there we go, down to deep square again.
And that'll be out of here. Maximo time. Well, Akbari needed to do something, didn't he? He crawled to 1 off 6, but yeah, Dave can turn around quickly, add a bit of length, and once again, that right arm around, you've got the immunity once that ball pitches to the right of the stumps. He turned on it, got plenty of it. Maximo time.
Yeah, just stand on off stump and tell him to come and hit the stumps, and with that field setting, it's easy. Oh, and that's just mother cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you make your own luck. Akbari probably felt he was due a few runs. This time, he tries to horn it in the same direction. Runner might be tall, but he's not that tall. That runs away for 4.
I think he could have gone for the dive there, old runner. I've seen him take some speckies in training, so I'll be having a little chat with him after that.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been expecting to have the gloves in this innings, that's for sure. But also, I'm just checking whether he's bowled his second. Yeah, he's bowled out, so it makes it a bit easier because he won't be able to come back and bowl now. I'll just get one here, but I saw that Bruno or Diesel is in the comments right now, saying tomorrow maybe he'll keep me company in the commentary box. Well, we have heard a little bit from Bruno.
Yeah.
Who else? Obviously, you're kind of our go-to man when we need a commentator in Portugal. Who else do you think would do a good job? We tried Miguel Stoneman before. What about Faf?
Faf, you can hardly understand him when he talks, so that might be a bit tough. But what about Mia?
Oh, yeah.
What about Mia? Lisbon Lynx, get her on the comms, promoting a bit of the women's cricket. She feeds us very well.
Yeah, but I don't
Her
think
and
we'll get
Emma.
her out of the clubhouse. I could try. It's 95 for 4 after 9. Yeah, I could do that. I know that it's, we like to hear from a variety of voices. So, 1 over to go.
Alex?
Yeah?
Get
Alex,
the Aussie
Alex
on.
would be a very interesting
Yeah,
guy to talk to.
no, he's got a lot of knowledge, funny guy.
Alex Macy.
He uses his head a lot, you know.
Yeah, he did take one in the head recently when he was doing some important work around the ground. Okay, so last overtime, Adenali's going to bowl it. Having a pretty good day, although his first over did go for 14. A lot on this last over. Let's see if they can get something swinging.
Yeah, big over here. It's got to go big. It's hit nicely down the ground, well fielded, so just a single.
These are all important stops, aren't they?
Yep. Yeah, like I said in the beginning of the innings, I think if it's 110 and above, the Friendship will be quite happy with that. So, you know, you've got to at least get 3-4 boundaries here off these last 5 balls. It's well bowled. Well kept too by Rana.
Yeah,
Big
to
man
be
got
fair to
down.
Rana, he does well there.
Yeah.
Gets his body behind it. Those second bounces are difficult to deal with, but it will be a bye. They'll scramble through. This is actually a pretty good technique. But it's because what you're doing, okay, you're turning, you're kind of protecting your face and your vital organs, but you're still trying to get
everything behind
behind it that you can.
Yeah, so good start to the 10th, yeah.
Creeping up towards that 100, hey?
Yep. Trying to lace that. Oh, no.
Well,
foot fielding.
Yeah, well, Rana, to be honest, he does the same again, but this time doesn't get the line of the ball right. So it just hits him and deflects away. You see, it hits him on the edge of the leg. And unfortunately, Summer Ali couldn't do much about it either. So that's going to bring up the 100 for Friendship CC. They've just crept up there, haven't they? We knew that when they lost Muhammad Azaduzaman in the 7th over, 67 for 3, it could be a bit of a struggle to get the 3 figures, but they have gotten there. And there's still 3 balls left to come.
Yeah, 100 looks better than 90. So that's played straight down the ground and 4 runs, good shot.
Yeah, and this is another example of the ball just accelerating, meters per second. And you can see the fielder isn't that far from the ball, but it is just a bullet, and he's just late getting the hands down. Handy runs coming at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, really important. Like we said, creeping up to that 110 mark, and 110 looks a lot better than 100.
Yeah, it does. They all count. 2 to come. Here's Adnan.
Oh, that's straight down the throat. Oh, no, too calm, too cool. And then just...
now you might as well keep going. I think you can probably go for a third here.
You have to.
They will. Good throw will get him. And, let's see what happens here.
We're throwing grenades in the trenches there from the boundary.
Well, there's a couple of things going on. He did hold it for a while, and then he dropped it. And then as he went to throw, he had to pull out because his teammate that was intending to help was right in the line of the throw. But then I think that there's just some concern about how Rana breaks the stumps. So, yeah, you can see they realise, okay. And then when the throw was kind of aborted, it fell into no man's land. So they go 2. They say, look, it's the last over. Let's go for it. Did he knock over the bails? No, it's okay. Good. It's clean.
Yeah, that's well done.
Yeah, that was a bit of a funny one. I'm sure we'll see it in the highlights of how he almost took... this is a great view of it. And then he just dropped it. And then there's a very frightened Parveen who thought, will I even make my international debut? But credit to the fielder who actually kind of realised the last moment that he was about to throw it into his teammate's skull. Anyway, 107 plus this.
Yeah, good ball. This has got to just take it off, take the bails off, end the game. Friendship, I mean, evenly matched, right?
Yeah, I think so. 108. I mean, for me, it probably feels a little bit under. But it's been the kind of a day where, you know, apart with some exceptions, runs have been a bit hard to come by for a lot of batters. Not many have been getting in. Looking at the run rate before this game, it was 104 per 10 overs. So, yeah, it's more or less on the money.
Yeah.
And we have come off a pretty low-scoring day yesterday as well, where it was 94 per 10 overs. So, yeah, I think it is pretty close to par. And across the whole tournament, the par score is 109. Well, they have 108 here, so 109 required. But yeah, it was funny early, wasn't it? Well, wasn't that funny if you were Ranjit Singh? Because he put that down. Mohammad Asaduzaman, he was going about the business of righting the wrongs of this morning where he went out for just one. But unfortunately for Rupu, lightning did strike twice, but the second time it was gobbled up by Ranjit.
Yeah, this one was a bit of a strange one. I think not many people knew what was going on there, but Ratul playing a shot and ultimately being the end of him. Then a couple of shots over short fine leg, you know, the boundary started flowing, and this one was good work from Naki, just unfortunately flicked it over his head and didn't know where it went.
There's some weird boundaries in there. That was one of them. This one's a bit more regulation, just sliced over the offside. Yeah, it was kind of beg, borrow, or steal, wasn't it? There was some good runs there. Asaduzaman with four fours on the trot at one point. But you know, they just seemed to find a way to keep going. I mean, the seventh over was the only over where there wasn't a boundary. So it showed you that they were always kind of ticking it. And you know, some were assisted like that. Umar Mohammed, he certainly had Mohammad Asaduzaman down, but not quite out. Again, he's always struggling a little bit with the injuries to the leg. Now, this was a moment where Osama Zahid took one on the end of the fingers. He wasn't able to complete the innings wicket keeping. Instead, Ranasawa took over. But yeah, it was a clever bit of bowling from Parveen that ended up undoing Asaduzaman, who went for 41 off 18. But it was a good knock, but that was the only over in the innings that didn't have a boundary. So just changing things slightly. But having said that, they do rebound after that over in the seventh to score 14, 12 and 13 off the last three overs. So even without Assad, they're able to get 39 off the last three and certainly put themselves in the position to win the game if they can bowl and field well enough. That was a bit of a borderline one. Bucks gave it a good think. He said, yeah, I'm satisfied that's hitting in line. Fair enough in the end. That's the umpire's call. That's his job. But yeah, towards the end, just some good late hitting and I suppose a bit of luck as well with the 5 byes in the last over, helping them to this score of 108.
Yeah, and we talk about momentum. So Friendship, you know, the ones carrying the momentum into the dugout, they'll go and have a nice team chat here. You know, I think they've got to aim at restricting. This was quite funny.
This is a funny one.
Lobbing a grenade.
I mean, if they'd run from the get-go, they would have made 3. Yeah. But I think, you know,
ball watching
makes sense that you're ball watching a little bit. To be fair to Akbari, he then tried to turn it on. Rana, he's pretty happy that one went in the gloves. He finished off the dismissal without too many dramas. But then last ball over the scramble, 1 extra run, and that got them to that score of 108. So based on their first 28 matches, it's pretty much spot on the par score. 41 for Asaduzaman. He was great, wasn't he? 8 fours and a 6. So it shows he did a lot of his work on the ground, but still scored at a very good scoring rate. Jayed Alam with 31. Took a little bit of time to get going, but still important runs from him. Apart from that, Akbari with the dozen was run out late in the piece. As we saw, 15 extras. And to be fair, though, only 3 were wides. I think that there were a couple of leg byes, and obviously the 4 byes in the last over didn't help either. And that saw Friendship CC 108 after winning the toss and electing to bat with the bowlers. 2 for 19, Said Ali Naki, nice return to form for him. I think Parveen Singh once again proving himself. He's a very tricky customer with his left armers in this form of the game. 1 for 12, and Nanali chipped in with a wicket as well. Conrad, nice job. Come back to us in around about 10 minutes to take you into the second half of this game. Quickly, who's ahead in this game?
I'm going to go with Friendship.
Okay, I'll go with Punjab CC.
All right.
And, well, we'll find out in the second innings. When we return, we'll be back with the chase. 109 for Punjab CC to get the points. Friendship, they'd love desperately to take this one away. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Conrad Greenshields. See you very shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we're heading into the second half of the fourth match of the day. It is match 29 between Punjab CC Amadora and Friendship CC. And yeah, just a little bit of a light shower sweeping through the ground in the innings break. It's nothing too serious, nothing that's going to hold things up, but it does make things a little bit uncomfortable, I think, for the players and umpires and everyone alike. Luckily, the cube is holding up at the moment. Punjab CC, they'll be chasing 109 for victory. Friendship CC winning the toss in match 29, electing to bat. They put 108 on the board. And that's mainly due to contributions from Mohammad Asaduzzaman, 41 off 18. Also Jade Alam with 31 runs and Sana Makmari with 12 towards the end. Competitive kind of total without being, what I'd say, outstanding. But I think there's a lot of responsibility on some of the Punjab CC Amadora top order. Having said that, they do bat deep. I think we saw that with Nanali and Simranjit Singh really coming in and blasting from ball one. So I think they'll continue to follow their instincts. Can't be easy to catch in these conditions as well with slightly greasy ball, especially when it's new. It's got that lacquer on it. This is going to be Giant Alarm though. I just mentioned him with the bat, but he's got an important job to do with the ball as well. And he's, yeah, as mentioned by Portuguese skipper Conrad Greenshields, gets a good consistent shape. He's normally endangering the stumps. This one doesn't really swing back. In fact, it's blasted out of the ground. Runasawa, Maximo off to the races. And this is the opening partnership I would expect to see from Punjab CC Amadora. And what a start that is. That is absolutely smashed over cover. What a shot. And so, yeah, Giant Alarm doesn't get that natural shape back. And Morano, who didn't click in the last game, certainly clicked there. First ball, getting these two is critical for Friendship. Oh, this is close. I think it's just a little bit high. And so, it'll be an interesting one as I welcome Conrad Greenshields back into the commentary box. This one for me, what do you think? Just a little bit high?
Yeah, looked a bit high. It's hit him on the number there, just below the number, so yeah, good call.
I think it was fine for line, but Giant Alarm, you mentioned, he does get that natural movement in. Let's see if he can get Rana before he can do any more damage. Taking the damage, this is hit pretty hard. It's going to skate past the boundary. Look how fast this field is. The scorers, they've been kept busy, haven't they? That's going to be 4 more to Rana.
Marzi giving a good old wave there. Yeah, with a little bit of moisture on the deck now, on the surface, that ball's just going to skid through.
Yeah, you can see the bowler, Giant Alarm, trying hard. It's not great for swing bowling as well when the ball gets wet. I think you kind of, you lose some of the aerodynamics that create the swing. The ball gets a bit waterlogged. Now another ball which is hit pretty hard. That's going to be 4 more. So Runasawa off to the races with 14 in the first 4 balls.
Yeah, Rana has a point to prove after that first knock he had. He's come out guns blazing and it's paying off. Good shots. Taking apart one of their better bowlers too. So
yeah, it's a hard place to be. He's kind of bowling that length, which yeah, it's a typical length to bowl early in the innings. You're hoping maybe for a nick. And maybe for a mistake, but Rana's come out and he's bossed it early.
Yeah, big strong man coming around the wicket now. So I'd assume, yeah, no.
He's trying something. I don't think it's plan A. And here's Giant Alarm.
Yeah, down the leg side. Lucky to get away with that.
Yeah. So this is the thing. It's just a change to be different. I don't think it's that strategic, except that you're trying to disrupt what's happening. So yeah, I think the fact that it's kind of angling into the wheelhouse of Runasawa could be difficult. As another shower sweeps across the ground. I don't know where these are coming from.
Yeah, just a low cloud should pass over, knowing this this area. He stretches for that one and just punches it through the covers. It's a brutal game sometimes,
yeah, and
T10.
you know, I actually don't think it's that badly bowled by Giant Alarm, who He forces Rana to reach for it, but he's tall, he's powerful, he's got that reach, doesn't he? If he was a prize fighter, I think he'd be outreaching his opponent. And that's the case there as he square drives that to the fence. It's 18 for no loss after 156 matches since we've had a golden ball. And Conrad, I'd be honoured to share a golden moment with you. You might be doing a few more games over the next few days.
Yeah, we've got to plan that as we.
Well, we're going to have a delay, and yeah, the rain sweeping across the ground. I don't know. Yes, it was heavy for a second. Now I think already it's eased off. So I mean, it's a tough one. I got a feeling that this will pass and it won't be that much of a delay. They'll have to see. Look, you can see already.
Yeah, get back.
Rana sprinted off, and now he's got a sheepish grin.
Called back.
I think that this game will continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a passing shower. We know that it's going to happen. You can see the lower clouds coming, but they are moving quite fast, and the sun's trying to peek out from the back of them. So, yeah, we've played in worse, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, yeah, it's not uncomfortable, but it's certainly playable.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think they're just having a bit of a discussion. They said, look, you remember when it was raining a minute ago? Well, it isn't anymore, so I don't think we'll have to do anything drastic like take you to a classic game as yet. Yeah, that's the middle. And, yeah, just like that, it's pretty much stopped.
No time lost either, so
no,
get back on with it.
Rain delays are just a factor which can throw both teams as well. It disrupts the natural rhythm of the game. I mean, Friendship, I'd say they're miles behind in this game. It's just one bad over, I suppose. But if we didn't get to the 3 over minimum, then the points would be shared. Don't see that happening in this game.
Yeah, and also Punjab have come out with their big guns, Imran Rao and Rana, so showing some intent. Like we said, you know, this tournament's going to come down to run rate for the 3rd, 4th, maybe even 2nd. I think Marlow have cleared the pack, especially with the weaker teams coming up towards them. But for the rest of us, it's a fight, and that run rate's going to be important. So trying to chase this down quickly. Fighting
form's good form, I think, though, if you're going to make the semi-finals. You want to have been under pressure, because you will be under pressure on finals day. Every team will be 2 matches away from the trophy on Friday. Here's Imtiaz.
Imtiaz starts off with his natural angling in, and he tends to bring it away sometimes, so can be quite a tricky customer.
He's nagging. That's what I'd call him. He's nagging, isn't he? The way can't go wide of the crease, and yeah, you're right. Just pushes that in, but then can nip it away a little bit.
Handy little bowler, and quite effective in the league too. So a good matchup here between Rana and Imran. That's a bit too short and worked away down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, asking for trouble there. This is just too short. Doesn't give it a chance to move, really. It's just into the natural swinging arc of Imran, who helps himself to 4 around the corner.
A lot of boundaries going down there today, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe something the teams can look at. Fine leg, especially on this field. If you miss your line a touch and it beats that guy a meter, 2 meters to his left or right, it's generally 4.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all boundaries are downhill here as well. Those ones behind probably seem shorter because of the pace already on the ball from the bowler. Anyway, Rana with a comeback. I think this comes more or less off the toe, the very toe of the bat. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
I think he's chalked out.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. Yeah, right off the toe. He looks for where he wanted to hit it, and then he looks at where it is, and he looks a bit confused. Imran stays on 4. Another bit of a shower sweeps across the ground. And yeah, this is clever by Imtiaz. He knows they're a bit behind in this game, and if you offered him a point now, he'd probably take it with these 2, and so he pulls out of the ball, knowing we haven't hit the 3 overs yet.
Yeah, he's playing a shrewd game.
Yeah.
Smart captain here.
Smart.
Let's get the rain. Come on.
Like I say, they're not a million miles behind in the game, but they are behind.
And that's just a very good straight shot.
Yeah, even further behind now after that strike from Imran. Go Maximo down the ground. Again, it just hasn't quite got the length right. Maybe that's a bit overpitched. Having said that, it's a kind of challenge length, isn't it? I mean, if you get that wrong as a batter, it can go straight up. And instead, it disappears out of the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice confident shot from Imran. And like we said, powerful opening partnership here. This will be a key one to break for Friendship if they've got any chance. As that one's dropped short again, and Imran's just helped it over for 2 bounce 4.
Yeah, and this is more or less, I think, a deliberate tactic to go a bit shorter and trying to induce a top edge, which he kind of does, but they didn't have the deep wicket out, and you only have 2 outfielders at this stage, so that's why it's tough to protect the boundaries. That probably was a mistake from Imran, but it will still get him 4 runs.
Yep, 4 in the book, and pressure on Friendship here. As that's absolutely drilled, but there's a fielder being placed back there, and it's just a single.
Yeah, would have been handy a minute ago. As we get to the end of the second over, the score is 33 without loss after 2. Very strong start from these 2 powerful openers for Punjab CC. Also 2 that you can expect to see featuring for the Portuguese national team during the summer. Let's have a look at the table. You can see that Marlow and Gork 11 lead the table with 5 wins. Having said that, Gork 11, they played more games than anyone else, so your team are worse. You could still kind of overtake them, I think, with a couple of wins tomorrow. These 2 mid-table, and that's why it's a big game, I think, because either they're on the same amount of points or there's 4 points between them at the end of this game. So I had a question from Shrug in the chat. Hello, Shrug. Hope you're well. I'm also keeping half an eye on the Jersey score, which, at the moment, it's a game that could go either way. He had a question about the Portuguese format in the domestic league. What's the format? When are the games played? And basically how does it run?
Yeah, so it's T20 format. We have the Kendall Cup, which is normally between Oeiras and Porto. That's a 2-day format. Is that it?
That took off.
Tough chance that, if he's got any bad on that.
I'm not sure there was an edge. Maybe there was a little one. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, it could have been.
Could have been.
It's, up to the stumps. That's almost impossible. Yeah, so Kendall Cup. So that's basically... So is that club-based, or I thought it might have been regional-based?
It's regional-based, yeah. So that's between that competition's been going for 150 years.
Yeah,
so
when I found out about that, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, longer than the Ashes.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember we talked about it at the time, middle of last year. So yeah, the Kendall Cup has been going since... Hold, please, while this is buffering. So it's been played since 1861 on an almost annual basis.
Crazy, eh?
That's crazy. And we're talking...
Cricket in Portugal.
Yeah. So this is going to run away for 4. And Sawa will get another boundary. This one wasn't the most convincing. It was a bit of a teaser for the fielder, wasn't it? But it slips through the grasp and it slips away to the boundary.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of misjudgment there. It could have been backtracking a little bit earlier, but lucky for Rana, it's cleared him, and another boundary in the book.
Yeah, so the Kendall Cup interests me. It's a 2-day match between representative teams from Lisbon and Porto. So you're saying, yeah, Porto, obviously we know the Porto club.
Yeah.
Seen them before in the ECS. As this goes up, and again, not quite out in the middle, but it's enough to get another boundary. And that's just knowing the field, I think. Knowing there's no outfielder back square of the wicket on the offside. He's got a bit more of a margin for error there, Rana. So, yeah, again, it's not the worst ball ever, but fairly low risk option for such a powerful player.
Yeah, smart batting. He knows that the 2 outside the ring are on the leg side, so he's just opening up that offside and just carving it over the top. Even a miss hit, you know, it's pretty much a safe shot. So smart batting.
So I'm going to tell you something which you might not realise. Oh, this is whacked. And that's going to take some stopping. And it is stopped. Well done by Saurav. Keeps it at 1. So, yeah, if it started in 1861, well, I know that overarm bowling was only legalised in cricket in 1864.
Oh, wow.
So the first Kendall Cup
was before we legalised overarm bowling.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And overarm bowling was only legalised 13 years before the first Test match. So the cricket event originally was played by rolling the ball along the ground, essentially, on a lumpy bit of green. Anyway, it's 43 without loss after 3. And I remember reading about this once, that it actually was... So, you know, the way we bowl in cricket is pretty weird when you think about it.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
like
not natural.
Your arms straight. It's just... There's no other sports where you do something weird like that in an overarm action. So it was a player who, back in the day in the 19th century, he would practice with his sister. he didn't have any brothers, so his sister would play, and they had those long dresses at the time, those really long fancy dresses that would go out for miles. And so she couldn't actually bowl underarm, like with a straight arm down. She had to bowl slightly round arm. And he found it really difficult to play because of the awkward bounce that it would get. And so he kind of passed this on. And so then I think for a while, around the mid-1800s, you could bowl, but it could be sidearm, and it couldn't be kind of higher than the perpendicular. Okay. So you could bowl
come
like
around
that.
but lower.
Yeah. So you come around but lower. You couldn't have your hand above your elbow.
Yeah.
And then eventually they said, hey, this is actually pretty fun. Why don't we? I imagine all the no ball calls there would have been around then. They've said, yeah, let's let people have the arm go all the way
Rotate
over,
all around.
but you can't throw it. You can't bend the arm and straighten it. Anyway, this is going to continue now, and Sawa is off to the races. Maximal, this opening partnership with 49. But isn't it interesting how it came about and the evolution of the game? The early cricket bats looked a bit more like hockey sticks.
Yep, that's right.
Because, you didn't really need to deal with the ball bouncing too much. It was essentially rolled, and the early wickets were actually a hole in the ground. I think if you go way back. So
a hole in the ground.
Yeah, a hole in the ground. You just roll it and hope the guy misses it and it pops into the hole. That's why the popping crease is, it's where, that's where that comes from. Because they try and pop the ball in the hole.
Okay. Learn something new every day. Because that's a good shot. Just flicked off the hip. Too short, too straight, and Rana is having a field day here.
He is. Yeah, it brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership as well for Punjab CC Amadora. Yeah. I remember as quite the student of the game when I was young. And
lots of history in the game.
It's an interesting evolution. I mean, most sports are, all sports are constantly evolving. So that's when sometimes when people say things to me like, the game's fine as it is, don't change it. I'm not saying you change
fundamentals.
Just for on a whim. You think it out. But cricket's actually always been changing over the hundreds of years it's been around. So, for example, I'll give you an example in a second. After this ball from Sabir Hussain, and it's going to be a good ball. It's going to rock and roll the batter, Sawa. He raced to 37, but now he has to race off. He plays around what looked like a slower ball from Sabir, and so the opening partnership is broken. It's 53 for 1.
Yep, played all around it, well disguised. I think it is maybe just a touch slower, and deceived him in the air, and the ball's done a little bit of a dip and hit the base of the stumps.
I'm going to try and look at this ball. It might be the one that's just held back in the palm a little bit more, or just a slightly different grip. But yeah, the arm speed was still there, wasn't it? So it was a very clever bit of bowling from Sabir. But it is the first wicket to fall at 53 for 1.
Parveen takes a step into the middle.
Parveen will want to make up for earlier when he got bowled for a duck, and it wasn't a very good shot. In fact, it probably was the kind of shot that would have been at home in the cow paddock because we're a little bit agricultural. And now he comes out at number 3. He was opening up earlier on today. Yeah, so back in late 20s and early 30s, there were a bunch of high scores. I think we saw 1,000 scored, over 1,000 twice in first-class cricket in Australia. So they made the stumps bigger, they made the ball smaller. And there's always been innovation. So I'm not a kind of change everything at any cost. But I do think we should always look into ways that we can improve the game and retain the fundamental charm of it. So that's why when we talk about some of the dynamics that are a bit different in ECN cricket to other cricket, the fact that it's opened up to whole new audiences and lots of people that didn't think they liked cricket, and the amount of messages I get saying, I thought cricket was something completely different and I'm kind of hooked on it now. I think it means we're doing something cool.
Yeah, I think for your traditionalists, it's nice test matches, the longer format, but, you want excitement, you want that intensity in the game, not only on the field, but also watching it at home, and I think T10 brings that to the table. You never know what's going to happen. It's not predictable.
Yeah, that's true. 53 for 1 after 4. Yeah, so it's funny then we have people saying that they're, traditional cricket, and they're talking about T20, for example, which has only been around about 20 years.
And also people were nervous about that too.
Yeah,
if you remember, people was
There's
going to ruin
always
the game.
They say the first through the wall always is the most bloodied, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to go right back, I mean, we talk about limited overs cricket. They said this will be the death of cricket when they started doing, I think, 60-over matches in the UK. The first one international was actually an accident. It was an abandoned test, and they decided to put on a 60-over match in Australia. That was in 1970-71 season, I think. But then, yeah, more of it was getting played. And obviously World Series cricket was a bit of a game changer.
Yep.
That's shaped the game that we know today. And Chazarana comes back on. It's a bit short, and he's going to be in big, big trouble as it's up and it's out of here. Maximal. Well, they might have gotten Ranasawa, but Imran just keeps on keeping on. He whacks that one out of the ground. Too short from Rana.
Yeah, with that angle, too short, too straight, and with no one back there, it's, you know, it's easily clearing the boundary. And with such a big man, he doesn't even have to get half of it, and it's gone. So
thinking about the innovations in cricket in the last, let's say, 50 years, and I can name 3 of them. Well, the third might surprise you. Here's Rana.
Oh, no ball.
Well, that's actually why it is a no ball, not a wide for off the pitch. It's come back, and it's come back heaps. So, yeah, it's going to be no ball plus 4 byes, and that's so harsh on the keeper. But
Runner's death staring the keeper here.
well, the keeper goes in the direction that he thought it was going to go. And to be fair, I think Rakibul Hassan tries to change direction, but it was too dramatic.
Yeah.
So now a free hit coming up, and just nothing really going right for Friendship in this inning so far.
So you're 3?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a minute, but I never want to interrupt a free hit. Sound the horn.
Oh, are we going big here? Where are we going? Dead straight.
If I was Rao Imran, I just wouldn't premeditate. I'd just try and hit the ball hard and correctly. Which is pretty much what he does, and that's smacked out of the ground. Maximal as the off the pitcher is going to end in a Dorothy Dixer for Rao Imran. So essentially, they get 11 runs off that ball, and it's lonely on the bench at the moment.
Yeah, just good, clean hit, free hit. Like we said, there's nothing better than standing at the end there and know that you can just have a free, full go at the ball, and whatever happens, happens. So runner under pressure here, early in the over too. So yeah, Punjab making a big push here. That's a better line, better length.
Moral victory for Runner. Okay, so number 1, it's got to be World Series cricket. I mean, popularising limited overs cricket, the white ball, the coloured clothes, the night matches. We take it for granted today, but that was such a big breakaway at the time. That it was just a little bit before I was born, but reading up a lot, watching a lot of movies on it, and the research, obviously being Australian as well. As this one's up in the air and should be caught. It will be caught. So Imran's gone now. Well, still some work to do. 2 big fish gone. Rana gets the last laugh, but he wasn't laughing a moment ago. It was an expensive one for him, but he does get the breakthrough in the end. Rao Imran goes for 28. The score is 70 for 2.
Yeah, good catch, comfortable. Well bowled. I think that one was a touch slower, so he's deceived him in the air. Good little knock from Imran, and yeah, they've kind of set themselves up. I mean, you're going to have to really botch it badly if you lose from here with the amount of wickets in hand and the run rate being...
And exactly who they have to come as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got some guys that have been in some good form, but we've certainly seen teams bottle chasers from this position on occasion. Yeah, so World Series cricket for me, a game changer. It shaped cricket in Australia, but then that kind of permeated around the world. Still took some other countries a while to catch on to coloured clothing, for example, and even getting the games down to 50 overs. They kind of went from 60 to 55 to then 50 in England. They experimented a bit 40 over cricket as well, but 50 seemed to be the predominant length. Then, yeah, so the second one, predictably, the rise of T20 cricket and I suppose franchise cricket as an extension of that. And it's so funny because they did experiment with a few other formats that were shorter. Like offering 8 for a 6. I mean, Super 8s, 8 players, max zones, all these kinds of novelties. But the third format turned out to just be a proportional shortening. So with 5 bowlers still, I think you do need to try and keep things as simple as possible as well, especially if you're trying to draw in new audiences. And this will take us to the end of the 5th over at 71 for 2. Yeah, so 2020 would be number 2. And for me, 100%, it's ECN and the changes, the fundamental changes in dynamics, and the fact that I suppose, look, on our budget, still the message is going out there.
Yeah.
People see snippets of this and that, but the volume of cricket we're playing, the amount of matches we're playing, the different game dynamics, the different mindset of T10. And I'm not just talking about T10, I'm talking about our European cricket version of cricket, which really has opened the game up to even more new audiences. And that snack-sized 45-minute halves, I think, has been a real game changer.
Yeah, I think it's a great format. It's tough to play. I wouldn't sugarcoat it in that sense.
This is what I think. You talk to any player, you'll be hard-pressed to find a player that says it's their favourite format of cricket.
Yeah.
And I think it's because it makes you uncomfortable. It makes you uncomfortable when you're batting because you're having to take chances before you want to.
Yeah.
You can't really settle. When you're bowling, it's unforgiving at times. And yeah, it can be tough.
Get messy.
It's like you're running into a hurricane
Yeah,
sometimes,
it's
right?
And you keep doing it.
Yeah, exactly. They bring it back, Jade Alarm, to try and grab a wicket. This one going to grab a bit of the tram line. And will be called wide by Buck Stoneman. But I think the result is incredible entertainment because players are constantly under pressure, because players are, uncomfortable is the word I'd use, but in a way that you see some incredible television.
Some amazing shots. That's the thing about T10 too, though, as a batter. And yeah, like myself personally, I'm more of a traditional batter. I like getting myself in, and the T20 format, you can still do that, the 50 over and the longer format. But in the T10, you have to push yourself too. So you got to push your skills, and sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. But
you got to keep
we're all in it for the challenge.
Keep your emotions in check.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I do think is a bit more forgiving for the batters is, okay, you do pretty much have to go almost straight away, but you might get 2 or 3 innings in a day.
Yeah.
And that is something which is very foreign to me, coming from, I'd say, longer form. I did enjoy short form cricket. I loved playing a bit of 2020 when it first came in. I was still in the game for about 5 years when that came in. As this is sliced away, this will be for Imam Muhammad gets a boundary. He brought back Jade Alarm to try and take a wicket, but at the moment he hasn't been able to break through. A little skip in front of off stump. And then, yeah, once again, finds an area. It wasn't attended with an outfielder.
Yeah, lucky shot, but again, four in the book. And yeah, Friendship was struggling here. I think even if there's 1 or 2 wickets, I think Punjab are backing themselves to get this. It's almost run a ball. There's not much risk that's needed, and they've got the hitters anyway. So
yeah, and we haven't even seen Ali and Simran that did all the damage in the last innings.
Yeah.
Has hit this spot a few times, but I suppose if you're trying to actually break the partnership, it's probably not the line that'll create a chance. And maybe they're just trying to push that required rate back up as well. Yeah, I see that Steve's talked about the Hong Kong Sixers. Now, that used to be one of my favourite tournaments to watch. As this is driven down, and it will end the 6th over. The score is 77 for 2. Yeah, have you ever seen the Hong Kong Sixers?
I can't say I have, but I do remember when it was around, but it also disappeared very quickly.
Yeah, it disappeared very quickly. Yeah, you're exactly right. And there's a few parallels with ECN cricket. I mean, ECN cricket is hard to believe it, but it's less Mickey Mouse than the Hong Kong Sixers was. I remember Ryan Campbell, who I've worked with a bit in commentary, and Michael Hussey were commentating it. The last year that I remember it being on was 2017. And it was also streamed on YouTube. And this is a couple of years before ECN kind of gathered momentum with all the T10 cricket we've been doing. But I remember it was just must watch. They were kind of 6 over games, 6 players a team. The boundaries were probably 35 to 40 metres, just because that's how much space they had. I think it was like halfway up a skyscraper, and the umpires just had these fanny packs of balls, and like every time it would fly out into some office building, they were just they were prepared, and yeah, it was incredible. So yeah, look up the Hong Kong Sixers. That is a tournament I'd love to do. But I suppose one of the beauties of ECN cricket is it's still very competitive cricket, and I love that people are playing for their clubs and their countries. And this is a chance. Imtiaz should catch it, and he literally knocks his hat off. It went through the hands, and let's just say Rana hasn't had things going to plan during this innings. They bring on the spin up. Saurav, the chance comes, but the chance goes down.
Yeah, that's a costly drop there. The ball's just literally taking the peak and taking it with it. Yeah, catches you have to take, especially in a game like this where you're behind the 8 ball a little bit. You know, we talk about momentum. You know, you get a new batter in. Parveen is 0 off 2.
Yeah, well, in the words of Joe Cocker, you can leave your hat on. MTS Rana couldn't. Here's a man who's disappointed about it, Saurav. Yeah, but Parveen, he's looking around. That is a confidence game. He's yet to score a run here on day 6. And decides this is the way to go. And he gets into the gap and he gets 4. I think this is going to be 4. We'll check it on the replay. It certainly is a boundary in the first runs of the day for Parveen.
Yeah. Bent down, opened the leg there and just went through the line of the ball. I think this is just inside.
Yeah, just inside. So he does get the boundary. And they'll single up 4 now. Andrew Hogan saying, hey everyone, it's 2 a.m. here. Yes, hello. And I think the clocks go back in the east coast of Australia, maybe in about a week. Is that right, Andrew? Let us know. Also say hello to Mrs. Hogan. What's she up to at 2 o'clock in the morning? You know. Anyway, Parveen is going to go even larger this time. 4 and 6 pick-up sticks. It's a confidence game. He looks a new player now. Gets one more or less out of the middle. Another one follows as they zero in on this target.
Yeah, you can see how costly a drop can be just on the other end too. If that catch is taken, new batter's in on strike, but instead it's a single for Parveen on and it's 10 off 2 and that game is, yeah, pretty much done and dusted. If you were a betting man, you wouldn't be going against Punjab here, as this has just worked down to deep square for a single. Smart batting. Bring Mohammed back on strike. It looks like he could moose a ball or two. As there's a field change, they're dropping Cal down and bringing points up.
I'm just, I'm looking up Hong Kong Sixers. I did hear it was going to come back, but I'm not sure if it fell through or not. It was meant to come back after a 5-year hiatus in 2022. But yeah, I feel like I would have known about it.
Yeah, you would have heard, it would have been advertised, no? Maybe European cricket's just taking over and it's pushed Hong Kong Sixers away.
Maybe. Well, I actually think I'd love to do an ECS in Hong Kong. I mean, that one thing we've talked about is inevitably with the rise and growth of ECN, I think eventually we'll be outside European borders. I just think it's inevitable. But you know, obviously, it's not something we intended when we started.
Yeah.
But get to the end of the over. It's going to be 91 for 2 after 7. Let's just take a quick look ahead to match 30, the last game of the day. Team Tigers Portugal taking on Friendship CC. So Friendship CC will have to back up and play again. Team Tigers Portugal, their 3rd match of the day. Same with Friendship. News from the toss. Friendship winning the toss and electing to bat. So another chance for their openers. I think Rupu, he loves some runs after a couple of cheap ones. Asadu Zaman hit some form in this game. But for Team Tigers Portugal, I mean, Kadir was on an absolute barnstormer, wasn't he, the last time we saw him at the crease? So I look forward to that. It's coming up in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Andrew's just told me the clocks go back tonight. I suppose that's because it's April. And so, yeah, first Saturday night in April, the clocks go back. So ours went forward here in Europe a week ago.
Yep.
And so it will be a little bit closer together then, Andrew. Let's get cracking. And over at number 8, it's not a great one to start off. It's going to go to the boundary. I'm going to check this for height. I think that Buck Stoneman thought that it was high. Yeah, that he's kind of crouching there. I have a feeling that it could go either way. What's your call, Conrad?
It's a tough one. As a batter, you want that going your way. As a bowler, it's... I do feel he's not in the upright stance, so maybe not.
Yeah.
Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, we can be super technical about it. I'll give you the call in a minute. The call in the end. I haven't seen it yet.
Just 4.
Just 4. Okay. Yeah, big swing and a miss. Yeah, just 4 called. So it's probably the right call. Yeah, Hong Kong Sixers. Check it out. But yeah, but we would like to go somewhere else. I mean, it's tough because we're talking about in Europe, the demand for us to visit so many countries is super high.
Yeah.
So there's so many places in Europe we'd still like to go. I mentioned Iceland we've never been to. Again, they've got some issues with not being recognised as yet as an ICC country. We've got countries like Norway and Finland, and haven't been to Finland for a while. I've never been to Norway or Denmark. Again, certain federations at the inception of ECN, there were differing levels of enthusiasm. I suppose some countries were concentrating on maybe trying to push for 50 over cricket or concentrating on T20 international cricket. I could totally understand that. I think those countries now are kind of wanting a seat at the table, and there's a few
on the bandwagon.
Well, there's a few in line ahead of them, I think, that we've been to. And this is smashed away. Well, this could be over quickly. They need 12. There's half of them. Parveen. This is a nice little confidence builder for him, and you'll be liking this as the Portuguese captain to see him coming into a bit of form with about maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, we know what he's capable of. A little bit of a confidence boost coming into the final push of the tournament. So I think we're up against them tomorrow. So taking notes here, I'll be in his ear saying it could be better. But yeah, he's doing the job here, and it could be ended in this ball. He mooses us straight down to long off, easily dealt with.
The way he's hitting it is confident as well, isn't it, at the moment? Well handled by Nazrul Islam down there. I'll tell you what, we're going to obviously have a finish here shortly, but I can see that PNG versus Jersey game's a good one. They need 24 off 12, so I might keep an eye on that one as this draws to its conclusion. Umar Mohammed could finish it off with one swing of the bat here.
Yeah, leg side, and there we go.
Well, it'll tie the game at least.
Corner.
Yeah, he's been a little bit quiet, I suppose, so far, Umar, which isn't normally the case. He gets his second boundary, and that'll tie it up at 108. Yeah, so where would you like to go in the world? We talked about Europe.
To play
before.
cricket?
And maybe where would you like to see an ECN outside Europe?
Oh, I don't know. How about
Corey is big for ECN Las Vegas.
I was just about it. I didn't even, no, I can't say that. So
you have to choose another one.
what about LA?
Oh, yeah.
In Los
Hollywood.
Angeles, Hollywood.
ECN Hollywood.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Right under the mountain there.
The ball could have a little star on
A
it.
few of the stars around.
Yeah, I can see that.
Could think of
maybe ECN New York, Central Park.
New York, or
South America. In
Manhattan.
Argentina, they play a lot of cricket. I know that. All right. Any score wins it now for Punjab CC. And, well, here's the good news. It's only one wide because that'll finish the game. So Saurav can be happy that that goes his way. But in the end, it's going to be 12 balls to spare. A fairly comfortable victory. And yeah, Friendship CC, again, they didn't probably put enough runs on the board. I know that Asaduzzaman scored 41 and Jahid Alam 31, but yeah, 108 not standing up. And I think Punjab CC, for me, it was about the way they went about that chase. They made bigger inroads early, and look, despite losing a couple of those players, it never really looked in doubt, did it?
Yeah, I think they came out with the intent shown straight away by sending in Sawa and Imran, and the big boys took it to the bowling attack and got Punjab off to a flying start. And yeah, I think after about the third over, I think the Friendship kind of head started dropping shoulders, and you can see the energy in the field kind of slip away, and it's always tough to come back from that.
The writing was on the wall, wasn't it? I mean, 18 and 15 to start it off, but then they went 10, 10, 18. So all 5 of the first 5 overs went double digits, and so they were going at the rate or above it every over. And then a few things kind of unravelled, didn't they, in that 5th over? Imtiaz Rana bowled that ball off the pitch that cut back viciously and beat the keeper. And even though he got the wicket soon after, I mean, there were no real nerves from the batters to follow. Parveen came out and struck a pretty tidy 25 off 11. I think he needed those runs. You can see he was a bit nervy as he came out in the 3 position, but Umar Mohammed with 12. I mean, Punjab CC, they're a good cricket team, aren't they? You look at the guys that didn't bat. So we didn't even see Adnan Ali. We didn't see Simranjit Singh either. 2 of the chief protagonists in the previous game. And they just weren't required. So, I mean, one thing you look at in T10 is you want depth in your batting, and I think they certainly have that. This is what's coming up in around about 20 minutes' time, the last game of the day. Saturday Night Cricket live from the SCG, and it'll be Friendship against Team Tigers Portugal. Friendship winning the toss and electing to bat. So another opportunity for their top order. In particular, Ashful Rupu. I think he's a player that's too good to stay down for long. I'm sure he'll be opening up in match 30 when that gets underway. And watch out for Team Tigers Portugal in particular. I think that's as if Ator has been a key player for them, and Muhammad Omar Farouk as well. But Kadir, he stole the show earlier on, so stay tuned for that match very, very shortly. Looking at this one, in the end, it was pretty easy pickings for Punjab CC. Amadora, all top 4, reaching double figures, but it was about the start for me. Runner Samal was a star, wasn't he? 37 off 13. And Imran not too far behind him, 28 off 14. Parvin with the 25 not out. Umar Muhammad finishing things off. It was a wide. They finished off. And for those of you wondering why that wasn't a 5 wides, that is because as soon as that first wide is called, it finishes the cricket match. So anything that happened after that was irrelevant. Imtiaz Rana with a wicket, although he had a few issues keeping the ball on the pitch at one stage, which cost him. Sabir Hussain with 1 wicket as well. Got to say, I didn't mind the bowling of Riyasat Surav as well. Created an opportunity. I think it's important to have a mix of bowling options. I suppose the other issue there is that Jayed Alam couldn't really get the ball talking the way that he wanted early on, and they were pretty brutal on him in the first over with 4 boundaries. So pretty good one. And tonight, well, Team Tigers Portugal, Conrad, they have been impressive today without getting a result, and maybe they're coming up against a Friendship CC lineup that are a little bit short of confidence because they've lost 2 games today. Same with TTP. So, I mean, it's going to be a pretty fierce contest coming up in match 30.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great game. Friendship, we were talking about momentum. Friendship just walked off the field, heads down a little bit. They got to go into the middle and put some runs on the board, and Team Tigers have been sitting there watching it. They'll no doubt have been strategizing on what their attack is going to be towards the openers, and it should be interesting.
Should be a good one. 20 minutes away from the first ball. Olive shrugged with the last word. He said he likes the idea of ECN Hong Kong. Just drop off Corey at mainland China. Anyway, the next episode of Banged Up Abroad coming your way, I'm sure, very shortly. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Conrad Greenshields back in around about 15 minutes. Take you to the last game of the day. You're watching ECN, and this is the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fancode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. It's time for the last game of the day on day 6 in this Fancode European Cricket Series. So it's match 30, which is coming up. This is a game between Team Tigers Portugal and Friendship CC. Both these teams have played twice today, and neither of them have registered a win yet. So one of them will break the duck here in match 30. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the 2 captains for the coin toss. Let's see what transpired. Well, apologies for that, but I can tell you that the news from the toss was that it was Friendship CC that won the toss and they elected to bat. And so we'll get to see them with the first rights, and it will be Ashful Rupu, I'm sure, and Mohammad Asadu Zaman that will open up. They haven't really monkeyed with that opening combination too much. Also got Mohammad Nasrul Islam in there, probably he'll bat 3. For Team Tigers Portugal, though, they were brilliant before. Abdul Qadir, he was fantastic, slamming the ball around. And then they've got a few options, don't they? I think Yusuf Mir is a pretty important player. I just think that he offers a lot with the ball and also in the field. Also, I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more of Jamil Rajan with the ball. I thought he was an interesting pace-off option they could turn to. Also, you got Al Amin Ulash, who is a key bowler first up. We'll probably see him opening the bowling. 12-run favourites, Friendship CC. That kind of makes sense. Having said that, they have failed to register a win so far. They've slipped from a 3-2 record to a 3-4 record. Team Tigers Portugal, just the 1 win in their opening match against the Lisbon Supergiants. And they're averaging 91 with the bats. They need to find a few more runs from somewhere, you'd imagine. But yeah, Friendship CC, I think if they weren't to win this one, their semi-final aspirations take a bit of a dive. So it looks like the umpires heading out there to the middle. Still a bit of cloud cover. We've had spots of rain, but nothing too serious during the break as well. It's about 4:30 local, which is 5:30 in Central Europe. And right now it's about 19 degrees. So not the worst conditions we've ever seen, but yeah, maybe a little bit tough. We saw some of the bowlers, fielders, struggling to grip the ball earlier. And we see the fantastic new club rooms in the background. And it has been renovated, and you can see a bit of wind as well as Conrad Greenshields comes back into the commentary box. And yeah, really nice view of the ground there.
Yeah, looks amazing. Really like it. Old Diesel doing the rounds.
Diesel is
walking in the
what
background.
What a clubman. Tell me a little bit about Diesel. That's him in the background there. Looks like he's just coming over this way, but yeah, he is. That's Bruno, is his actual name, Bruno Cavalieri.
Yeah, part of the Oatis setup. He's always injury though.
Yeah.
Whenever we give him a call up, he's always telling us he's injured. He's
Has
got
he
a
ever
bit of a
actually
gammy shoulder.
Has he ever actually played a game?
He's played a friendly, a social game.
Okay.
Came out to bat. I was in the middle with him actually, and never held a bat before, and absolutely smoked one straight to extra cover.
Really?
Hit the leather off it, but got caught. So, yeah, he's always around. Loves the club itself.
Clubs can't survive without people like Bruno. I mean, they go over and above, and we're certainly very thankful to have him as a fixture here at the Oatis Club. Anyway, it's time for match 30. Shake, rattle and roll. It's Alamin to bowl to Rana, who's come out to open the batting. So yeah, a little bit of a surprise that it looks like Imtiaz Rana's opening up with Rupu. All I can think is that Mohammad Asadu Zaman has sustained a bit of a leg injury. We saw him hobbling around. So I don't know if he'll bat at all. He is, he is in the 11 that I had listed. Yeah, big swing and a miss from Imtiaz first up. And another.
Yeah, good bowling from Alamin. He's been very consistent today, one of the better bowlers of the day. Hitting that length, it's popping nicely. It's going over the top of the bat. And Rana backing away, maybe should just stay nice and stable and just hit through the line of the ball.
One thing...
Bat on ball counts.
One thing I noticed in the break is Jersey did hold on to win by 11 runs against Papua New Guinea, so they won their first ever
ODI.
one-day international. What a performance. So I know that Shrug is pretty happy in the chat. Strike 3 for Rana. this isn't the plan when you come out and open the batting.
Yeah, it's not good batting at all, to be fair. It's just standing outside leg and hanging the bat out to dry.
Yeah, he's just hoping to get some bat on that and hopefully it'll fly. But yeah, I mean, Rana's an interesting one, isn't he? Because we saw him batting all the way down at 8 earlier on. And then in that last game, we didn't see him bat. And they batted 7 batters. So he's gone from the bottom to the top. He gets closer to this one. By that, I mean he kicks it away. And it will be the first run of the match.
Yeah. So leg by, change of strike, brings Rupu back on strike. Rupu will be looking to redeem himself after this play.
I think Alameen gets a bit greedy there. I mean, I would have stuck to what was working in that offside channel because now you've kind of let Rana off the hook. But yeah, Rupu, he's a guy who's had a bit of a shocker with the bat today, but we know he's a talented player. So yeah, pretty good battle. Umash has been good. He takes it on straight away. It's going to be a horror day, I'm sure, unless this is dropped. Well, the lifeline was played, and I cannot believe that got dropped. Rupu dropped without scoring. And, well, this one might have damaged the fingers of the fielder. That's Atora, the captain, who's normally so reliable. Oh, wow. That one goes down, a nasty one for the fielder as well. But, I mean, Rupu, he's been dropped on 0. Then he was caught on 1. In the last game, that one was due to the drop catch. Yeah. And then he gets dropped on 0 again.
That is a dolly, Vinny. That's you're catching that 11 times out of 10.
And Rupu went for a second ball duck earlier on today as well. In fact, they don't run there, so he doesn't even get a run. So
I think Rupu was walking.
Yeah.
He thought it was dead.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It'll test the patience of the bowler, Alamin Ulash, who hasn't conceded a run off the bat as yet, just the leg by off the over. And then bowls an absolute seed. What an over. It'll go down as a maiden, even though it's a fake maiden, because there's 1 run off the first over. It's 1 for no loss.
Yeah, perfect delivery. That's angling in, and I think if we saw, it just shaped away a little bit and beat the outside edge.
Okay, so let's have a look at these Portugal squads. And we know that this is going to be in exactly 1 week's time, and well, you'll be leading Portugal, but yeah, nice to see a few players back that we haven't seen for a little while in a national shirt. Also a mixture of Portugal-based players and a couple that are not based in Portugal at the moment, such as Sean Gomes. I know that Nippo's been playing some cricket in the UK. That's why we haven't seen him during this series. Is there anyone else there that's not residing in Portugal? Top of your head?
Machado is not.
Machado,
He's also in the UK. Nipu's playing at the same club as Sean, actually, and he has another opportunity.
No, surely not. Well, this is going to be caught. And, well, Rana probably can't believe his luck because he's going to go for a 5-ball globe to get us going. This is Yusuf Mir. I talked about him a little bit in the introduction. And, yeah, I'm not sure it catches it in the middle of the hands, but he grasped it to his chest. And, yeah, for Imtiaz Rana, it couldn't really have gone worse. But that's this game. I mean, you'll be up, you'll be down. You'll have your games where it doesn't really click. And that was one of them for the skipper of Friendship CC. He's the first man to fall. It's 1 for 1 of 1.1.
Yeah, surprisingly, they didn't think of putting Najrul up at the top. Might have been a better option, considering Rana hasn't faced too many balls today.
Well, all I can guess is that Asadou Zaman probably won't bat in the top 6 if he hasn't come out yet. Or maybe it's just that they want him to bat for a limited amount of time, maybe the last over or 2. But they don't want him batting longer than that or potentially batting longer than that. Yeah, Nazrul Islam would have been a natural choice, I think, to go up the top. But by putting Imtiaz as a straight swap, then Nazrul gets to keep his number 3 position. But yeah, I would have thought that Nazrul as well, he'd be hoping for some runs. Scored 19 off 13 in the first game today and went for a first ball last time we saw him. He was bowled in a weird bit of cricket where I think the fielder had kind of yelled out to stop the play. I had a bit of a conversation with some of the players after that last game. I know the keeper wasn't watching, but Mohamed Nazrul Islam kind of half plated it, got bowled, and was then sent on his way. So here he is. And he is going to smash this first one up high into the sky and all the way. Maximal. Well, that time he was watching, and he gets things moving for Friendship.
Yeah, powerful player. It's surprising that he was kept back at number 3, but he's here now, and first ball, straight bomb.
Yeah, what a shot. Warning shot fired. Yusuf Mir in the crosshairs. Wants to go again. This one's a little bit shorter, and he heaves across the line. This will be 4 more. And yeah, Nazrul, this is why I thought he might be a natural choice to open, because he likes the power play, doesn't he? And he decides to go across on this. And the reason is it's a little bit shorter, so it's almost like a front foot pull or a swat across the line. Gets him 4.
Yeah, good shot. Picking up the length early, and no risk there with no one out on the boundary. Got to find his line here.
Yeah, what for Yusuf now? They're still going to
dropped
drop.
him.
It's a regulation edge, and Nazrul survives. And Nazrul Islam, he's got done by little movement. He's playing away from his body. I don't know where he's trying to hit that, but that's another dolly we've seen put down. This time it is Tushar Shah who's behind the stumps, who can't hold on.
Yeah, that's 2 drops already. Rupu, you know, they've got Ratul out, so pretty much would have been into their top 3, and yeah, it's a bit disappointing, and then follows it up with a wide.
A couple of bit of the wicket keeping today have come back to bite Team Tigers Portugal. I know Faisal Mushtaq had the gloves in the first game, did some good things, but then a crucial buy that he conceded late in the piece tied the scores. When the number 11 was able to scramble away from the strike, Guresh Singh. But yeah, Yusuf really should have had 2, and he still has to deal with Nazrul. Short and whacked away and all the way. Maximal, bad to worse to whatever's below that for Yusuf Mia, as Friendship CC have come out swinging in the power play.
Yeah, costly drops. You know, like I said, they would have had Rupu back in the shed, Nazrul, and then you're into that middle and you're still hiding Assad, who's carrying a bit of an injury.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the guys, it comes down to practice, right? The more they play, the more they practice, the better the hand-eye coordination will be.
That's right. Think about Nazrul, he's got a very good eye, and I think he's confident banging down the ground like the first ball, but also if he gets a bit of length, he's really good. He's got quick hands to whip across it. This one comes back towards him, and he's happy to take the single and retain the strike. So things getting moving in the second over. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, pretty much even. I think Tigers will be a little bit disappointed. We saw in the previous games too that they, you know, bowled out their best bowlers straight off the bat, which maybe is something to think about. I see, you know, maybe keep them at the back end of the innings instead of giving the weaker bowlers the end part. As we look at the table there, Punjab on top.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone to the top of the ladder, although they have played a few more matches. Don't forget Marlow, undefeated so far. And they've still got more matches to play. So, yeah, with 10 matches per team, that's going to creep up pretty quickly on us. Here's Alameen coming back for a second over. Nazrul plays it away for 1. Yeah, Kitty just saying in the chat, it's going to be an excellent series next week, the internationals with Portugal, Netherlands and Gibraltar. Some serious names on those 3 squads. And yeah, she's saying, Mamma Mia. And that's how you do it. Well, yeah, Mia has had an interesting time for Team Tigers Portugal. But yeah, it's a case of, I think, you know, winning's a habit, losing's a habit, as they say. Team Tigers Portugal got in a bit of a winning position earlier, but couldn't quite finish off Gorka. That would have been a big scalp for them. This one pops from Alameen. It's knocked away for a single.
His lengths have been superb today, I have to say.
Yeah.
He's been one of the trickier bowlers of the day, and he's quite consistent. And like I was saying, maybe kept him back at the back end of the innings to, you know, maybe keep that flow down that's been happening for the Tigers.
I do see how they kind of gamble on him twice in the power play to try and get those early wickets, though. Just a bit of an update. I know that Asif Ator, who dropped that catch early, he's gone off the field with an injury. Assuming that's a finger injury. This is a proper uppercut, and this one might have gone all the way. It has. Maximal. Well, up and at him, and that's one way you can deal with the extra bounce. You just go with it, and he rides it all the way for 6.
Yeah, if you're going to go hard, and Ratul does that and gets the maximum reward. So good shot. Not much risk with the third man being up.
That's right. It's a hard shot to stay in control of because you're kind of putting it in the lap of the gods. Because it's normally off the kind of outside half of the bat or the top half of the bat, but that one flew all the way. Nazrul's off to a flyer, 24 off 7. Yeah, so currently Asif Ator is off the field with that finger injury, and Masood Mia, the 12th man, is substitute fielding for him. And so makes the adjustment, goes a bit fuller. Again, I like the efforts there from Alamin, but won't be able to prevent the single. It is the last game of the day, so why don't we do a few random questions as well? We normally do that last game of the day. We can also do a bit of food chat. I went to a great place. I can't remember what I had last night, but Paolo joined us for dinner. I think it was, I'm not even going to guess it, but they brought out this amazing kind of, it's just a big meat board, basically.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It was
You had
very,
the
very
pork
good.
belly, did you?
It was a bit of everything, I think.
Yum.
Now this is high, and it's a big moment in the game. Rupu is going to get dropped again, and you can see the horror from Faisal Mushtaq, who doesn't have the gloves on this time. This one popped up, but it got away. And, well, in fact, Rupu has another life, dropped on 0, and now on 1. What a day he's having.
Definitely having a lot of luck. The catching has not been the greatest from the Tigers. I think that's one thing that's let them down today. And another drop. Rupu's living on the edge, and it brings Ratul back on strike, and that's the one that's been bombing them. Well bowled.
Yeah, so I'm just putting in the chat, get my typing right, but it would be nice to see some random questions in the chat. As we get to the end of the power play, and pretty even Stevens for me after that. It's 30 for 1 after 3. Yeah, so food chat, yeah, that was great. Also had a beautiful bottle of wine from Portugal. They're still having a bit of trouble with the gravity on the numbers taking off, but that's okay. For the most part, the graphs have been good.
Yep.
How do you like, I don't know how much you've been able to watch. Obviously, you've been playing and working around the ground, but we've got the red line.
The worm.
They're the worm, the new and improved worm.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, because you can kind of see whether they're behind the rate or ahead, rather than just showing the totals.
Yeah, it's a good graphic. It gives you what you need. It tells you. I know Corey struggled with it a little bit, but you know,
Yeah,
it's
pretty typical.
simple, right?
Yeah. This is going to be Mohamed Bakor is going to bowl over number 4. Just saying, yeah, I'm ready to go. You ready to go? And they said, yep, okay, let's roll. No, he said, actually, I'm not ready to go. So 30 for 1 off 3. Nazrul Islam has 26 of those 30 runs, and he didn't even open. And yeah, again.
And been dropped.
Yeah, well, Imtiaz Rana, 0 off 5. He didn't know that was going to happen, but burnt a few balls in the power play. As now we got a chance, and it's going to be taken. So yeah, big moment in the game. Again, Rupu seems to have all the luck with the drop catches, and that's a big wicket. Nazrul Islam, he's a key, isn't he? And he gets it more or less down the bottom of the bat, and catch offered, catch taken by Muhammad Omar Farooq. So that is a bit of a flashpoint in match 30. With the score on 30, they lose Nazrul Islam. It's 30 for 3.
Yep, big wicket, Ratul. I remember him in our game. He took us apart a little bit. So for the Tigers to get him fairly early, could have had him earlier, is a good thing, especially. And it looks like, yeah, Saddam Akbari walking in. So they are hiding Assad, keeping him down. So, you know, 2 more wickets. Imagine if Rupu was back in the hut already too. It would be looking like a bit of a different game. But I think if Tigers can restrict them to probably about 100, they would back themselves, especially the way they've batted today.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so 30 for 2 the score. And so, yeah, we are seeing Mohammad Asadu Zaman coming in at number 4. I still think that wasn't really a tactical change. It was more an injury force change to at least maybe give an innings off. And if the top order clicks, maybe doesn't have to bat. If you only lose a wicket, or even towards the end, you can throw some other guys out there to throw the bat. But I think they need him to do some heavy lifting. And Bakor, it's had an interesting day with the ball, hasn't he? He's got a wicket first ball. Now, a nice looking drive. Just a single.
Yep, nicely straight.
Yeah, and driven and handled. Yeah, but Rupu has the immunity cloak on, doesn't he? Not because he's got a free hit. It just seems to be dropped all the time.
Yeah, you've got to make it count now.
Now he wants to get funky, and guess what? It's another chance. He's sprawled out. That's got to hurt. He's going to go. And I think that's on the full, isn't it, Conrad? I think that's got to go as a chance, although the fielder did well to turn it into a chance.
Yeah, that's got to him there. He did well to get there, and tough chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Proper wipeout job from him and Hassan as well. Oh, we've got Diesel coming up with a question in the chat as well. Asking Conrad, who is your favourite left-hand batsman and why? Good question.
Favorite left-hand bat?
Have a think about it.
Good question.
The next couple of balls. Don't need to work too hard. Anyway, this one's up. It's in the air and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Asadou Zaman can't run. Doesn't have to if he hits him like that. 6 runs.
Yeah, very good shot. He's just carried on from where he left off last innings. Seems to be moving okay-ish. Still a little bit tender on that left leg, but good shot.
I'm going to say Brian Lara. I know it's an obvious one, but Brian Lara. Love his ridiculous back lift.
The bat lift was, yeah, that was special, but I would have to say, you might be surprised by this, but Matthew Hayden.
Okay. Yeah.
I think him driving through the covers was something special.
And didn't need to cut because he just pulled everything.
pulled.
How do you do that? And he did it so well.
Yeah.
Short and wide and called wide.
Justin Langer was a very good left-hand bat.
I played against him a little bit as well.
Yeah.
He actually coached me and then and also played against him a little bit. And he was one, he wasn't doing it to be a big dog, but would wear the green helmet for his club Scarborough with the tape on over the Australian
Over
badge.
the badge.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Well, I mean, what are you
Come
meant
on.
to do? You look at your
Just
favourite
get a
helmet.
different helmet.
Up in the air. He almost deliberately goes up in the air. Asadou Zaman, and he's going to get dropped now. Oh, the virus is real. And Faisal's dropped 2 in this innings. This is a weird shot because he starts to think he's stronger than he is. And he thinks if I just pop it in the air, it'll probably go for 6. It's miles away from where he is. Again, difficult conditions, a bit of grease around, a bit of light rainfall. And yeah, Faisal grasses at Bakor. He doesn't know what to feel at the moment. Now, something a bit more orthodox. Rupu gets
Cleanly
a single.
in the hands finally.
Just have a look at Hamadou Zaman running here. It'll be the end of the over, 41 for 2. But yeah, let's look at number 7 down the bottom. Kent, he's not exactly...
Very ginger.
Yeah, he's not moving that freely. It does take us to the end of the 4th over. Yeah, what if I told you that I played for Subiaco Florida in the Perth competition, which I know you're pretty aware of it because you played for Melville, right?
Yep.
And I eventually got hold of a Western Australia yellow helmet, or the gold helmet.
Okay.
And then I was forced to put the... So I was kind of a fake, what's the word? Like a fake tape job.
Oh, really?
Or like it had the badge on there. But I mean, it was a comfortable helmet.
Yeah, I can understand that, but there's certain... It's the same as the...
When we did play at the Wacker on occasion, it was a great way to... I'm not going to say steal, because that's not the right word. But, you know, you could borrow stuff from there, and people wouldn't miss it.
Oh, really?
You know,
A long-term borrow.
I would borrow stuff. Yeah, I'd borrow stuff from teammates that were sponsored. Stuff they didn't want. I was like, yeah, I'll take some of that.
Yeah, that's the best thing about that, right?
That's the borrow
Some
economy.
freebies.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, let's get a bit random here. Ask us some random questions. And thank you for that question about the left-handed batter. Andrew Hogan, his favourite is David Warner. Hello to Barry as well. He's asking for a poker game. Hello, Barry. Well, you would love the new renovations, Barry. Part of our blue crew.
Mr. Outline.
This is going to be a bouncer. It's also hooked in the air. Well, good luck catching this. It doesn't get there in the end. And, well, it takes the left turn at Albuquerque. And now, is anyone going to come back and field this ball? I mean, Asadou Zaman isn't running that well, so they'll just walk at 2 in the end. Yeah, Barry, you would especially love the extended deck, which means that when you leave the club rooms now, it's not immediately stairs.
Yeah.
You get a bit more of a flat surface.
They
I know
were
that-
tricky back then.
Yeah, they you know.
Claimed 1 or 2.
Some people struggled more than others. But yeah, Barry, great to see you. Oh, it gets a little bit of bat on this. Just a little bit's enough as Rupu. He probably feels golden at the moment. No one can touch him. He touches that one and sends it to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he's going to this little paddle scoop twice in a row now, and finally gets a little bit of bat on it, and it works, and it's 4 more runs.
Let me see.
Those drop catches are costly.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Rupi's a guy. I mean, he looks like he's never played cricket before today, but he's an amazing batter. It's a confidence game. And at some point he's going to turn, and you've given him the opportunity to turn by dropping him a couple of times. So now he's trying all the shots in the book and some that aren't. This might be a no ball because that's the second bouncer. Plus it's tapped behind the keeper for 4. So the wheel's falling off a little bit at the moment. That'll also bring up the 50 for friendship.
That's a crazy shot. Gets some bat on it. Gets the free hit too for the next ball.
Yeah, free
so
hit, no
good work.
problem. And got some more random questions. Shrug saying, random question, what 3 people from history, alive or dead, would you invite for dinner? This one always gets me. Well, it'll take some time to think about. Who would you invite for dinner?
In deep thought.
Yeah.
I think it would have to be, you know,
Political figures or kings or... Free hit. Cracked. It's still shortish. And now they're thinking of 2. Well, one of them's thinking of 2. And the other one is Azadou Zaman.
not going anywhere.
This is an interesting one. Yeah, because if he's back in his crease standing up, it's borderline.
It's close.
Yeah. Testing the umpire's patience there.
Yeah.
Widgeber just has to maybe find the block hole. Bangs it in again. Zaman doesn't really time it, gets 1. Who'd be a good dinner guest?
It depends on what kind of dinner you're looking at.
I've had
A
this
serious dinner, a fun dinner.
I've had this question a few times, and I can never answer it well when I'm under pressure. But then I go home like, oh, yeah, that would have been a good person. French cart. Keeper has time to hold his head before fielding the ball, and that takes us to the end of the 5th over. A few people tearing their hair out as we get to the end of 5. Friendship of 54 for 2.
Yeah, they're still sticking around that 10 and over, so, you know, Tigers will still be happy. I think if they had to get to 120, Tigers are walking away thinking they've, you know, kind of been the creators of their own downfall with their drop catching but, you know, 2 more wickets. A side's not running very strongly, you know, you could always try and bring some fielders up to put him under a little bit more pressure, but he's not feeling 100%. This one's worked down to a very square fine leg for a single. Still limping, so maybe something that they can do is just put the 1 or 2 fielders up just to try and draw his wicket. And Rupu just doesn't look like he's got any confidence at all. He's gone to the lapping around the corner, so get it nice and full and straight.
Yeah, exactly. I think you got to put him under pressure. He's not moving that freely. And he probably doesn't need to.
Do that.
And he's watching Rupu go crazy. And, well, Shub, that one's knocked the papers out of his hands. He's had a few issues in the field today, Shubs, or off the field. But Bakor, he's had the ultimate yo-yo day, hasn't he? He's been up, he's been down, he's been smashed around. And that one is 6.
Yeah, good shot. A little bit too straight and not too full. Not full enough, sorry. So, yeah, Bakor, he's probably had a day you'd like to forget. Thought he was backing away there for a second.
Yeah, well, he did a little bit. Now it's going to be 4. Well, that had Tortuga written all over it. And Jamil, who's made some good stops today, unfortunately, that wasn't one of them. And Rupu, well, I don't know what he's done. He might have kissed the Blarney Stone or something before this, but this is one that probably should be stopped. It's that last bounce. The last bounce definitely goes a bit sideways on him, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, not low enough, unfortunately, there. His hands are by his knees, so, you know, just got to get it a little bit lower, and get your body behind it. Oh,
Turned away, and that's going to go over the field. That's going to be 4 more. Well, this is the Rupu we thought we might see. It's been a while coming, but he moves to 29 in style.
Yeah, he sets up for that shot very early. He's pulling them off nicely. Yeah, that fine leg, that short fine leg is a little bit too square, and maybe, you know, to try and take that shot away from him and try and push him to play in front of square, just drop that fine leg back.
I'll tell you one person I think would be a good dinner guest, Hugh Jackman. You know Hugh Jackman?
Yeah, Wolverine.
Yeah. I just think, and also he likes a bit of cricket, so I feel like we could bond over that.
How does he like cricket?
Yeah, he loves cricket. He's even faced Shane Warne in the nets a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he did pretty well. He's burly, you know.
Big boy.
Go look it up. Hugh Jackman facing Shane Warne in the nets in a tea break. And doing a pretty good job. He knows how to hold it. Russell Crowe's a pretty good cricketer as well. He's played in Malta before.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, so he's a relative to the Crowe family. You know, Martin and Jeff Crowe. Can't remember the exact relations they are.
Oh, really?
played
They're
for New Zealand.
related?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, Johnny Grimmer from Malta, he's played against Russell Crowe in the scorecards. They used to do that. He goes to the Masters Sports Club a fair bit to play tennis and a few things.
That's absolutely...
And you know what? This is a no ball as well. Rupu goes bananas on this, but this is a back foot no ball. This is smacked up and out. Just look at this back foot again.
Yeah.
He's just cutting the side line, and then Asaduzaman, he picks it up. It's a good call by Paolo. I mean, he's got to call what he sees, and yeah, for sure, he's just gone a bit too wide. Again, I don't like that rule. I think you look at where his front foot is. His front foot's fine, so who cares where his back foot is? It's just something.
It's not changing anything.
Yeah, for further discussion. But anyway, free hit coming up. This time it's probably on the line, but his heel's in the air, which is fine. So Rupu, he's just having a great time out there, isn't he? 36 off 18. The first time I scored 100, I was dropped 12 times. And I think Rupu's having that kind of energy at the moment. As we get to the end of 6, it's 78 for 2. Apparently got to the stage where I was hitting him straight up and just calling 2.
12 times is
12
impressive.
times. Yeah, I was 16. So I'm going to go Hugh Jackman, just something interesting. I think Elvis Presley would be a pretty interesting guest. Nelson Mandela, people that surprise you, people make you laugh.
Maradona.
Maradona would be an interesting one. I wonder what would be for dessert. And yeah, I wonder who else. Maybe like a great grandfather me to say, hey, look at how it turned out.
Yep.
I don't know whether he'd be happy or not. Anyway, it's going to be the start of a new over. And now Rupu has just found his mojo. And this is a classic case of if you give someone enough opportunities, eventually they're going to click. He's moved to 42 in quick time as Mohamed Omar Farouk comes on and his first ball smashed out of the ground.
Yeah, those drops proving costly. Dropped on 0, dropped on 2, I think, and then from then he's just kicked off and doubled the score for Friendship.
Oh, he leans on this. Does it have the legs, though? I think it probably does. It does. Maximal. Rupu goes back-to-back off Mohamed Omar Farouk. He's up to 48. It might have been the least convincing first 5 runs of an innings I've ever seen, but he's starting to warm up, and he's just gaining in confidence every ball.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. Backed up, gave himself some room, and then just extended the arms, and, I mean,
Yeah.
it looks pretty when it comes off,
It's
right?
good batting. This is short, and it's going to be whacked away. This is going to be his 50. And he has batted so well, he's been given a few opportunities, but you have a look at Rupu. He just knows he's probably had a bit of luck, or more than a bit of luck, and he signals to his teammates saying, yeah, I'm back, and we really need these points. I'm ready to step up. You make your own luck, they say in the classics, and he moves to his 50 off just 21 balls. Mohamed Omar Farouk gone 6-6-6. This one, I'm not sure it'll go all the way, but it might. It does. Maximal, 4 on the spin, and this guy right now, well, he was so not hot. Now he is hot, and it's not going to stop soon. We could be on for 6-6. Isn't it over here?
Yeah, he's got a point to prove here. It looks good. I like his footwork, trying to put the bowler off, and moves back into position and hits it exactly where he was wanting to.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you can penalise fielders for fake fielding. Can you penalise batters for fake footwork now? Because normally that just kind of messes them up more. If he scores 100 here, I mean, we're going to have to get the counsellors to Team Tigers Portugal training. Here he is. He's trying all the tricks now. Eventually he gets
Oh,
the
is
ball.
that caught?
I think he sliced
That's
it back.
straight up in the air, that.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at this. I feel that it's probably straight off the bat. Here it comes. Now the ball is, yeah. Yeah, I think it bounces and then it's hit back up. We have to go frame by frame here. The ball enters. Yeah, for me, it's a clean catch. Again, the question is, does he hit it into the ground or not? I don't think so. I think it's pretty clear.
It's gone.
And we can't get it much better than that. So I think his luck's going to run out on 60. And again, it's whether they think that's clear and clear evidence. I think it is. And so
You can see Rupu knows it too in his reaction there.
It's one of those ones you hope is a bump ball, but I don't think it is. That's pretty clear to me. We're having a good look at this because it's a big moment. If we can rock and roll that as the ball comes through.
Yeah.
That's pretty clear to me, clear evidence. And I'm waiting for the decision. And yeah, well, this is a big moment, and yeah, he's gone. Yeah, they take their time with that, but it's fair enough. And so, yeah, I mean, they take a few times. I mean, it's tough with how fast that ball came and went, and also, you know, that he was on the edge of the picture. But you know, for me, there's no doubt it was out. So Rupu's going to go for 60. So it's once again we see 6-6-6-6 out in and over. But he leaves his team in great shape. In fact, the 100's even come up now for Friendship CC. It is 102 for 3.
Yeah, good catch in the end of that. We didn't see the catch itself, but yeah, Umar gets down, takes the catch, and finally puts Rupu back in the sheds. But not after, you know, leaking some extremely bad, heavy runs. So they're at 102 for 3 after 6.5. You know, from here you're looking at going another 30, you know, 10 and over, and you're getting yourself up to the 130s and then try and end the game.
Exactly right. Farouk, pretty happy, I think, to see the back of Ashraful Rupu. What an innings, though. I mean, 60 off 23, considering all the dramas he had early. He was just popping them up in the air for fun, but they didn't hold on to him, and it cost them about 55 runs, I think, in the end. As Jade Alam comes to the crease. One ball to deal with in the 7th. This is going nowhere, but he will get a run as we get to the end of 7. The score is 103 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. The cricket never stops on ECN. Sunday action. And, well, where is your team playing in the morning action? There, you've got a pretty tough game against Punjab CC Amadora. Also, you've got LSG tomorrow. And we'll also get to see gamblers and fighters at various stages throughout the day. How do you feel going into tomorrow's matches?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We're ready. We had a bit of a shaky start in the beginning of the tournament, but I think we're finding our straps, and a couple of new players. Brendan will be joining us again tomorrow, so we will. Yeah, we'll be up for the fight, ready for Punjab and then the Giants.
Yeah, this is what you missed. Aren't we looking at that? Yeah. They're all important games, aren't they? Just a little bit of bounce, a little bit of wobble. And so this is going to be a no ball, and I think it might be for the field. I think they had 6 outfielders. You could see Paolo looking around, and also had a bit of assistance from his compatriot. So that will actually be a no ball. So they're not helping themselves, are they? I know both these teams are into their 3rd match, so you can see mentally they're probably a little bit shot. And that's something you just have to deal with. So the free hit is hit, and it's knocked down in the outfield, so just a single. So, yeah, looking at tomorrow, obviously you've got your sights set on the semi-finals. Yeah, Brendan Bunderhorst, I think, yeah, you said had some work commitments, and that's why we haven't seen him during the week. Will we get to see anyone else new? Wow, this is
up.
Yeah, we won. Not maybe Keegan De Silva might be floating around.
Yeah, the little terrier has made his way back to the ground. So
that's
Keegan's here.
Saw him.
Yeah, you saw him. Difficult with his height. But Keegan's here, and then, you know, it's basically the strongest team that we'll bring to the table tomorrow.
Down leg side, called wide. I'm trying to work out how Team Tigers Portugal can chase this down. Let's not forget that when they were chasing 141 for victory in the previous game, Kadir came out and he smashed 44 off 13. So, I mean, they've got the firepower to do it. I don't know if they've got the depth necessarily, but yeah, these are important balls to come in this innings as they try and keep it down to something reasonable. This is short and pulled away, well handled by Abdul Qadir, the man we were just talking about just then. And yeah, also, Shrug has alerted us to the clock at the moment. They've got a bowl. They might be okay here. They've got a bowl about an over and a half in tick under 5 minutes. Not sure if there's any adjustments to go on there that haven't quite kicked in yet.
Bolt. Nice shape away there still late in the innings.
I think they'll probably have a sneaky look at this, but I feel he was back here.
Oh.
Oh, I think he's just in. Shot that shows he's in.
Yep.
And so, close, but no cigar for the keeper. That doesn't help either, throwing the stumps down, although I guess that was a review. You might burgle 30 seconds back for that.
Do they allocate that?
Yeah, so
there's a review?
Yeah, so it depends how long the review is, but so this is what I love about the clock, is more or less what you see is what you get. So if there's a review, or if there's even something like, if it takes too long to find a ball, an unusual amount of time, this is smacked away by Asaduzzaman into the gap. That'll be 4. So yeah, Yusuf Mia, it's had a bit of a rough one here, although he does have a wicket to his name. He's also gone for 27. Friendship up over 110. In fact, they're 112. Asaduzzaman, like I said, he's not running 100%, but he is hitting pretty well. Yeah, so that's why, you know, we can pretty much do it to the second. You know, if you're out of time, you're out of time. So this is where wides and stuff really hurt you. This will be the end of the 8th over, so they've pretty much got 3 minutes to bowl the last. So they've got to get a real wriggle on, and it's 112 for 3.
So if you're the batter and you're aware of that, you're just taking a little bit more time in the middle there just to have an extra little discussion.
But you got to do it in a way
subtly
that the referee doesn't
yeah.
spot you as doing that, in which case they'll probably add the time back on. So yeah, you got to be subtle. Yeah, if for example, if you were to back away for no reason, they would at this
just
stage they'd
pretend
probably
there's
add
a
it on.
fly in your eye.
Yeah.
Or,
And also, batters can also be penalised for time wasting. We've seen it not often, but occasionally. Batters can give away penalty runs for time wasting as well, because it comes under the unfair play law.
Okay, got you.
Anyway, 2 minutes 40. Race against the clock. Well, that's an absolute bullet. That'll take some time to fetch, actually. Jawad Alam, he's got some power. I like this shot. I mean, he just kind of goes with the line of the ball. It gets the width, doesn't he, from Mujibur Rahman, and absolutely laces that for 4.
Wrists, all in the wrists there. Just full extension and creams it 1 bounce 4 over point.
Yeah, so we're now at about 25 seconds per ball is the required rate.
Tough.
And this one should be one that doesn't take too long.
They might be okay.
Yeah, I think they'll sneak in. But this is actually
when
where
the boundaries.
if you bowl a wide or 2,
Yeah.
it hurts you. Because it's normally about a 20-second turnaround. You can see he's not wasting any time, Mujib. This one is up, it's in the air, and it's dropped. Well, it just burst through the hands of Muhammad Omar Farooq. Just lost that, kind of lost his composure, lost his balance slightly. The result's 4 more to Assad.
Yeah, unfortunately, never looked really. That's nearly sconned him, Vinny.
Yeah, didn't get the hands together. It just stumbled at the last moment. So
Tough sky this to
yeah,
catch in, to be fair.
To get that depth perception. Nice shot forced away. This will take some stopping as well. Long barrier comes out. I know that Barry, who's watching, is a big fan of the long barrier. And
where's he watching from?
I think he's probably watching from Abu Dhabi, which is where he's moved to now. Right. We miss you on the tour, though, Barry. And
still got a good sketch of him.
Yeah. He's a fixture on the tour for a long time. This is up. It's in the air. Won't carry. It just shows you when you're conscious about keeping to time, how quick you can bowl an over. And so they should be fine.
He's literally bowled that in, what, 3 minutes 20?
Yeah, what moment? We started this at about 2:40, so yeah, about 2 minutes so far. Last ball of it coming up. Well, this has worked away. Knee-high full toss, and that has disappeared. Maximal! All happens in the 9th, and Asaduzzaman, he didn't open, but he's still taking control, isn't he? He moves to 26, and with an over remaining, it's 129 for 3.
So here's a question for you, Vinny. That clock is still ticking, or is it done now?
So it was decided, again, just for simplicity, that if you deliver the last legal ball for the over before the clock runs out,
you're okay.
That's it.
So it's not at the point of being ready for the 10th over.
The original playing condition was to be ready for the 10th, but then what does ready mean? I mean, sometimes people were, it's just easy to do it that way. So think of it as a buzzer beater. We've had a couple of buzzer beaters where people come run in and as soon as they let the ball go, it'll be like, they've got in for time. But then if it's a wide, obviously,
then you're in trouble.
It's no good. All right, Hamid Omar Farouk comes out to bowl the 10th. Yeah, I think like a few things, it's a little bit of trial and error with getting these conditions just right. Because, look, no one likes time penalties, but it is super important to keep to time. I know there's other ways in other competitions they do things like, not allowed as many outfielders and things like that. But I think that it needs to be a deterrent in our cricket. And there are some times, for example, with the extra infielders, that sometimes you want to do that at the end of the game. You want extra infielders in. In some competitions, they'll make you field with 10 for as long as you're overtime. But, we really want it to not happen.
There has to be a consequence.
Yeah. And
a strong one too.
Yeah, it is. And it's obviously something that it should sneak up on you. Because even here, we don't have the huge clock like we do at the Cardamom Oval. But, I mean, as a captain, the umpires throughout the innings they're updating you, letting you know how you're going, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, the more games you play, it just becomes pretty much second nature as that's carved through.
Yeah, what a shot from Jayed Alam. He'll get 4 here. What I like about this is he goes away from the fielder. He actually lets it get to him a little bit more and then unleashes the wrist. So it goes behind point into the gap and another boundary. They're going to be chasing something similar to what they were chasing before against Punjab, because they were chasing 141 on that occasion. This looks to be something similar. So to umpires now, do they say how much time is remaining, or do they tell you 1 minute behind? Or
yeah, they just come to us and let us know. If we're on time, they won't say a thing. So, not hearing from the umpire is a good thing.
Yeah,
in that sense.
True.
And if you drop about a minute behind, they'll come to you and let you know you're a minute behind, and then you just marshal the troops and get through quicker.
Before this last ball, I heard that you give fake news and you tell your team that they're behind when actually you're not behind. Is that true?
I do too, yeah.
Very clever. I like it. Okay, last ball. Seatbelts on. It's up. It's in the air. It should be caught. It's dropped, and that pretty much sums it up. And now Asaduzaman will get a single.
He's had enough.
An angry throw away. I didn't see because it was too quick, but I got a feeling that might have been Faisal Mushtaq.
He's had enough.
So pretty much sick of the ball. Pretty sick of the ball coming at him. They're going to finish 137 for 3 off the 10 overs. Now look, it's a big chase, but it's a chase they're capable of pulling off if they can get off to a flyer. But it was a case of missed opportunities for the Tigers in this 10 overs with a few catches going down. That one was taken. Ataur ended up leaving the field for a period of time with that finger injury. But Nazrul Islam, he looked really good when he was there, didn't he? He ended up putting together 26 off 10. Just got things moving after the captain backfired at the top of the order. Imtiaz Rana with a 5-ball duck. But it was Rupu. He had more lives than the Cheshire Cat, didn't he? But he made the most of it on the way to 60 of 23 balls.
Yeah, living life large in this innings and took full advantage of it. I think he was dropped 3 times, if memory serves me. And then Ratul dropped here too. Oh, caught, sorry, my bad, Umar. But Rupu then started riding his luck with a few ram shots. There he's dropped, played an amazing one which was over his head, and then just started to click and worked every corner of the boundaries.
Yeah, and look, these shots were incredible. They were all over the park as well. And that one had the confusion raised on it, and it beat Jamil, who's actually fielded pretty well today. But yeah, it's a case of close, but just not close enough, I think, for Team Tigers Portugal. And Rupu then turned on the highlights reel, didn't he, with some of his fancy footwork, cat in the hot tin roof kind of stuff. That one was just sliced back, and after further review, I think the correct decision was made. It was low down. It played the old poker face of thinking he might be able to get away saying it was a bump ball, but it wasn't. Yusuf Mia came out, and he went for a few runs as well. And look, this is the difference, I think, between teams that are kind of, I suppose, considered better teams than others. It's not that they're necessarily way better cricketers. It's just they can keep their standards up for longer. Yeah. And I think Team Tigers Portugal, they've just let a few chances slip between their fingers literally today on day 6.
Yeah, a few too many drops today all around in all 3 games. But again, it's a learning curve for them, and you know, I'm sure we'll see them bounce back stronger next week.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Imtiaz Rana threw himself up the top, but couldn't do too much with a 5-ball duck. But Rupu, like I said, gave opportunities early. They couldn't cash in. He ended up hurting them 60 off 23, including 6 big maximos. Muhammad Nazrul Islam, he got things moving with 26 off 10. Then Asadu Zaman, he followed up with 28 off 14. And Jad Alam with a nice little cameo at the end with 2 boundaries in his 15. As far as extras went, well, it wasn't so much the extras that hurt them, but definitely the drop catches did. I think that Alamins had a pretty good day with the ball. He had none for 11, including a fake maiden. Yusuf Mia with a wicket, Bakor with a wicket, and Omar Farouk with a wicket. But see, they were all pretty expensive, weren't they? So, pretty rough one through the 10 overs. But what I will say is there was a time when they were chasing 141 against Punjab CC earlier in the day where we thought Team Tigers could have pulled it off. I do think they need their top order to click. I do think Kadir probably has to go large, but it should be a really interesting second half coming up. Join us. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes, take you through the second half of this. It'll be the last innings of the day as well. Keep the random questions coming in, and don't forget also to follow us on social media if you don't already at European Cricket. The highlights are coming all the time. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Conrad Greenshields back in a few minutes with the final innings of the day on day 6. This is the ECN, and you're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. We're into the last innings of the day, and it is Team Tigers Portugal chasing their first points of the day. So Friendship CC, they've had a bit of a day to forget so far. They've slipped to a 3-4 record after being 3-2 at the start of the day, and well, they were let off the hook a little bit with some missed opportunities in the first innings, drop catches costing Team Tigers Portugal as Friendship CC amassed 137 off their 10 overs. So the target for TTP will be 138. Very interesting. Couple of contests coming up as well. We've got to about 5:30 local time almost. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Conrad Greenshields to take you through the last innings of the day. And Kadir, he's going to face up. He was on fire earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah, big opening partnership this. I think the Tigers will back themselves and give it a full tilt. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be good. Shake, rattle, let's roll. Jade Alarm. He bowls in first ball and he blasts the stumps over. Well, if you can't be good, be quick. Well, that was quick. And Kadir tries to hit the first ball into outer space. Instead, he gets shake, rattled, and rolled. Would you believe it? It's all or nothing for Kadir. He's a high-risk, high-return kind of player. That's the death rattle, and it's none for one.
Yeah, big hoik across the line. Great nut first up. I remember, I think against the Oilers, she did the same to Krut in our first game. So he's got that nice in shape and cleans him up.
Total disaster, really. You can afford to be a bit more careful, I think, first ball. I know it's T10, I know all those things, but I still think, you got to give yourself a chance. Look, if it's a bad ball, go after it short, but that one it's an in-swing which is going middle stump to middle stump.
Too good.
Yeah, Jade Alarm, credit to him, he gets it right, and we know that some bowlers have struggled with their control in this series, but typically he hasn't been one of them. If you're going to make a duck, I think the Golden Duck's the best duck you can make for your team, which sounds a bit weird, I know, but it just means you leave more deliveries for your teammates to try and build something. And so, as if Ataur, who was struggling with a damaged finger in the fielding innings, he came back on the field, so he can bat 3. And here he is. This is just going down the leg side, but again, good movement. Oh no.
You've got to run.
Well, what's going on here?
I think he's rubbing his leg here.
He's got a proper dead leg here, but the keeper could have run him out. Misses the pad. That hurts.
Knee.
And then it's an interesting time to stop, and then he realizes that the keeper had the ball. And he actually didn't have the ball, but he was near the ball. Muhammad Omar Farouk's played some good innings in this series. Need to come up with one now, you'd imagine. Oh, another good in-swinger. I have no idea how this has gotten down to third man, but I think it jams down on it. I feel like
the toe?
Yeah, maybe. Let's have a look.
Oh,
yeah, it's literally off the top of the sand shoe.
Painful.
What a start. Yeah, there's no protection there at all. That'll bruise.
Carrying a few bruises on the toes from Junaid.
He's in the hole. Just needs heads and shoulders because he's already got fingers and toes. Anyway, this is down the leg side. Called a wide. What a start to this innings. This form of cricket is crazy. All action all the time.
Yeah. He's trying a little bit too hard. He's just got to go back to that nice full length and swing it in. Try and get them through the gate here. The technique is... he's also rattled him on the kneecap, so that's in the back of his mind.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. This has worked away, and this one should get to the boundary. It does. So Ataur gets moving. He's a guy who has come up with some important contributions. In fact, both these two have at times. And yeah, with that early loss of Kadir, you feel like this could be the key partnership to at least keep them competitive in this 10 overs.
Yeah, good shot. Just going with the shape of the ball, and fine leg is a little bit too fine, and beats him to his left.
That fine leg's more for, say, a top edge if there's a short delivery. And you haven't seen too much of that from Jade Alarm. I don't think he's had to vary it too much because he's been zeroing in on the stumps and asking the right questions during this series. Just has slid a few too far into the pads at the moment. This time it's worked away for 1, but not really getting hurt in the scoreboard. And when you need this kind of total, it's about 14 and over from the get-go. Yeah, you need to try and stay on that pace because once you fall behind, it's really hard to catch up with that kind of total, isn't it?
That's one thing I've learnt in this format is catching up is really difficult, especially if it starts pushing over 14, 15.
Another shoe blaster. Well, You know what, talk about living and dying by the sword. Have a look at this. Another one. Maybe chops that onto his foot, and then he just stays frozen in time. I think he was hoping the keeper might throw and he might get an overthrow. And he knew what he was doing. And it takes us to the end of the first over. Pretty entertaining one. It's 8-1 after one. Well, 57 matches since the Golden Ball. And we're waiting for one. Haven't had an ECS Golden Ball since Eliminator 1 in Malta, which was when the Bujiba Blasters beat Masa and knocked them out of the competition. Some pretty exciting games that day on Elimination Day. Here's Imtiaz Rana trying to get something going his way in match 30. First one is a swing and a miss.
Yeah, again, that natural angle in with his shape up into the delivery. And then it's weird with that whole shape and then still managing to tail it away from you. It
doesn't have to move it much to get the batter, does he? But yeah, this emotional roller coaster continues. This is a slice off the end of the bat. Should be caught. It is caught. And so it's Sabir Hussain that takes the catch. Ataura has to go. One captain gets another. And so 2 wickets down within the second over. It's 8 for 2.
Yeah, good catch. Backing track and tracking back and managing to snare it.
Yeah, twice you've used backing track today.
I know, right? Something else on the mind there.
Maybe we'll have to ask your resident DJ expert, Girish Singh, in your team.
That's maybe why.
A good backing track.
Backing track.
Anyway, that hurts, doesn't it? And now Tushar Shah is going to come to the crease in the second over. So Kadir goes first ball. Ataura goes for 5. Mohamed Omar Farouk, last remaining batter in the top 3 right now. We'll see Shah facing up to Rana, the friendship captain. He just offers a little bit of the bat, and it will be stopped. That was the classic long barrier method of laying the leg down. Doesn't work every time, but I suppose it means if it rolls, you've got it covered. I suppose the issue with this is occasionally it bobbles up over that barrier, but he did well to block it with whatever he could.
Yeah, good stop. It's quite tough down there, especially that area. It's a lot bumpier than the rest of the field, so he's done well there. Oh, it's just completely deceived him here.
That's the movement you're talking about as well, where it just shapes in. And watch this right to left at the end. It's a mixture of swing and also a little bit off the pitch, I think, for Rana. He's a pretty clever bowler. But yeah, I mean, he's been up, he's been down. It's a real mental test, isn't it, to keep your wits about you, because you can't take too much to heart in a series like this, whether it's good or bad. You have to stay pretty level-headed.
Yeah, it is a tough format, and it's very humbling in the cricket sense, as that's just blasted over for 6.
Yeah, why not? And Shub gets more fielding practice. Yeah, this time he just throws caution to the wind. Again, it's not a bad ball, but he fetches it, gets a good swing on it, and just gets it over the boundary for 6. So yeah, trying to stay at that 14 and over. They want to be 28 or so after this over. That's probably not going to happen. But at least if they could maybe land another boundary here, they're not that far behind. Or short.
Bent the back there, old runner.
This is the sort of length that I would think normally get the ball over the bowler's head, over the batter's head. But I just think in the end,
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's just okay. Top of the permissible range. So end of 2 overs, the score is 15 for 2.
Yeah, falling behind here. It's the run rate's creeping up way too quickly, and I mean, you've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So just throw the bat and see what happens.
Tell me your feeling after playing. Well, I don't know how many matches you've played. Do you want to have a guess at how many matches you've played on ECN?
I actually know this. Miguel
really?
Stoneman came to me yesterday and told me I have 64, I think.
Wow, that's up there. I think we saw that Mohamed Isan from Spain has played 100.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty good. But you're right up there. Yeah, 61.
61.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts about batting first versus batting second? Do you think that it matters? What are your personal preferences? Do you think across the board that there's a trend, that there's an advantage to batting first or second? I'll get your thoughts after this ball from Jane Alarm. She's going down the leg side. Now, well, there's a big mix-up, and it's going to be gone. So Tushar Shah, well, he was toing and froing. He was coming, he was going. It was the hokey pokey. He was in, but he was mostly out. And so smart keeping as well. Rakibul Hassan just summed up the situation. As you can see there, that's Omar Farouk. Well, he liked the idea of a run. When he saw the danger, he retreated pretty quickly. And so it's a disastrous run out. You have a look here. It's never good when they're running in the same direction.
Just all ball watching. That's what's going on there.
15 for 3. Yeah, and that's important. You've got to look at your partner, be on the same page. You should never be running in the same direction. So 15 for 3 in the third over. You're worried that this could go south pretty quickly for the Tigers. They've had a long day. So friendship, though, to be fair. Both teams searching for their first points of day 6.
Yeah, the 3-game day is quite tough, especially when it's warm. It's a little bit cooler now, but yeah, it does take it out of you. And yeah, Tigers are slipping away fast, yeah.
Pitched up, and Bakor gets a chance at number 5. Yeah, so what do you think about batting first versus batting second?
I think it's much of a muchness. It also depends on your opponents, you know. I think that's got to be taken into account, but the pitch doesn't change, the conditions don't change that much. So
it's not so much that.
Yeah, personal preference, that's well bowled. Personal preference for myself, I prefer, you know, setting a score. You know, that way you know what you're defending, runs on the board, but also not too phased whether we're chasing either.
I mean, whatever you do, you've got to do it well.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I've kind of got a bit of a theory about it. As we see Giant Alarm coming in and almost another run-out opportunity. This time they scramble home for a single. I think that at a professional level, you'll see teams, they quite like to chase because, again, the conditions don't really change that much, even on a turf pitch. But I think that as a batter, you have a bit more of an opportunity to dial up or dial back your risk,
a reference
your reward.
point.
Yeah, watch this. It's come off the pad. Back to the bowler. Yeah, so you can decide how risky you want to be or not. Okay. Whereas when you're bowling, you're kind of always trying to restrict and you don't have as much of a dial that you're dialing up or dialing back. At the professional level, that's why I think we see a lot of teams wanting to bat second and chase, so they know how risky they need to be.
Catch.
Anyway, this is going to be edge. It's going to be caught. Omar Farouk's the next man to go. Giant Alarm finishes his spell with a wicket. He's having a very good tournament. Finishes with 2 for 9. You can see that just working away. It was too close to cut, though, wasn't it? And Mohamed Omar Farouk just offers an opportunity. Rakibul does the rest, and disastrous power play for TTP. After 3 overs, it's 18 for 4. But yeah, just going back to that, what I think in ECN cricket, though, is that I still think with the recognised batters, they're pretty comfortable in a chase. But when you get to the middle and lower order, I think the pressure can get to them sometimes. Whereas if they're batting first in that situation with that many runs on the board, they're just batting with freedom. They're not really thinking too much about a target. They're batting
playing
aggressively.
with freedom and flow.
Yeah. And so if you look at the stats, I think it's around 52, 53% of matches are won by teams batting first. Again, there's not much in it.
No.
But I do feel that for me, I feel batting first, runs on the board, pressure, kind of building that pressure and getting the second team batters feeling that pressure is a bit of a key.
That's a big thing, is the amount of pressure you can create in defending if you've set first, you know, and it's a bit of a wayward delivery. But, yeah, I think, you know, setting a score and then putting pressure, and like you said, the ECS, the ECL, the ECC, it's all about the teams that can handle that pressure. And I think we've seen it, you know, with the Spanish side. They've done really well in chasing and backed themselves. The Dutch side as well. Yeah. So, you know, it's who cracks first, right?
Yeah, who blinks first? It's a game of chicken, isn't it?
Yeah.
I want to say hello to Kitty. She's back from lurking. She's asking where everyone's watching from. She's in the USA. I think you're in Virginia, aren't you? Kitty, let us know. Shrug's watching from Jersey as well. Getting some good outswing here. First one swung way too much a couple of balls ago, but he's been pretty good here, Sabir Hussain. Yeah, but I just think, recognised batters, top 3, top 4, they're pretty comfortable in a chase. But then a couple of quick wickets, and when you come in, even if you only need 8 or 9 and over, I mean, normally you'd say, no problem, but when you need it, by the way, that's great bowling.
Just squared him up there.
He's just putting on a show under the cloud cover here. But yeah, we can see, how many games do we see where teams need, say, 20 or 15 or something like that, which they should be able to do easily. But the game tightens up, doesn't it, in the second innings, whereas if they didn't know what they needed, they'd probably get those 20 easily. Well, this one goes a bit wrong, and it's going to be whacked away to the boundary. It's a little bit high. I think they'll probably have a look at it. Bakor probably feels like he needs a break. I think that's not going to be too high because of him taking a step forward, and where he hits it is probably waist high. Well, this is going to be called. So, yeah, I suppose it wasn't a slower ball, so it wasn't really coming down. So,
Not dipping.
yeah, fair enough. They probably could catch a break. Team Tigers. Free hit coming up.
Oh.
And that's one way to deal with it. Has this hit any bat or glove, or is that off the arm?
Come off the chest, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's got big on him. Bang. That's back shoulder. Thanks for coming.
Advance at me.
Yeah. They've still got a fairly hard ball in their hand. Free hit or no free hit.
And it hurts.
Anyway, back to the action. This is up. It's in the air. And this one isn't catchable. It would have counted if it had been caught. I'll come back for two. I'll say hello to my giraffe. He said, if you like good beaches, come to where they live. And Kudzand in Holland. Holland has great beaches. I know you played a bit of cricket. Tell us about your cricket career and when you were in Holland, in the Netherlands.
Yeah, when I was in Netherlands for the first time, it was with VCC, Voorburg Cricket Club. Beautiful club, beautiful ground.
Home of Bas de Leede, the Prince of...
Bas de Leede. Yeah, there's Vivian Kingma there too. So yeah, stayed there with Vivian and his folks. They hosted us, and yeah, the ground was right by the house, and you know, we did some of the caretaking and then played there, and just outside of Den Haag, and beautiful city, lots of history, and yeah, the beach, which I'm not going to try and pronounce. Well, I should try. Let's see. Scheveningen.
Okay, that's good.
Might be a touch off there, but yeah, so beautiful place.
I'm going to have a go at Zuidvoort, which is like the beach area where I've been before. But yeah, that's one thing people don't realise about Netherlands. It has some really nice beaches.
Nice and flat too.
Yeah, exactly.
Good for cycling.
Exactly. Anyway, 29 for 4 after 4. Things are getting real. They've gone past the point of no return with 18 plus required at the moment. And one thing we've been blessed with today is a fair few close contests. But you do feel at the moment, Team Tigers Portugal, be hard pressed to get back in this one. First ball, it's a pretty good shot. This is a good way to get back in. Bakor, he's just always in the action, isn't he? And he punches this in front of the point. It's a pretty good cricket shot, and we talked about this outfield numerous times. Just watch this bounce and race away. And the fielder had no hope. 4 runs.
Yeah, as soon as it skids along the ground with the wet surface, it's still a bit damp from the rain we've had earlier, but good shot. Had to wait for it and then put it in the gap.
It's just so hard, this surface, even when it's a bit wet. I mean, the ground doesn't absorb any impact. That's why the ball doesn't lose pace. This one drilled down the ground, and this will be 4 as well. That's a tired-looking effort, isn't it? Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that will be another boundary. Well, I suppose it's fortunate if you're supporting the Tigers. And I just want to say a quick hello to Bajendri Adav, who's joined us as well. I'm going to ask everyone in the chat, how have you enjoyed Conrad today? Be honest, because he can't read it, only I can. Have you enjoyed Conrad filling in? I hope you have. And yeah, Conrad, it's great to have your cricket insights as well as get to know a bit more about you away from the cricket as well.
Yeah.
So now's the time for random questions. Like, for example...
Person outside the field is a good person too, you know?
Yeah. I think there's no doubt about that. Abdul Moten with some spin. This is a little bit short. Sky probably running away for either 4 or 6. Let's call it 4. And once again, you can see once that bounces, it shoots on. It goes miles over the boundary. So Amin Ulash grabs another 4 runs. Again, doesn't get it where he wants it, but... yeah, luck's a fortune, and he gets a boundary. So how about music? You know, particular types of music, or what's your taste? Tell us. Let's learn about Conrad away from the cricket field.
Like a bit of rock. I'm a big fan of Linkin Park.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, if the song's good, I enjoy it. If it gets the juices flowing and you know the body moving, and it's yeah. But if I had to pick a genre, it'd be rock.
Okay. More questions to follow. Pitched up on the stumps, hacks across it. Should be fielded, it is. How about, are you a good dancer or not?
Terrible.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, don't bother.
Yeah. How about musical instruments? Do you ever play any musical instruments growing up?
No,
Or
always had a rugby ball or a cricket bat in my hands.
We'll work away. Bit of work for the man in the circle. They get one. Takes us to the end of the first half. As long as they don't want an overthrow. Now they do want an overthrow. So we'll have to update the score. I think that'll make it 46 for 4 after 5 once they add that one on. It's never over till it's over. So, yeah, a long way behind. That leaves them 92 to get. Although we have seen that happen on occasion. It's just hard to see it happening in match 30 right here from Santarém. Okay, so never really got into music. How about it? Are you a good singer?
Nope,
Do you ever get
not
into
at all.
karaoke? Do you have like a karaoke go-to, or you just there's no chance you're not getting up there?
Never tried karaoke, so never been to a karaoke bar. Never stood in front of a mic. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't try it. Actually,
Sounds like a challenge, actually.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, maybe after a few.
Yeah,
the
I
lungs.
think after a few, we could probably twist your arm. Anyway, it's the start of a new over. As Riasat Sorav gets worked away to the leg side. Hey, you want any random questions for Conrad? Now's a great time, Shrug saying. He said he's always enjoyed Conrad's insight. Enjoyed it last year, and he's enjoyed it again today. So
Thank you, Shrug.
yeah. Also going to be interesting to watch you on the field today. I know tomorrow, I should say, playing the first couple of matches. I don't know what kind of shape you'll be in. Might give you game 3 off and try and twist your arm on a Sunday. Of course, I'm going to be off Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and I know you might be able to help out Rico a little bit for those days around your playing commitments. I know you play on Tuesday, I think the 1st and the 4th matches.
Yep.
But yeah, I'll be coming back and I'll be finishing the Portugal series with the last day of round robin matches on Thursday, and then finals day in the ECS on Friday. Then we're going to the international Saturday, Sunday.
You looking forward to the internationals?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you, I can't wait to see the other 2 teams trying to field here.
Yeah.
Because you have to be courageous to field here.
Yeah.
And by no means is this the worst fielding ground in Europe. I mean, in Italy last year, I loved watching balls bounce in the infield and bounce over the outfielders. But it's different. I know you want to test yourself in all conditions. So
Yeah, I mean, nothing should be absolutely perfect, and there's not much of a challenge. So it does challenge the fielders here as they run a 2, maybe a 3. Got to go
if
for
you
it.
want.
Had to go.
They ran in too far. That's a little pet peeve of mine when batters run through the crease.
Yeah.
Sometimes cost themselves runs. There's no reason to do it, really. Brings up to 50 as well for Team Tigers Portugal. Yeah, just have a look at 77. Bakor, who he's too busy adjusting his helmet. It wasn't that he ran through the crease at all. Suras bowled a pretty good over. Probably means he's going to get smashed now. And it will be a boundary. And yeah, pretty good shot from Bakor, to be fair. They feel like consolation runs, but Team Tigers Portugal can use them anyway. As we get to the end of the 6th over, it's 55 for 4.
Yeah, he's going along nicely. It's almost 200 strike rate, so doing his part in the chase, but maybe left it a little bit too late. So yeah, 55 for 4 after 6.
I've got a challenge for maybe some of our live chatters, because we are planning to go into Lisbon to maybe have dinner tonight. Why don't you give us some suggestions? Use the power of the internet. I might get some from Paolo as well about where we might go. Because, yeah, we are a little bit out of the city, probably 45 minutes or so, right, from the city. So it's not easy to make the trip during the week. And even though we've got work tomorrow, I'm fairly
Saturday
confident.
night in Lisbon.
I'm fairly confident it won't get out of control.
Yeah.
But anyway, famous last words. Luckily, Corey, he's safely tucked away in his home in the Netherlands. Over 7. And it starts with the ball, which is hit out to deep cover point and well taken.
Catch.
So, yeah, Aminulash is the next man that's going to have to go. It was Riasat Surav. He just finished a pretty good over. I think that's a slight slow ball as well from Sabir. Just holds it back. Nice catch low down. I like the way he brings his whole body down and to bring his eyes down and make it a bit easier to catch. So that's going to be all the 5s. 55 for 5. Not a bad innings, but Aminulash is going to have to go for 11, and that brings Jamil Rajon to the crease.
Yep. So Tigers are, at least they're going down fighting. They're not giving up. They're going to throw the bat at anything and everything that comes at them. But it just shows you, I think they've kind of dropped the ball literally in the first innings, dropping Rupu early. kind of changes the momentum, and all of a sudden they're looking at a target of 140.
Exactly. You feel that one cost them. It's hard to put a finger on it, but because, okay, if they got him out, it's not like those runs disappear because someone else would have batted.
Yep.
But you just feel potentially cost them 30, 40 runs.
Yep.
You know, maybe they're keeping them down to about 100, 105, 110. Maybe they're in the game. And this one is rock and roll. Rajan, he didn't have the most fun time of his life here in match 30. Plays across this one. And really, Sabir Hussain is getting the ball to talk. He's straightening it down the line. Over goes the castle. Another one goes down. And it's 55 for 6. Look, it's a good ball. I think probably technically just a bit of an issue there. Trying to play across the ball. That's fairly straight. And poor Jamil, he looks back and he doesn't like what he sees. It's 56 for 6.
Yeah, completely played around it. I don't think he was expecting it nice, full and straight. The ball before that is short and it's gone down leg side wide. And then brilliant correction and just topples the middle.
Well, here's Faisal Mushtaq. He needs something to go his way.
Our
Because,
boy.
yeah, he wasn't loving life in the first half. Let's see if he can get a few highlights in the second half. And Bruno said he knows a few good places in Lisbon to have dinner. And Kitty agrees with shrugs, saying Conrad's been a joy to listen to. His knowledge and enthusiasm for the game are second to none. Well, thank you very much, Kitty, for your beautiful
Thank you,
feedback. And Bruno saying he knows some good places in Lisbon to have dinner. Like I said, it sounds good. All right, Mushtaq keeps this out. I was a bit worried for the stumps then, the way it's been rolling for Faisal. But he gets off the mark. So Bajendra saying Conrad makes the ball dance through the air. It's mind-blowing. Yeah, that's one thing before we even met and I watched you bowling. I was amazed. This is probably the first night series how you could genuinely swing the ball both ways.
Yeah.
And I just haven't run into too many people that can genuinely swing the ball both ways. Don't know if you can give away any secrets, but and this has worked away into the gaps. It'll probably run down the hill, and it does. So Bakor putting together a nice little innings here. It moves to 28. But that's a really unusual skill to have. I mean, often you have bowlers that predominantly bowl the ball swinging one way, and then they might have like a straight one as a variation. Is that a skill you've always been able to employ?
I think it's something that I first developed in Cape Town, in Pinelands, when I was playing cricket there a little bit younger. My natural action will generate a way swing, and it was something that I wanted to work on, and managed to get the right combination. And yeah, it's worked for me. I can think of seasons where I've only bowled in swing.
Yeah.
And then that's worked for me, and then maybe the next season come and then just focus on away swing so that batters aren't getting used to you.
It's kind of the dark arts, swing bowling. I mean, even people that do it well, they don't necessarily always understand why things happen the way they do. Some days it does. Some balls swing more than others. We always talk about cloud cover, but again, no one quite knows why that is. And now things like reverse swing, for example, as well. 63 for 6 here after 7 as we're heading into the last 3 overs of the day. Just a reminder, join us tomorrow, Sunday morning. And I'm sure our night will not get out of control tonight, but we will be back 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Now, you are not allowed to come out, Conrad, because you are playing first up in a big game against Punjab CC Amadora in match 31.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Good friends in that team, get on well with them. So friends off the field, but once we're on the field, it's full on. So looking forward to that one. It's a big game too. I think the winner of that is, maybe just upping their chances into the top 4. So yeah, big game.
Yeah, it should be a good one to call in the morning. I'll have both eyes open. Don't worry about that. As we start the 8th over, go back to spin with Saurav. Deserves a wicket here. Instead, he gets whacked to the boundary. That's a pretty good shot by Mushtaq. Well, 2 players that I think, I'd like to see them both have some success, but it is the batter that gets the better of the first battle. 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. Just opens the wrists. Maybe extra covers a little bit too straight there. Could come around a bit more, but yeah.
So, yeah, just thinking about certain bowlers that have what I call a bit of an ambiguous action, which is one that it can swing in or out. Pat Cummins is one in modern day. Jimmy Anderson is probably one that's quite famous. Otherwise, normally actions are kind of, particularly people with side-on actions, they typically swing the ball out. People with more front-on actions swing it in. But I think it's a great skill to be able to do both. I think it puts a lot of doubt in the batter's mind.
Well, you want to keep the batter guessing as much as possible, and then you just, you add your slower delivery there, maybe your back of a length, and before you know it, you've got 4 variations out of 6. So, and then it's just about mixing them up and also choosing which batter you're going to do it to.
Yeah, exactly.
Where their strengths are.
Well, goes after this, throws the hands at it, flying through the air.
Not interested.
Yeah, you can see, that's really something. Couldn't be too fussed. Just happy to keep it a single. Yeah, also mentioning in the chat that a lot of the players at the moment, they're fasting for Ramadan.
Yep.
So, it's a difficult time of the year to be playing cricket. Obviously, the sunset here coming up as we see a little dab shot from Bakor. I really like what he's doing. He's moved to 34 and he's shown a fair bit with the bat. I mean, we don't think of him too much as a batter, probably more a bowler that bats a bit, but he's played some very nice shots, and that was one of them.
No, he's played really nicely, 34 after 18, so, going at a good rate, and he's being selective. He's not just swinging wildly, so he's reading the ball. So, yeah,
but
good
still
batting.
going at a very good strike rate, though, almost to a ball. Yeah, still about 2 hours away from sunset. So, yeah, big shout out to all those that are fasting at the moment, especially those playing here in the European Cricket Series. I think it does affect performance to an extent. I mean, it's hard to say it doesn't. So end of 8, it is 75 for 6. I know it was an issue towards the end of the ECL as well. But, yeah, of course.
Massive effort from all of them.
Yeah, it is. To a 3-match day
tough,
is huge. And obviously, big respect to everyone. And there's a real melting pot in European cricket, people from all kinds of backgrounds and beliefs. Let's have a look at the famous red line. And you can see they're just not quite up with it. It's a case of what might have been, because if they could have kept it to 100, they could still be in this cricket match right now. But, yeah, the game literally slipping through their fingers, I think, in the first half. Rupu, well, he can do everything else. Now he gets the bowl. And he rocks in, bowls some off spin. And first ball is for 1. Okay, I'm going to try and think of some more random questions for you before the end of this 10 overs.
Test me.
All right. How about give us an unusual skill that something you can do that people wouldn't realise. This one is whacked away to the leg side. Going, gone, and dropped. But that's dropped over the boundary. Maximal. What a shot from Mushtaq. He deserves some luck. And he gets that one more or less out of the middle with the spin. Yeah, do you have any kind of secret skills? My one's obviously like piano. Like people don't realise I can do that. And then it's a bit of a head turner. Probably got a couple of other ones up my sleeve. But this one is a sweep shot, which is going to be away from the fielder, I think. And
spin got him.
With the spin, he's not going to keep that in. So runs coming at the end. Nice shot by Mushtaq. Yeah, so do you have any secret skills?
Yeah, secret skills, I'm not so sure. But I've always been handy with sports. But one thing I am quite proud of is my cycling skill. I used to do a lot of road cycling.
Right. And in full, we're talking about in all the get-up, the lycra?
Yeah, the lycra.
Padded,
shaved
backside
legs,
of the
padded on the bum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you're pretty hairy now. Are you compensating for all the shaving you had to do?
Making up for
the old days?
Lost hair, yeah.
Oh, no. Well, that's a shocking misfield. I suppose the time to do it is now when you're up by about 50 runs. But this is a proper leaving the mouse hole open job from Akbari. Just watch this one. It's dribbling towards him.
Oh,
and
no.
It's a long barrier of
It's a long day.
It has been a long day.
It's a long day.
Well, at least I think they'll wind up on the winning side. But that certainly, imagine a game where it's a lot closer. That can haunt you for a long time. Rupu, well, fine, he's getting some luck served back to him. He had a lot of it in the first half of this game. A lot of Factopedia as well. Once again, shout out to all those observing Ramadan at the moment. Okay, so you're cyclists.
Yeah. Cycling.
So road cycling.
Road cycling.
Hills?
Hills, yeah, you have to climb mountains, hills, doing, over 100k races. So
wow.
Good fun.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Didn't peg that one.
Yeah, did not.
I used to teach people how to drive boats through surf launching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
92 for 6 after 9 as we'll get to the last over coming up. Okay. So, yeah, okay, you've got experience teaching people how to
surf launch.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I've probably spent about a year complete underwater with diving.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I say quite an experienced diver.
Yep.
That's super interesting. I've only done a little bit of that, but it's fascinating.
Yeah. Seen a lot, done a lot, so especially underwater.
And you're only 33 years old.
Yeah.
That's probably why you look 43 with all that experience.
It's all that sun on the ocean, right? Thanks, Vinny.
That was a cheap shot. I apologise.
That's all right.
But
At least you can see.
You know what? Here's Bucker. He's facing up. Yeah, true. 37 not out. And it'd be a great effort from him if he could somehow jag a half century here. I mean, 13 runs is a lot to get in one over. Anyway, he's going to knock the first one. And probably will struggle to get two here. Thinks about it. Thinks against it. Yeah, it's always nice to dig a bit below the surface. So, yeah, you're a very good all-rounder in cricket, but then also in life with some of the non-cricket skills that you've described to us. Anyway, Mushtaq, he's made a pretty handy contribution as well. He'll get one here, moves to 24. Also, yeah, I think you did a pretty good job wicket-keeping in the ECL. Had you had much wicket-keeping experience? Because I know you've been struggling a little bit with your shoulder. So, yeah, you seem to be able to handle the gloves okay.
Yeah, I kept a bit at a school level, so I had that, that knowledge of, the stance and all of that. But,
it's a bit of a mental game, wicket keeping. I don't think people realise if they're just watching it on TV.
Yeah.
It's a unique perspective.
It looks a lot easier than it is.
100%.
When you're crouched for 3 games a day, your thighs take a pounding, your back.
Right.
So good experience, but in order to have played the ECL, I couldn't throw.
Yeah.
So to put myself on the boundary was a bit of a...
How's that shoulder going now? Because I noticed you've been bowling a little bit in this series.
It's getting there. It still doesn't feel 100%. It's getting looser, but, I've tried bowling once or twice, quite a few times against the advice of my teammates and stuff like that.
I was yelling at the TV when I was watching you on Monday. And I said, don't hurt yourself, Conrad. Yeah, especially the internationals coming up. We've got a big summer coming up. It's just it's the competitor in you. Anyway, it's been a great day with you anyway. We'll chat a bit after this last ball, though. It's a proper slower ball, so it will be re-bowled. And almost it was slow enough for a runner to go and get it back. And Paolo enjoyed that one as well. So, yeah, we'll talk a bit after the game. Goodbye to Kitty, who's leaving us for now. Hopefully you see us tomorrow. This one is more or less on target. Bakor's going to finish with a pretty well put together 40 off 25 balls. Mushtaq with 25. So, yeah, good partnership to end the day. So that's a bit of a positive. The partnership in the end is worth 42. And they will finish with 98 off their 10 overs. So they're not quite able to get there in the end. 137 to Friendship. 98 to Team Tigers Portugal as we reach the end of day 6. And let's just go through the highlights. And it wasn't much of a highlight for Kadir. He got shake, rattled and rolled first ball. And from there, you knew it was going to be an uphill climb, even though they had a couple of batters to come. But that was a signal of intent, wasn't it? I mean, Friendship hadn't taken any points away from day 6. They were determined to defend this total. And really, with those early wickets, they didn't give Team Tigers much of a look in.
No, they took every opportunity that came to them. I think that was the difference between the two teams. So Runner getting a few wickets here. Tigers never gave up. They were always going to play their shots. Some great shape there, but miscommunication. That's what we were talking about earlier today, is having trust in your partner and not following the ball. So a bit of a mix-up there. Yeah. Gloving the ball to the keeper. Good handy catch going to his right.
Yeah, good. That's a good bit of keeping as well. We're just talking about keeping, and in fact, it's not as easy as it looks. I think little deflections on TV actually are quite significant deflections as well in real life. Yeah, it's a bit of a concentration game. Look, Friendship, they did feel a little bit like a team that did have a big score on the board at times, because we mentioned the fact that a lot of the players are observing Ramadan at the moment, and it's a long day for them. Both teams playing their 3rd match of the day. I think it's not so much the physical toll, it's the mental toll as well of being up for the game. That was a really good bit of bowling by Sabir Hussain. He had the ball on the string there for a while. And then Surav, we saw him. I didn't mind his off spin at all. Rupu, again, came on with some finger spin. And look, that one was dropped, but it was dropped off the field. But yeah, a pretty useful partnership at the end, but it wasn't quite enough to get them to the 100 mark or anywhere near that target of 138. Looking at the scorecard, Kadir went first ball. That was a big body blow, wasn't it? In fact, the top four only contribute 13 runs. It was always going to be tough. But Kaur with 40 not out, I like the way he went about his innings, but it was just a tough hill to climb, wasn't it? 25, nice to see Faisal Mushtaq as well getting some runs. So you have to kind of roll with the punches a little bit in this format of the game. You'll be up, you'll be down. Just 9 extras given away. 6 in no balls and wide, so not giving too many away for free. 2 for 9, Jay Alarm continue his good series. 2 for 18, Sabir Hussain. Thought he bowled really well. The other wicket went to Imtiaz Rana, who I think was able to contribute with the ball after a slightly disappointing stint as an opener in the first half of the game. Well, Conrad, it has been awesome to spend a whole day with you in the comedy box. How did you find it?
Loved it. Loved every minute. Took a while to get back into it, but you know, the more time you spend here, the more confidence you get, and it helps having you here. So
yeah, well, you seemed really comfortable. Hopefully Rico enjoyed his day off. I know he's told me from time to time he has been lurking throughout the day, and I know that he'll be back on Monday. But Conrad, I know that you'll be on the field tomorrow. Maybe we can grab you maybe later in the day. Best of luck with your 2 matches tomorrow. Of course, you are taking on the Punjab CC Amadora team in the first match, and also you'll be taking on the Lisbon Super Giants in the second match. But yeah, who knows, maybe we can grab you a little bit later in the day. So we do start tomorrow 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 a.m. in Central Europe, and it's 1 p.m. in India, day 7 of 12. So right now we are at the halfway point of the round robin stage, and that's the result in match 30, 137 to 98. Friendship getting their points today. Team Tigers Portugal, I know that they'll be a bit disheartened after they play 3 matches. They don't win any of them, but they certainly push some very good cricket teams. And I think it's a big step forward for them, big step up for them, but they've been really competitive today.
Yeah, I think they can be very proud. I was just thinking now, watching at these graphics, that I think in all 3 innings they've averaged over 90. So,
yeah,
you know, their run rates have picked up, which is a positive sign. They've picked up early wickets. They've dropped a few catches, which is maybe something they can start looking at. And then that will change the game. Instead of chasing 130, you're looking at 110, and, you know, they're getting a lot closer. So, yeah, positives for them. 95, 103 and 98. So 3 scores that'll win you cricket matches. But yeah, I think where they let it slip was in the field. But again, we'll see them a little bit later in the competition. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there as well. Thanks for joining us on the live chat. All of you that tuned in on Fancode, of course, in the subcontinent. All of you that were watching through our YouTube channel as well, ECN European Cricket Network. A reminder to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. Click the thumbs up on the video. And also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Great place to go if you want to catch the latest highlights and best bits of these matches. I want to say a big thank you to Blue Crew, to the officials at Spring Productions as well. They've been outstanding. We're going to take a break. We'll be back tomorrow morning with day 7. Big thank you to Elza, who's put together the highlights of the day, along with Martins and Kirill's from Spring. We'll leave you for now. We'll see you tomorrow. The action will resume. And Conrad, well, he'll be out of the box. He'll be into the middle. And we'll see you then for day 7. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Conrad Greenshields. On behalf of everyone at the ECN and the EC family, I wish you a very happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more Fancode European Cricket Series. Good night, everyone. Hasta mañana.
Has gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show cheer and show the world what you've
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying, and the fielder makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in, but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, Time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie.